We have breaking news. Last night, the U.S. conducted multiple airstrikes on ISIS targets in northwest Nigeria. On Christmas Day, yes, Trump announced a strike saying they were targeting ISIS terrorist scum who have been killing primarily Christians in Nigeria. U.S. African Command confirmed multiple terrorists were killed, although we don't know an exact number yet. Was this done in coordination with the Nigerian government? Yes, the Nigerian government authorized the strikes and shared intelligence with the U.S., although it was the U.S. who executed the strikes. So we're on the same page with their government. In terms of the strikes themselves, yes, but in terms of messaging, no. Nigerian officials are framing this as targeting terrorists who have been killing people of all faiths. They say it's not necessarily a religious conflict going on in their country, rather a good versus evil one that affects people of all faiths, while the U.S. is framing this as they are protecting against the slaughter of Christians. Who's right? Well, Lenny and Cal did a video weeks ago exploring the arguments on both sides of that claim. Nigeria is pretty much 50% Muslim, 50% Christian, and conflicts certainly extend beyond religion. For instance, there was a bombing at a mosque 2 days ago that was likely linked to radical Islamists. But Christians have been targeted too, right? Yeah, we've certainly seen similar stories of radical Islamists attacking churches. In terms of numbers, it's hard to get a reliable number on how many from either side have been killed. In complicated situations like this, there's probably a little truth in both what the U.S. and the Nigerian leaders claim about the nature of this violence. So is the U.S. going to continue striking them? Pete Hegseth says there's more to come. This also comes about a week after the U.S. hit ISIS targets in Syria. Gotcha. Trump just advises DOJ to break the law. Quit the twisting. He just said the DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. He's talking about the Epstein files. When do they say no more and work on election fraud? Must I remind you that Congress nearly unanimously passed the Epstein Transparency Act that Trump signed into law that requires the release of all files. So sorry, Trump, you can't just randomly say no more. Well, he never explicitly said stop releasing the files, but what? Use your context clues. But as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, I hear his point. The DOJ just found 1 million more Epstein pages to add on to the hundreds of thousands they still have to release. The issue is this requires hundreds of DOJ attorneys to spend countless hours reading and redacting victims' names from each and every page. Is this really the best use of our country's top lawyers? How about they prosecute the cases of current sexual predators whom arrests are up 10% this year? Again, because it's the law, according to a file, there's at least 10 co-conspirators to Epstein's that have never faced charges that have not yet been named. According to Representative Thomas Massey, the victims say this number is closer to 20. So if we're going to be a country serious about going after predators, let's set a precedent that just because you're rich, you can't get away with it. Yeah, I hope that gets released, but the majority of the millions of pages are nothing burgers that just waste the time, focus, and energy of our country and cause division, especially when the pages are unsubstantiated random FBI tips during the 2020 election from clearly crazy people that some in the media run with as factual. Look, it's good that stuff like that gets released so people can look into it, but regardless, it doesn't matter. The release of the files is the law, but now Trump is encouraging his DOJ to break that? Great. I don't think that's what's happening. Use your freaking eyes. He just wants our country's focus on things that will make our country thrive, not this incessant focus on dead pedophiles whom the Biden DOJ agreed there was no other evidence for new indictments. Sure, says the guy all over the files, but if that's true, he should have vetoed the bill. The Epstein Transparency Act has his signature. Great. This is all just really great for the long-term prosperity of our country. Yeah, accountability is. Yeah.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to do a complete media analysis for tonight so we're about to get into this bombing of ISIS in Nigeria and then a whole lot more, of course, because there's a lot more to cover. So let's go ahead and get right into it because we're going to go ahead and do, well, politics and geopolitics. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's go ahead and start off with, well, U.S. launches deadly strike on ISIS terrorists. All right, guys, let's go.
This on social media about it. I have previously warned that these terrorists, that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, he goes on to say, the Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Now, Nigeria confirmed the two countries coordinated in this effort, in this strike. Their foreign minister joined CNN earlier this morning.
What took place yesterday clearly underscores the fact that Nigeria is not lacking in will and a commitment to the fight against terrorism.
CNN's Nada Bashir tracking this one for us. Nada, what is the very latest that you're picking up?
Well, we're still not getting full details just yet from U.S. officials with regards to the details surrounding this strike. What we do know is the U.S. Africa Command has said that multiple Islamic State targets and militants were killed overnight in these deadly strikes. We've heard, as you mentioned, from the U.S. president himself addressing this military action in social media, saying and describing this as a powerful and deadly strike against Islamic State.
A powerful and deadly strike, and also a Christmas gift. He told him Merry Christmas to the dead terrorists. I was like, well, that's savage, but Hey, it is what it is. And if you don't know, yes, Christians have been getting killed in Nigeria since 2009 from a radical Islamist group called Boko Haram. Now, I did play a little documentary on it, which I could probably get into a little bit later. But they was also exposing the horrors of Boko Haram and how they're literally just terrorizing these Christians for the hell of it, destroying their churches, defecating in there so they won't return to it. It's pretty sick. But I'm in support of attacking these guys, but I'm not liking how some people are trying to frame it as a Christian crusade.
And this strike took place
But,
in the northern
let 'em have
Sokoto
it.
region of Nigeria, just bordering Niger. Now, at this stage, again, no clear details with regards to the impact. What we do know is that this was carried out in coordination with the Nigerian government. We've heard from a Nigerian presidential spokesperson and advisor saying that both the US and Nigeria are on the same page when it comes to tackling these security concerns. And of course, what we've been hearing from the White House for several weeks now and from the US president himself is the ramping up of concern around the protection of Nigeria's Christian community against extremist attacks. And it's important to note and underscore that, of course, Nigeria does have a deep-rooted history of security troubles when it comes to Islamist extremist groups. But these attacks that we have seen in the past have targeted both Nigeria's Christian and Muslim communities, to the largest religious community.
And that's what the well, for some reason the right's not covering. Like, they're covering it, but they're kind of making it as Christians are the only ones being slaughtered. And no, they're not. But they are being slaughtered in a high number and ruthlessly. Like this, that's just the fact of it. But anybody who speaks up for the Christians as a Muslim, they killing them as well. So yes, there's a radical Islamist group that's tied to ISIS. Which ISIS, I'm gonna be real with you, they're not really Muslims, but we'll get into that conversation later. But yeah, they're tied to ISIS, and they don't rock with anybody who even goes against them, even if it's their own kind. And ISIS has been known to attack their own kind. Or, well, I can't even say their own kind, because like I said, they're not really Muslims. But since the world framed them as Muslims, yes, they will attack less radical, not even less radical, moderate or liberal Muslims. They don't care. And of course, they're going to be ruthless against the Christians. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It is kind of a bit strange how this ISIS-related group just started attacking Christians. Well, at a higher number, because to be quite honest, it was happening since 2009, but it's gotten even worse, and that is one of the main reasons why it's getting media attention. Because at this point, it can no longer be ignored, and it's so deliberate. Now, when it comes to Boko Haram, like I said, they're also attacking other Muslims as well, and they're not really covering that. They're mainly focusing on the Christians. So I'm just here to tell you that, yes, both Christian and Muslims are dying, but Christians are dying in a higher number.
Communities in the country. So this is certainly a historic concern within the country, but we are now seeing very clearly that first-hand action by the US military in Nigeria, according to officials, in coordination with the Nigerian government.
Nada, thank you so much. Much more detail to learn here for sure. Appreciate it.
And the president warning, of course, there could be more to come in Nigeria, writing on Truth Social to the, quote, dead terrorists, warning there will be, in his words, many more if the slaughter of Christians continues. Joining me now in the group chat, Sungmin Kim, CNN political analyst and White House reporter at the Associated Press. Joining me now in the...
No, that is hilarious. Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against the ISIS terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously slaughtering primarily, because he's not lying with the primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many of years. Like I said, he targeted in 2009, but it's like they just start the deaths just start proliferating like now. I mean, they just start going at it. I mean, honestly, they just start killing them at a higher number and in groups, which is atrocious. So Trump actually has a pretty good point right there. And he's calling the situation for what it is. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they do not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight there was. I mean, the Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Shout out Trump. Under my leadership, of course, you got to throw the narcissism in there. Our country will not allow radical Islam terrorism to prosper. And I can get down with that one. Hey, shout out to Trump. I'll give him that. mean, damn, can you believe that Nicki Minaj damn near pretty much got canceled over speaking about this?
Group chat. Sungmin Kim, CNN political analyst and White House reporter at the Associated Press. Ashley Davis, former George W. Bush White House official, and Eugene Scott, contributing columnist at the Boston Globe and visiting fellow at the Johns Hopkins University Agora Institute. It's nice to see all of you this morning. Sungmin, when we look at where things stand, the fact that the president really has cast himself as this peacemaker often talks about the wars that he says that he has ended, and yet we are seeing this approach not just in Nigeria, but in other pockets around the world. How do we square what we hear from the president and what we see on the ground?
Well, how the administration squares it is that this is all part of President Trump's strategy, his foreign policy doctrine of peace through strength, obviously. However, you have, on the one hand, you have, him touting all the conflicts that he has helped resolve abroad, but then you see a lot of offensive military action abroad. And, his aides don't see that necessarily as a contradiction. They say that part of keeping broader peace is making sure that these targets abroad know that the U.S. is willing to strike if necessary. But I also think that this is a contradiction that you're going to be hearing on Capitol Hill, particularly as it relates to these strikes and
Yeah, and what they're honestly what CNN or the Dems are calling us on, well, is that we kind of voted for Trump not to get involved in any conflict outside of the USA. Like if it's not if it's not for our benefit, then why are we doing it? And I'm gonna be quite honest with you, bombing terrorists in Nigeria, well, it isn't really in our benefit. But I mean, it's a moral good. It feels good. It feels good to do right, does it not? But we did also vote for Trump not to get involved with other countries or get pulled into foreign wars. Now, is Nigeria going to pull us into a foreign war? No, I doubt it. It's like we're not going to put boots on the ground just to take care of Boko Haram. If Nigeria can't take care of that, I don't know what to tell them. All we can do is weaken them with our strikes, and Nigeria got to handle the rest on that one. And if they can't do that, then there's only so much America can do. And if they're not willing to, then, I mean, good luck to the Christians in Nigeria.
And the strikes that we've been seeing elsewhere, elsewhere in the country. You had the Pentagon saying yesterday that, they did this in coordination with Nigeria's government. However, you're already starting to hear from, Capitol Hill. What about coordination with us? Is this something that, lawmakers should have authorized? And I think that tension, that conflict is also what we're going to be hearing in the next coming weeks.
Yeah, one would anticipate that, especially we'll likely hear a little bit of it today, but certainly once lawmakers return from their recess. It's also interesting. The president this is not the first time he has called out what he says are targeted attacks on Christians. It's important to note the country itself is about split between Christian and Muslim faith.
Yep.
And the data doesn't necessarily support the president's claim that Christians are being disproportionately targeted. Ashley, this has been, though religious persecution has been a really animating subject matter, if you will, for many conservatives.
Ooh, I'll give her that.
Does it matter to them that the data doesn't line up? Because that is a significant issue.
Well, yeah, a lot of conservatives, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not their fault. The way this has been framed to conservatives as if it's only been Christians getting killed. And I hate to say it, but it does kind of build a victim mindset inside the Christian conservative movement where they feel like they're the ones being prosecuted, always attacked, always shunned. And well, I mean, they have a good argument for that. Personally, I don't think they should pick up this victim mindset because it's only going to radicalize them to honestly move towards crazy policies. But we'll see where this leads. We'll see where that thinking leads them. But here's the problem, though. They are right. It's not just Christians being killed out there. It's anybody who speaks up against Boko Haram. Anybody. Even the Muslims who speak up for the Christians are getting slaughtered. So it's not just, all Muslims in Nigeria just want these Christians dead. No, it's just this radicalized group.
Well, good morning, Erica. Nice to see you and hope everyone had a great Christmas. But I think that it's really important that we need to realize that there's two things.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
One, that we did coordinate with the government of Nigeria. And two, Nigeria is a really complicated country that we've been dealing with. I mean, I'm a national security hawk, go back to George Bush administration. There's been terrorist breeding in that region for a long time. What I just learned this morning was the fact that we coordinated, which makes it less complicated than before. But I'm very happy that the administration is actually striking in abroad than rather than them coming and striking us in our country. In regards to the Christian and Muslim,
I mean, hold on, sis. There was Boko Haram, they was not going to attack us. I mean, what are you talking about? You're talking about, well, I'm glad happy we attacked them before they attack us. No. They was not going to get involved with us. Their gripe was with the Christians in that area and anybody who was against the slaughtering of those Christians in that area. So really, there was like a rogue. They're like I said, they're like a rogue, which is all Islamist groups, but they're just like a rogue group of Muslims that really don't care about the life of these Christians. And did they have any intention of attacking America? No, not whatsoever. So I'm not hearing that.
Controversies. I mean, we don't know what we don't know. It's so complicated. There's a lot of national security complications that are overlaid between the two groups that the ISIS and terrorist groups are hiding behind the Muslim religion. And so I think that we need to be very cautious that this is
no, that is true. They hide behind the Muslim religion, and then they build a radical hatred towards Islam, or basically all Muslims. Like, yes, there's people out there that don't know the difference between radical Islam and, well, Islam. They don't know the difference between a radical Muslim and just a regular Muslim. Actually, they just fuse the two together and think that they all think the same, take their scripture out of context and all that wild stuff to convince you to hate Muslims. And, well, to be honest, is really just to pull you into foreign wars. Because if you hate Muslims, then it's going to be easy to pull you into a foreign war against Muslims. It's all, hey, man, I'm just telling you to play, guys, straight from the Pentagon. I'm just playing, but you know what I'm talking about.
With the president that this is a religious attack.
Yeah, caution definitely advised. I will just say, just based on our reporting, the data does not support the claims that Christians are being disproportionately targeted. To your point, there are a number of disputes internally. It's not just religious, it's communal. It has to do with.
But they are being, come on now. At least admit that they're being killed in higher numbers, though. At least admit that. Yes, it's not only Christians, but at least admit that they're being killed in higher numbers. Don't gaslight the people. Come on now.
Ethnic tensions, farmer-herder disputes. There's a lot happening in Nigeria specifically. You know, when we look at Eugene, when we look at the way that this is playing out, well, we're also looking at new movement off the coast of Venezuela. What does this tell you about the focus moving forward when it comes to not just where the U.S. is leaning in internationally, but what it could mean in terms of support domestically when there are these questions continually raised about Congress and even notifications?
Well, that is one of the main questions many lawmakers have, including some on the right. There seems to not be some consistency in terms of vision. If there is a foreign policy agenda, which obviously there is, it hasn't been communicated in a way that it's clearly understood and supported with even some of the people in the president's base. I've talked to voters and they're very concerned sometimes that they don't know what the next move is going to be from this president in terms of global conflicts and international affairs, and how inconsistent it seems to be with what he campaigned on. Part of that is because we know that the president's support is actually more ideologically diverse than I think a lot of people outside of his camp realize. And so there's some issues that are of concern and major priorities for one segment, such as perhaps Christian.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard. Hey, you know what? It's really kind of hard to call the president racist now that, you know, he kind of bombed a bunch of terrorists for a bunch of black Christians. I mean, if he was racist, think about it. If he hated black people so much as is the Dems, how the Dems laid out, why even help Nigeria out? If he like, oh, great, black people killing black people, I love it. If he's just such a racist, that's how Donald Trump would have treated it. But no, he's actually sticking up for black Christians, African Christians, by the way. So, I mean, I don't know how the Dems going to keep carrying on this. He's a racist, like, you know, mantra forever.
Conservatives and not others, which might be some of the individuals who want to see America pull back from some of these types of interactions. And so I think what will be really interesting moving forward when the new year begins is seeing what is laid out, what type of vision is communicated, and how the president.
And guys, let's not make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Now let's go here to, all right, let's go ahead and get into the right side of media, and then we'll make our way back over to the left. Migrant truckers sue over canceled licenses. Yeah, it's getting like that. I mean, it is kind of funny how they're suing over canceled licenses like migrants. I mean, if you don't know English, then it is what it is. But we'll see how deep this is.
All right. Well, it's a busy holiday travel season, as you know, alongside getting gifts from your family. And something that the Trump administration has been laser focused on when it comes to roads, something that impacts everybody, is cracking down on illegal immigrants who receive commercial driver's licenses and then wind up driving these big rigs and tractor trailers when they can't even speak English or read road signs. There have been a series of accidents and fatal crashes that have taken place across the country as a result of this. And Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has been spearheading the issue of getting these driver's licenses to be revoked and making our roads safer, and has threatened to withhold federal funding from several states because of this. California has actually responded to Secretary Duffy's request and said, okay, we are going to revoke 21,000 driver's license from migrants who have received them. And now it turns out that this group of migrants are suing the state as a result.
Right. So they've, in California alone, more than 17,000 have been yanked. Another 24,000 are under review right now. In these truckers, these immigrant truckers, many of them illegal immigrants, are suing. Here's a little bit of what the lawsuit says. It alleges that on November 6th, the California DMV notified 17,299 immigrant drivers and business owners that their non-domiciled CDLs, that's commercial driver's licenses, would be canceled on January 5th, 2026. That's just days from now due to an error with the expiration date of the licenses. A similar letter was sent to an additional 2,000.
Hold on now. Really? Hold on. Let's go back. Lawsuit alleges that on November 6th, the California DMV notified about 17,299, basically 17,300 immigrant drivers and business owners that their non-domicile CDLs will be canceled on January 5th, 2016. Immigrant drive. Hold on now. Like legal immigrant or illegal immigrant? And then how are they just canceling it for what? Didn't properly validate it? Like, how is that even possible? All right, well, let's hear.
CDLs, that's commercial driver's licenses, would be canceled on January 5th, 2026. That's just days from now due to an error with the expiration date of the licenses. A similar letter was sent to an additional 2,700 drivers in December, informing them that their licenses would be canceled in mid-February. For all nearly 20,000 immigrants, the DMV intends to cancel their commercial licenses without any affording opportunity to obtain a corrected license or to contest the cancellation. The lawsuit reads, but let's remember the deadly results of allowing illegal immigrants not only to cross the border and be released in the
dang. Came right after the licenses. Like, look, we ain't gonna cut it off now, but y'all got till February to figure it out. Because, we're canceling y'all licenses. You weren't supposed to get them in the first place. They are becoming a danger on the road. And also, they take those jobs away from American citizens because those guys get paid less. So really, we're just helping out these trucking companies cut on labor costs or delivering their freight. And we're undermining American citizens by allowing this to happen. So, Dems, let's be honest, it's actually a good thing. I'm not sure how they're going to flip it and complain about it. But these guys shouldn't even have license in the first place if they were just undocumented. Like, how is that even going through? But, California, man, they make it work for the illegals, man. Hey, if you're an illegal in California, they'll do backflips for you.
Country, but then to give them work authorization and commercial driver's licenses to operate 18-ton trucks, 18-wheelers on our roads. Here's a list we can show you going all the way back to this summer in Florida. The illegal immigrant trucker killed 3, attempting to make that illegal U-turn. And back in October, another killed in a truck driving incident. In California, they've seen a number of incidences to include an
there was an Ontario, Canada one. I think I've seen this crash too. What was it? He was Indian, drove an 18-wheeler while intoxicated, killing 3. Now, if you don't remember this video, it was the video of he was intoxicated and he literally just drove an 18-wheeler straight into the car and just like kind of drove off into the side. That was that guy.
Ontario, where 3 were killed. And just last month, you had in Oregon another horrific incident that killed 2 after a truck jackknife. And then just weeks ago in Tennessee, a Chinese national kills one by causing a deadly multi-vehicle pileup. In
What in
Washington
the hell?
State, you had an illegal.
And here's the thing, this is the effed up part. It'll be like, man, it'll be legal immigrants who will own it. I don't know. Yeah, legal immigrants who will own it, like a Chinese immigrant will own it, start like hiring his own, who don't have the paperwork right, or I'm be honest with you, don't know no lick of English. Yeah, no, hook them up and let them out on the road. The Indians do it, the Somalians do it, Arabs do it. Yeah, they all do it. And it's kind of effed up because they undermine us for their own that put us all in danger.
Illegal immigrant trucker failed to decelerate and killed 1. And you know what's crazy is in those last 2 incidences, the Chinese illegal truck driver and the Indian.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up. Let's try to get to 100 likes by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
Illegal truck driver. Those crossed in 2023 in Lukeville, Arizona, where I saw the immigrants coming across, these middle-aged men from all over the world. And in California, the Chinese individual crossed in San Diego, because I looked back at their alien files through my sources of Border Patrol, and you look back at the chaos that the border was, and you realized this is likely going to be a consequence, and yet the previous administration just let it run wild. That's why Secretary Duffy now, to your point, Carly, is leaning in. Here's a little bit of what he said.
These are simple rules. These rules are not made up by the Trump administration. I didn't make them up. These are rules that are set up to make sure our roads are safe. And so if you can't speak English, if you haven't gone through the proper training courses, you shouldn't be behind the wheel of a big rig. You had Joe Biden that let tens of
What's so controversial about that? That's the problem.
millions of people into the country. And then you have liberal governors who said, well, they got to work, so let's give them commercial driver's licenses and put them on the American roads, endangering the safety of the American people. So I can't go in across the states and do these checks. I have to rely on this.
Well, here's the thing. Putting these guys on the farm was one thing. Putting them in factories, effed up. But putting these guys on the road, though, and these are like low-key high-paying jobs that could be for Americans, so it's really more effed up. It's like we don't even agree with these guys being on the farm, picking fruits on the farm. We want even those guys gone. Like, what makes you think that we're gonna accept that these guys having CDLs? Like, that just seems all the way off. And considering that these are high-paying jobs, it's even more upsetting. And let's be real, like I said, I don't agree with them taking factory jobs, construction jobs, or even picking the fruits on the farm. I think those should be for the younger generation. Get them off the iPads and shit. But having these guys out on the road and the fact that they were just out there just getting it out, like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you, the way they was picking up these licenses, like they were buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like, it's downright treacherous.
States law enforcement to help me out. But what I can do, Brian, is I can pull their money. That's the leverage that I do have. I guarantee you that the federal taxpayer is not going to fund their roads and bridges and their systems when they're putting illegals on the roads and endangering the lives of the American people.
What you saw right there is a picture of righteous indignation. I mean, Sean Duffy's pretty even-keeled. He's upset, and rightly so, because you're not just putting American lives at risk. You have been irresponsible. If your state's doling out CDLs to just anybody, they can't read the signs, they can't speak the language. California and New York, and I think those are probably leading the way here, and I'm thankful, not just for us as Americans, but for the people who are out there on the roads. Whether you're American or not, you deserve safety. And these people have to be properly trained. And if they are not, they should not be behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound rig. I mean, this is outrageous. And so thankfully, they're finally making some strong decisions. And
there it is.
Mentioned it, by eliminating the funding, it will finally compel these states.
Like, can you believe it? This guy, this motherfucker right here, didn't even know English. I seen the pullover footage. This man didn't know a lick of English. I was like, ain't no goddamn way. And then, like, are you serious? How do you get his CDLs and make one of the most idiotic moves ever? I mean, honestly, you could have never been in a truck. You could have never drove a truck in your life, and you'd have known that was a bad fucking idea.
Trained. And if they are not, they should not be behind the wheel of an 80,000 pound rig. I mean, this is outrageous. And so thankfully, they're finally making some strong decisions. And Carly, you mentioned it, by eliminating the funding, it will finally compel these states to do the right thing and get these dangers off the road.
And not every truck driver who's getting their license revoked in California is here illegally.
Yeah.
But the number one point of the government on a state level, federal, local, is always to keep Americans safe.
Yep.
And if there are people who are receiving licenses who are in this country and they don't speak English and they don't read road signs and they're getting these work authorizations that allow them to operate these massive big rigs, and we've seen the footage of a result of what happens. It's frightening.
Yeah.
And it's a very good thing that something is changing.
You know what hasn't changed is the Democrats and many in the mainstream media simply making the case that what President Trump and this administration has done to crack down and secure our border from dangers just like this, that it's somehow mean-spirited and cruel to say if you cross the border illegally, then that's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. You should just be allowed to stay, despite the fact that we have laws on our books that
No, I remember the Dems were trying to say, you know, crossing the border without documents is not a crime. It's a civil, what was it? A civil violation? Wrong. Sorry, but you got it confused. Overstaying your visa, that's a civil violation. If you cross over here, that's a criminal violation. That is a misdemeanor. Not a felony, but a misdemeanor. And depending how you came over here too. I mean, of course, if you came over here without documentation, misdemeanor. If you came over here without documentation, also trying to transport drugs, now that's a felony.
Congress passed Title 8, Code US 1325. If you cross the border illegally, you've committed a crime. Do it a second time, it's a felony. But yet here's the AP talking about a Venezuela's family's Christmas, saying from the American dream to poverty, and they're leaning into the sympathy of migrants, saying this was not the Christmas that Mariela Gomez would have imagined a year ago, or the one that thousands of other Venezuelan immigrants would have thought. But Donald Trump returned to the White House in January and quickly ended their American dream. Her two sons and her partner returned to the city of Maracay on October 27th after crossing the U.S.-Mexican border to Texas, where they were quickly swept up by the Border Patrol amid the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. They were deported to Mexico, from where they began the dangerous journey back to Venezuela.
Did you notice they said immigration? They didn't say illegal immigration. Yeah. They always blithely ignore the fact that there are ports of entry, there are ways to come to and we love immigration in this country.
I mean, we do somewhat. I mean, not really anymore. We kind of got tired of immigration. Like, one, I mean, think about it. The abuse of illegal immigration hurts Americans on the low wage side, on the low skill or low wage jobs. Not really, because I mean, let's be real. Construction, can't really call that low wage, and driving a truck, you can't really call that low wage. So we can't even say that illegals are just hurting low wage jobs anymore. They done upgraded these guys to drivers. So, I mean, God help us with that one. And then, of course, they kind of sell us out with the H-1B visas. They let these, these tech companies and other companies as well other industries as well that abuse H-1B visas. They abuse that by allowing these guys to get paid 25 to 30% lower, which is undermining American scholars. So, yeah, we're a bit tired of immigration on both ends, legal and illegal. I mean, we're really sick of the illegal, but even the legal side isn't really for our benefit.
We want as many legal immigrants as the system can handle. But in this circumstance, again, they're playing a little sleight of hand with the language. And this is exactly your point.
Yeah, they want to argue that crossing the border illegally is a form of acceptable immigration.
Exactly.
And to your point, Kevin, it's simply not.
That's right.
And the people overwhelmingly voted across partisan lines, across all demographics, that what we saw in the past 4 years, the border crisis, is not acceptable.
That's right.
And we're sadly reporting daily on the deadly consequences. But yet, you know, that AP article really rubs me the wrong way, because no one wants to be cruel, but we either have a country of laws or we don't.
Right.
And we either have a border or we don't. And that's what this administration is making the decision to say we do, and we're going to enforce it. If Democrats in the mainstream media, but if Democrats are upset about it, then change the laws. because ICE and Border Patrol are not choosing to be cruel. They're carrying out federal immigration law that is on the books.
It's trade-offs. There are trade-offs to everything. And we saw what took place when there were.
And here's the thing. I mean, bro, the Dems want to really complain about the cleanup of a mess that they caused. That's what the wild part about this is. I'm like, look, if y'all ain't want to see this, like a crackdown like this, then maybe y'all shouldn't have let them in the way y'all did. Maybe you shouldn't have had 10 million encounters. Like, these are conservative numbers, by the way, but about 4 to 7 million come in. Maybe you shouldn't have that happen and we wouldn't be here. Because think about it, you know how they were literally complaining about the cost of deporting all the migrants or the illegals? They were like, oh, it's going to cost us $88 billion. I thought Trump was about saving or cutting costs. I'm just like, well, hold on. Are you literally complaining about how much it would cost to fix a problem that you guys created? Are you serious? So it was pretty crazy to hear their defense on why shouldn't we crack down on illegal immigrants.
Open borders, and you get Venezuelan migrants coming into the country, and some of them are good people, but then you also have Tren de Aragua and them as well. And they were taking over apartment complexes in Colorado, and there are citizens that are no longer on this earth as a result. So the Trump administration came in and changed that, and unfortunately, this Associated Press piece is slanted in a different direction, but you could see through all of that.
Yeah.
And all right, guys. Whoops. And all right, guys. Whoopsie. All right, guys. Let's not forget to go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys, as I go ahead and get over to the next video. We're going to go ahead and touch on the topic of Epstein. And then before we go ahead and touch on this topic of Epstein, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it. But let's get more people in on this conversation by double tapping that screen. And like I said, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, send a super chat, $2 or up. Or if you just want to support the show, just send a gift, guys. Appreciate the support. Check out this little clip real quick.
So when you really start digging into Jeffrey Epstein, there's one person that you really want to pay attention to the work that they're doing, and he goes by the name of Mike Benz, at Mike Benz Cyber over on X. Check this out.
Jeffrey Epstein negotiated the fucking contract to move the CIA's proprietary airliner, Southern Air Transport, which was busted running drugs and guns during Iran-Contra. He personally was the authorized signatory on the deal with Southern Air Transport to move it to a military base in Columbus, Ohio to service the limited. Hey, any of you guys got any bright ideas about how you would go about in 1994 convincing the Central Intelligence Agency to move its proprietary CIA airline used for covert operations based in Miami to fucking up and move its entire operation to fucking Columbus, Ohio, just to service your personal company?
Yep.
Instead of the CIA? What do you think, he cold called the CIA? You think he just schmoozed the CIA? Or is it because he was handling on Khashoggi's money during Iran-Contra that purchased the guns that Southern Air Transport a decade earlier was moving?
Starting to pay attention yet? And he's starting to see the level of corruption deeply entrenched and embedded inside the United States government. You can't go after Epstein and not go after the government officials that sanctioned and backed him and allowed him to continue to rape minor children on behalf of the United States government because of whatever role or whatever asset or whatever deal or whatever guns or corruption or whatever the fucking case may be that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. And our government officials backed him, they cleaned it up, they overlooked it, they laundered money. He's a fucking billionaire and he's never produced an ounce of wealth. How did he become a billionaire exactly? Where did that money come from? And how has that money moved through these banks? Oh, that's right. Then you'll have to start going after Jamie Dimon and the likes of those scumbags as well. Oh, the central bankers are involved. Oh, the director of the CIA, the president of the United States was involved. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That man, Jeffrey Epstein, was heavily involved in big corporations. Of course, he was in the 80s. He was mainly involved in money laundering and all that crazy stuff. And then, of course, he got more into, well, child trafficking. I guess somewhere more into the 90s. But yeah, he started off with the Midas touch, somehow getting in positions that he had no qualifications for. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Trump's mind. The fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein file release was on President Trump's mind over Christmas. He used one of his dozens of holiday posts to wish, quote, Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Epstein. It comes as the Justice Department now says it has uncovered more than 1 million additional documents potentially related to the case, and that it may need a few more weeks to review and release them to the public. Under the law signed by President Trump in November, all the DOJ
And here's the thing, it's sus. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is extremely sus because the Transparency Act said, give us everything you got. And they're slow rolling it, and they weren't supposed to slow roll it. And it's like they're kind of giving themselves time to do more redactions to make sure, they can protect national security. But here's the thing, that people don't give a damn about national security. We care about the truth. And I mean, be quite honest with you, when they redact pages upon pages, it really makes you think. It's like, bro, if this was about protecting victims' name, like, why are we redacting whole ass pages? Like, what is that? Like, how is that protecting victims? Or are we just picking and choosing who we calling victims? And are we talking about Epstein victims who are trafficked? Or are we framing victims as the guys whose names would pretty much get slandered within these documents? And hey, it is what it is. Let them defend themselves because, hey, we need the truth. But all right, let's keep going. And let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Documents were supposed to be released last Friday. Joining me now is Nick Ackerman. He was an assistant special Watergate prosecutor and a former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. All right, so these Epstein files, they go back decades, right?
Correct.
How can something like this happen where the DOJ on Christmas Eve, mind you, suddenly says, hey, we're now become aware of more than 1 million more files potentially related to Epstein that it's going to take us weeks now to send out to the public?
Total nonsense. They had to know that these files existed right from the get-go. First of all, we know that prior to May of this year, Pam Bondi had lots of FBI agents going through all of these files to determine whether President Trump...
And here's the thing, though. The fact that these guys literally tried to do a cover-up. Kash Patel literally tried to do a cover-up. He came out on Fox News, him and Dan Bongino, both looking, well, Dan Bongino looking shook, but Kash Patel looking, well, cold and ready to lie, pretty much told us that, one, Epstein killed himself, and two, there's nothing in the files, guys. Basically, he trafficked women to himself. There was no crazy, sex trafficking ring. It was all conspiracy, even though Kash Patel is one of the main guys pushing the so-called conspiracy. But yeah, all of a sudden, this man's FBI director, and now, well, Epstein hung himself. It is what it is. Everybody get over it. And here's the thing. I don't think it was actually Trump. Trump was not trying to stop the Epstein files. It was the Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, because he just came out and literally told America and told Trump as well that, yeah, nothing's in these files. They're tripping over nothing. You ain't got to worry about it. And we all knew that was bullshit. And shout out to guys like Thomas Massie and Rohana that went out there and pushed for this Epstein Transparency Act. And now we're figuring out that, yes, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi engaged in the cover-up. And I know I'm MAGA, but like it or not, we got to call out the bad apples, and they are the bad apples. They participated in the cover-up. They lied to us at first, saying there was nothing more. We're figuring out, oh, God, there's 1 million more documents. So what the F are y'all talking about by nothing more? Like, what do you mean? But all right, let's keep going.
Trump's name was in these documents. So she knew where the documents were. But on top of that, even more glaring is the fact that all of these documents, they had to know were in the Southern District of New York that prosecuted the Maxwell and Epstein criminal cases.
Why is that?
Because when you're a prosecutor, you are obliged, you're commanded to return over to the defense exculpatory evidence under a Supreme Court decision known as Brady. And in order to do that, you have to get...
Hey, and shout out Toe for starting us off. She says, also, why are they... Yeah, it's true. She said, also, why are we able to only undo the redaction spots with Trump's name in them? That is true. Some pages are able to be unredacted and some aren't. Sus as fuck. Yeah, here's the thing. I know, for you know, Pam Bondi might have... I'd highly doubt this. I'm just playing when I say this, but she might have actually been looking out. She might have been like, look, we can't actually, show them like without no redactions, but let's just be lazy with the redactions and hopefully somebody figures it out and we'll just take it from there. You never know. Or this could just be complete slop work, lazy work, and thank God it was lazy work because we were able to find out a whole lot more that they wasn't trying to tell us or they wasn't willing to let us know. So thank God for that.
Every file that's in the federal government, whether it's in the FAA or some other
I mean,
agency,
thank God or stupidity, either one. I'm thanking him.
they have to be under your control so you can comply with your Brady obligations. And certainly Todd Blanche, who was in charge of this whole matter, was a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. He should have known that. So they had to know that these were there. There's no excuse for it.
All right.
Todd Blanche is sus as well, because here's the thing I didn't like about Todd Blanche. First off, he let Ghislaine Maxwell tell this. I mean, let her pretty much tell her story, right? Like uninterrupted, no challenging, no nothing. And I listened to the entire recording, all recordings of everything she said. I mean, and trust me, she was trying to deny everything. And that's how it's usually supposed to work with the first interview. You let them tell their lies, let them talk themselves, let them hang themselves, basically. And then you come back once you did a proper investigation and you pretty much let them know, like, yeah, you were lying about this. We have evidence to corroborate this, that, and the third that goes against what you were saying. So what's really the truth? That's how it's supposed to be carried out. Yeah. That second part that I'm talking about never got carried out. We just stopped at the softball interview part.
I do want to ask you about the process of going through these documents to make the redactions, which can be a tedious thing. Is it any surprise with the number of years this case has gone on, with the number of victims in this case, that it didn't meet its deadline, that the DOJ was not able to put everything out?
Well, they should have been able to, because they knew who the victims were. It's a matter of just putting a black mark over people who are victims. That was it. There's certainly nothing in there for national security. There's no other really valid reason not to turn over all this information. This should have taken no time at all. They should have been able to do it in that month. They knew where the documents were. This is just a lame excuse.
I do want to ask you,
Agreed.
You've gotten bipartisan criticism of how this Pam Bondi has handled this, how her office has handled the release of these files. What do you think it is doing as far as the way people feel towards the DOJ, the public trust?
Oh, I think the public trust is completely dissolved. There is no public trust in the DOJ anymore, whether it's appearing in court before judges or whether it's just what they're doing with the public and telling the public what they have or don't have. I think she's got zero credibility at this point.
And when it comes to how these were...
Now, I'm being quite honest with you. Yeah, Pam Bondi, Casper Telv lost all credibility. Well, with me personally, I don't know about y'all, but personally with me, they've lost all credibility.
Out. You had all of this back and forth where a couple of times the DOJ put documents out, then they rescinded them, saying there are some issues here that we need to do some redactions, and they put a hugely redacted where you couldn't see anything, just pages and pages that were darkened. I mean, is this a normal process for putting out information to the public?
Not at all. Even when you do a federal Information Act request, you get things back that are redacted. You saw the Mueller report, that was redacted, but it's just little bits and pieces so that you can't understand something that might relate to personal information or be really confidential on another investigation. There's none of that here. I mean, this is stuff that goes back to 2010 and before, that they should have had ready to produce at the moment that law passed. I mean, there's no excuse for any of this.
They were given a month, and there are a lot of documents, but they also had some inference that this was coming because it was discussed over and over and over again, and then Congress finally passed the law. The president signed it. Nick Mackerman, thank you for giving us some insight into how this should work and how you see it breaking down. We really do appreciate it.
Former federal prosecutor Elise Adams is joining the chat. So Elise, first,
I mean, somebody chat's funny. They said, I'll give you 95 to admit Trump's a great president. Bro, you don't even got to give me 95. You can keep the 95. I'll say that one for free. I mean, Trump's doing a great job so far. There's some things I disagree with, but I would give his presidency as the first year a B+.
Let's look at this.
I
think it was surprising to a number of people that all of a sudden there are another million documents here that they will need to go through. Did that surprise you?
Well, Eric, I think from a process standpoint, this seems to indicate more of a diligence issue than a cover-up. Look, the amount of documents don't surprise me because what's happened here is the searches have expanded. We aren't talking just about narrow searches related to a case against Jeffrey Epstein. We are now talking about searches related to every possible mention of Jeffrey Epstein. So when this law was passed back in November, DOJ was going to have to cast a wider net for all possible relevant documents. So we knew that
Yeah, that all should have been released, which they refused to do for some strange reason that I do not understand. I mean, well, I do understand because they're trying to protect certain people, they're trying to protect certain billionaires, they're trying to protect certain, like, I believe the elite class who's actually heavily involved. So, in my personal opinion, when they say, "Oh, we're trying to protect victims," yeah, sure, they're trying to protect Epstein's victims, but they're also trying to protect, the elite class that also be called out in the Epstein list, that also be listed. And they don't want that for some reason. Trust me, even when they start unredacting the parts of the Epstein files that was able to be unredacted, that was revealing a lot. Like, to the point where Epstein might have even been involved in the whole GameStop play, where everybody was buying into GameStop first. I forgot the reason, but I know it has something to do with some type of stock manipulation. But yeah, you remember that craze? Yeah, apparently Epstein might have been behind that as well. Or, well, people working closely with Epstein, actually. And then here's a wilder part. One of Trump and Pete Hegseth's lawyers actually was one of Epstein's lawyers, by the way. Like, literally. Bro was actually giving out, and this is Pete Hegseth and Trump's one of their lawyers till this very day was actually handing out Jeffrey Epstein's victims' money. Yes, he was handing out the silent money. He was actually getting that solved. And that's what they discovered through the unredaction of some of the files.
there was going to be voluminous. The issue is timing, because they've had over a month and we're now hearing that there's over 1 million documents. So for me, sloppy, maybe, suspicious, not necessarily.
But let me just follow up on that point, because based on your experience, right?
Like, why even think that this would be okay? Like, you honestly thought that, one, the Dems weren't going to try to crucify y'all for this, and two, you thought the people were just going to be okay with this. We were just going to keep it pushing and be okay with the heavy redactions. I mean, come on.
As a former federal prosecutor, given the fact that, yes, the law was passed in November, but DOJ essentially knew this was coming. They knew that there was this push. It had been going on for months, even though it took a while to get there. Is this something that, in your experience, if there was a big issue coming down the pike, that DOJ would have been preparing for and would have been reaching out to the SDNY, for example, to say, we need you to just start getting ready?
Well, Erica, that's an interesting question. I think, look, they did know this was coming down the pike. That's why I said this was a diligence issue, right? Would it have made sense, especially knowing that the legislation was likely to pass, to get everybody at the ready? DOJ is saying they have hundreds of attorneys working on this round the clock. So it would have made sense to do those things earlier. And in my experience, we were extremely diligent. But that being said, the DOJ was not required to do this until the law passed, and now they have to comply. And it seems like their compliance has been hindered by those internal processes. So it's very hard to speculate, and it's hard to draw a comparison because this is an unprecedented situation. But that being said, to say you now need more weeks to comply with the law where the deadline was December 19th, again, indicates that they have not been as diligent as they should be, and they should be continuing to work around the clock to satisfy their obligations under this law.
And Ashley, there's been a lot of pushback on that this in fact is an unforced error. Specifically, if we just look at it from the perspective of survivors. I've spoken with a number of survivors, both prior to the release and then in the last week since these documents have come out, as well as their attorneys.
But all right now. Oh, and if you haven't seen the video of the Epstein files being redacted, well, being unredacted, well, here you go. I got you. Don't worry, I got you, man. Here we go. Main screaming for you.
Let me just show y'all something real quick, because in this file, okay, you can screenshot that, pause and screenshot if you need to, so you can look it up for yourself. This entire section is redacted, right? So you just do a copy and you paste it, okay? And I pasted it here, and I'll read that in a second. Just for context, this is the government of the United States of the Virgin Islands case versus Darren Indike, who is the executor for Jeffrey's estate, Richard Kahn, who's another executive for his estate, and a bunch of different LLCs, okay? So a bunch of shell corporations and companies, a bunch of different trusts where all of his fucking money went. And these two men are in charge of it. So the defendants in this case are the entire Epstein enterprise, essentially. Okay, this isn't just these two men. This is the entire. This includes perpetrators of SA. Okay, and I'll just read the redactions that this administration chose to keep from the public. Okay. Defendants attempted to conceal their criminal trafficking and abuse conduct by paying large sums of money to participant witnesses. Okay, so they're paying off witnesses, right? Paying off their attorney fees. 204, Epstein threatened to harm victims and help release damaging stories about them to damage their credibility when they tried to go public with their stories, okay? 205, Epstein also instructed one or more Epstein enterprise participant witnesses to destroy evidence relevant to ongoing court proceedings. Okay, so why do they not want this shown to the public?
Because they're trying to cover up the fact that they were coercing the victims, and that's the reason why there's a lot more victims that we know that's actually being displayed, because a lot of these people were coerced, they were paid off. I mean, bro, we're talking about something sick. Like, we're talking about family members being paid off to be silenced about the raping of their daughter. It's like what the fuck? But yeah, and I mean, that's what's going on. But yes, they're actually trying to cover up the fact that yes, there were girls that were paid off, they were pressured, and maybe allegedly some even killed in order to keep them silent. Because I mean, if you can't pay them off and they won't take that, then what else are you gonna do? But well, exactly. But guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, and let's get those likes up and let's get more people on the conversation, guys. But all right, now let's get over to a TDS patient over here. Shout out to our guy Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel is taking his political message overseas. The late night host delivering an alternative message, a Christmas message on British television, and taking jabs at President Trump, of course. Kimmel saying in part, I honestly have no idea what's going on over there. I do know what's going on over here. From a fascism perspective, this has been a really great year. Tyranny is booming over here.
Crazy. I mean, then how are you over there? If tyranny's booming over here, and this is what I'm saying, it's the extreme language that doesn't hold up to reality. So from a fascism perspective, like, okay, then why aren't you in jail for speaking out against Fuhrer Trump? If we're living under a fascist regime, because we need to start holding their feet to the fire on this. Like, okay, then I mean, why aren't you in jail for speaking against the Fuhrer Trump? I mean, why haven't you been hung? I mean, let's be real. Why haven't you been? I'm gonna be real with you, kicked off social media, forbidden from being on TV and all that good stuff? Because you're not living in a fascist regime. So cut the bullshit.
This has been a really great year. Tyranny is booming over here. Tom Bevan, Real Clear Politics co-founder and editor, joins me now. I know you're laughing, but I don't think it's because of the comedy. I think it's because of the ridiculousness. Am I right?
That is true. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel is among the most insufferable sort of Trump haters in America, and he and his other fellow late night comics have managed to sort of ruin late night TV. But what's interesting about this message, he also goes on to say, Julie, that his show is booming. It's doing better than ever. So yeah, there's a real contradiction there. If tyranny is booming, how can his show be doing so well if he's being attacked and fascism is on the march here in America? It makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You're such a fascist and all. I mean, we're such a fascist country. I mean, how are you even able to get out of here? Aren't you supposed to be in jail? And yeah, we're such a fascist country. I mean, you know, you're still on TV. You still have your show. You still have freedom of speech, and you have the freedom of speech to talk shit about Fuhrer Trump. And now, I mean, I'm sorry, the reason why I gotta call him Fuhrer Trump just to line up with their radical, the radical outlook on this, because it don't hold up to reality. Like I said, if we were in this fascist regime, like you guys said, a lot of you guys would be in the gulags by now. And I mean, let's be real. We got the technology to be a authoritarian fascist regime. We could just use AI to scan all of your social medias, and we'll just have, the right guard, aka I guess ICE, pull up and just lock y'all asses up. I mean, we could do it, but it hasn't been done. So what fascist regime? I'm sorry, like, you guys are tripping.
And it hasn't from the beginning. So this is the message that he wanted to send to the British people, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that he actually apologizes for once for the United States and for what we stand for. So he actually apologizes essentially for being American, but yet never actually clearly apologized for his despicable comments regarding Charlie Kirk's heinous death and assassination. That is sick.
Right.
That's not funny.
And he also said that we're not smart as Americans. So,
Well, we're not, because we're tuning into Jimmy Kimmel, apparently. I mean, when you mention the fact that his ratings are up, I don't know. To me, that's rubbernecking. Like,
Well, let's be honest. Jimmy Kimmel did say that wild stuff before any evidence really came out. He literally tried to frame Tommy Robinson as MAGA, and that was not true. That was a lie. And that's why he got so much heat, because that's called news distortion. You can't go out there and just say something that's not true pertaining to news, because that's going to radicalize a group of people. And honestly, yeah, that's exactly what he did. As soon as he said that, you had the left going out with the perception of, oh, yeah, he's MAGA. Then they all shut the fuck up when we start talking about the gay trans lover and how he rejected his conservative upbringing. Then they just shut the fuck up. But I mean, yeah, that's what happened there.
I am a diehard rubbernecker. When I see a crash, I can't help to look at it. And that's how
I'm be real with you. When Dems try to call us slow, it's just a condescending way to disengage from the argument, because they have no real argument. I mean, that's all they can really do, is just try to call you slow when they can't debate you, when they can't beat your arguments.
Attribute ratings to Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes, and look, historically, his ratings are down.
Honestly, it's kind of funny that they're calling us slow, but they low-key take the most unintelligent routes in debating, most unintelligent routes in presenting their arguments. But they call us slow.
All of late night TV's ratings are down, with the exception of Greg Gutfeld, of course. But he did get a bounce after he was in the news because of this controversy over what he said about Charlie Kirk and the response from Trump and the U.S. government, and then him sort of being taken off air, coming back on air. There were a lot of people who tuned in to see what he was going to say. But overall, the trend is down. But again, to the point, if you know, tyranny is so great in the United States, why does Jimmy Kimmel get to go on the air every single night and bash the president of the United States? That seems like that seems like a free America.
Yeah. And by the way, he's taking free advantage of being on the airwaves by taking advantage of making fun of Trump. In fact, let's take a look at his dig at Trump since being back on the air.
Grubhub delivered 5.2 million chicken nuggets last year, and that was just to the White House. Trump was all over the map last night. His blood sugar was up. We are now 8 days away from Christmas and 3 days away from finding out if our president was naughty or nice on that list he's been hiding. Trump shouldn't be preempting the floor. He should be mopping it, okay?
Wow.
Again, I'm not laughing, but the crowd seems to be. I wonder if there's like a laugh sign there.
Well, look, as I said, late night TV, late night.
Well, no, they actually think it's. I mean, bro, look, when you hate Trump that much, any slander about Trump is just funny. Even the distasteful ones where you're just like, all right, bro. I mean, this seems a bit excessive, but go ahead. I mean, you know, there's an audience for it. And yeah, there is an audience for TDS. There's an audience, and people literally tune into people just because they hate Trump and they have an unreasonable hatred for Trump. Nothing Trump doing is right. There's literally people who won't even give Trump the border. Like, they won't even say that Trump closed the border. There's literally people who have that much TDS out here debating against Trump. It's absolutely hilarious. And it kind of lets you know, it's like, okay, so you won't give anything to this man. Here's the thing. They won't even give Trump the win that the Democrats give him. Like, when you have Democrats giving Trump the win on immigration, but you have these TDS liberals, but TDS leftists out there who won't give it to him, it kind of lets you know where their head's at. It's not a reality. And I mean, they're just not being reasonable.
In particular, Stephen Colbert did it. You know, they became more and more niche, basically pandering to sort of an anti-Trump audience. And as a result, they found their ratings, decline rather precipitously. I think some folks on the left, they do enjoy this. They like it. They like people who make fun of Trump. But for the vast majority of people, I agree with you, Julie. I don't think it's funny. And I think, it's just one of the late night TV used to be a place where we could go to get away from stuff. And now we can't get away from the Trump hating.
You know what late
Jimmy
night TV
Kimmel
used to be?
compatriots.
Not about politics. You know, I really miss the
Johnny Carson was
days.
famously apolitical. That's
Oh,
right.
I loved that. And that's the way it should be. You know, it doesn't need to be about politics. It needs to be about comedy and like good comedy. All right. I just got to switch gears real quick. There's this backlash after this jazz concert that's been held for 20 years at the Kennedy Center. And now the host is calling it off because of the name change. And here's the Chuck Red statement regarding why he's backing out. When I saw the name change on the Kennedy Center website, and then hours later on the building, I chose to cancel our concert.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's just like, you know, entertainment and politics just don't mix. And why not go on with the
I mean, ain't that the truth? According to how Nicki Minaj got treated, yeah, they ain't lying. Apparently, music and politics do not mix. And for some reason, here's the thing: it's kind of like, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why I said the black community kind of got like a cultish mindset, because, like I said, as soon as you go outside that leftist thinking, they're gonna ostracize you. And then the thing is, if your money's tied to it, even if you truly have conservative values, you are held hostage pretty much by your own people. And if you even speak, here's the thing, on the benefit for your people, if it's considered a conservative value, they'll ostracize you for it. It's kind of crazy how, you know, black liberals work like that. They kind of believe in all the policies that hurt our community.
concert? Why?
It's hilarious, but they claim that, you know, we're the ones who really care for the black community. Yeah, well, okay, cool. You run all the black cities, and these are the worst ran cities in America with the highest crime. So what are you really doing for us? Exactly. But all right, though, let's get over to what's going on in my home state, Ohio. And I'm actually in Columbus, Ohio. So I'm right in the capital, guys. And I appreciate the crackdowns, man. If you're a Columbus police officer, I stand with you. Keep on doing what you're doing.
President Trump's immigration crackdown now targeting Ohio. ICE arresting illegal immigrants in the capital, Columbus, and across the state in what's being dubbed Operation Buckeye. Agents nabbing criminals, aliens from places like India and Somalia, some convicted of violent crimes, sex offenses, felony robbery, and drug possession. Let's bring in ICE Deputy Director Madison Sheehan. She is in Ohio for Operation Buckeye. Madison, good morning.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. And you can also double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Oh, and shout out Tove, because she said, even better than, oh, yeah, okay, so even better. They take the fake it till you make it approach to debating that even when they are losing horribly. They say they are winning. Actually, bro, TikTok debaters, bro, are the worst. Here's the problem. Think about it. And this is why I say when they call us dumb, I laugh. Because I just be like, oh, well, I know MAGA's slow. And I sit there and I'll be like, bro, don't you understand how slow it is to use the mute button, mute somebody, and actually think you're having an intelligent conversation with them? Don't you think it's kind of slow to sit there and talk over somebody, read out support while they're trying to make a point, and you think you're having an intelligent conversation? That's kind of slow. I mean, bro, do you really think you're having a mature conversation, a real conversation with people like that? Like, in Dems, be honest. Is that really a real way to have a conversation? Is that really a real way to have a debate when you guys just abuse the mute button like y'all do? And here's the thing. I'm never going to sit there and abuse the mute button like some of you guys do. Y'all literally sit there and right when somebody's making a point, mute. Boom. Or right when somebody's making a point. Oh, yeah, I like to shout out the supporters and all this. Oh, thank you, Jazzy. Thank you, Banks. Thank you. I'm like, is that really an intelligent way to carry out a debate? And you're calling us slow? And you don't even realize how unintelligent that is. Or you guys just naturally have bad character. And I don't want to believe that, to be quite honest with you, because I don't demonize y'all like that.
Well, what's the latest you're seeing there in the Buckeye State?
Well, we were able to kick this operation off on December 16th. And with this operation, we've had a lot of success very quickly. Our officers have gone out and truly arrested the worst of the worst. We have arrested gang members, murderers, and rapists. We've arrested people with sex crime charges. We've arrested people with DWI charges. And we've been able to go after these people that have been in this country illegally. They have taken advantage of the system here in Ohio, and we're putting a stop to that, allowing us to go after the worst of the worst who have embedded themselves in these communities near Columbus, Ohio.
Yep, especially in Columbus. Because, like I said, bro, we're having a construction boom right now in Columbus, Ohio. And yeah, these guys are trying to abuse it. We have a lot of factories. We have a lot of factory work out here in Columbus, Ohio. A lot. I mean, bro, the jobs are so plentiful out here in Ohio. The wages are nice. And one of the best things about it is due to the fact that people have such a plethora of jobs or a plentiful amount of jobs, especially in the factory industry or in the manufacturing industry, well, people aren't really too stressed about it. So yeah, we have that over. Here's the thing though. Now, due to the fact that all these jobs are popping up around here, there have been these things called temp agencies who actually help illegals get into these factory jobs and try to help them dominate that factory, make it damn near all Mexican, all Somali, all African, so they can get in there illegals and they don't have to learn how to speak English or nothing. I've seen, honestly, in my younger days, I've seen it happen across the board. I mean, they were bringing in Haitian guys who couldn't even speak English to drive forklifts. It was crazy.
The Columbus mayor is protesting. I want to play a clip from him, and I'll get you to react.
Our police will not be used to carry out these operations.
Too late. Columbus police already said they standing with him. So I'm sorry, bro, but nah, Columbus police, look, I stand with them. Please help out ICE. And that's literally what Columbus police said. One of their precincts said, yeah, we're going to help out ICE. We're going to help uphold federal law. And we don't care what our liberal mayor got to say about it. Like, thank God.
Columbus is already safe without federal intervention. Please take.
Man, shut your dumb ass up, boy. No, shut your dumb ass up. See, this is why, and like I said, we are a liberal ran city, sadly. But majority of Ohio and all the other cities are ran by Republicans. But yeah, we are a Democratic ran city, and we got dumbasses like this. This fat ass right here probably ain't really never worked in a factory a day in his life, ain't never really touched the ground a day in his life, and don't really actually know what's going on in these industries like the construction, factory work, or just the flat out domination of some of our apartment complexes by certain immigrant communities that house illegals, by the way. I mean, let's talk about the immigration. I mean, let's talk about the temp agencies that hire illegals and make sure that they turn away American citizens. Yeah, they do that. So basically, they're discriminating practices against American citizens in our own fucking country, in my own damn city.
Care of one another and know that your community leaders see and support you.
What's your response to him, and is his protest causing you any issues?
Well, look, we will continue to go into cities no matter if the locals want to work with us or not. Sanctuary cities policies, leaders who don't want to work with ICE is not going to deter ICE from doing our job. We want to walk beside law enforcement officers to allow them to go after the worst of the worst, the people that have been wreaking havoc in their communities. Now, if the city of Columbus doesn't work with us, well, that's not going to stop us from going in and removing these criminals who have wreaked havoc on the American people for far too long.
Meantime, ICE agents are also doing.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, just send a $2 super chat and up. And if you just want to show some support, send a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. But like I said, let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Enforcement operations in Maryland. That's where they say this van tried to run them over on Christmas Eve. Police say agents approached the van in a quiet neighborhood south of Baltimore, and the driver headed right at them, then hit vehicles as he tried to get away. The ICE agents shot into the van, wounding the Portuguese driver. His Salvadoran passenger suffered whiplash when the van hit a building. Homeland Security says both are here illegally on overstayed visas. This is just the latest in a sharp rise in vehicle attacks on federal agents since President Trump took office January 20th.
Overstayed visas, like, bro, y'all had no reason to crash out like that. They might have just overreacted, to be quite honest with you. Like, bro, that's just a civil violation. Like, you guys could have got that worked out, but you crashing out like that, doing all that, yeah, that's what's going to get your ass deported. Yeah, that's definitely seemed like these guys overreacted.
71 attacks on Customs and Border Protection agents, up 58% from last year, and 28 car attacks on ICE, up a stunning 1,300%. Here is Border Czar Tom Homan.
putting hands on a nice officer. So I looked at the numbers the other day. I've never seen so many prosecutions in my life. So we're sending a strong message. There is zero consequence. You put a hand on an ICE officer. If you interfere with an ICE officer, you'll get a set of handcuffs and you're going to go to jail and you're going to be federally prosecuted.
How troubling is this trend for your agents in the field who are at times targets?
Well, what we've seen is Democrat lawmakers continue to use this dangerous rhetoric. They're pushing this narrative online that if an ICE officer attacks you, you should use your vehicle to ram against them. This is dangerous. Puts our officers in danger. This puts the aliens in danger. These aliens that they swear they're here to protect when our law enforcement officers.
Hey, and shout out my man Monty for the baller alert. Says Merry Christmas, my man. Hope you and yours are doing well. Hey, man, I appreciate that. And we are doing great, my friend. God bless, man. God bless. And because of Monty, the calling line is now open, and we can go ahead and run a conspiracy hour. I got a good one for y'all.
Are out doing their job. Secretary Noem and President Trump have allowed the ICE officers to go out and do their job. Every single day, Secretary Noem empowers us to go after the worst of the worst, to go after criminals who have been in this country illegally. And that's what our officers will continue to do. Even as this threat level rises, we will continue to go do our job.
Then there's Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota's daughter.
And I love to hear it. I love to hear it. I cannot be upset. Like, hey, sis, keep doing what you're doing. You got people out in Columbus, Ohio, who is in full support of it. But all right, guys, now that we're talking about, now let's stop talking about this red state. Well, my red state, and let's go on to the blue state of Minnesota, which is suffering a huge amount of fraud, which we will be getting into. Trust me, we're gonna look into this new Nick Shirley video where he exposed all the fraud going on in Minnesota. But I'll just show you a bit of a glimpse of it. Check this out.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. And if you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working, midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children. And this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelt the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Leering is hilarious, bro. I mean, a learning center. We got a leering center. And then they're just picking up free taxpayer dollars, all on fraud. They open up these little child care centers, claim there's children in them, collect probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then go off on multi-million-dollar vacations, nice-ass cars, nice-ass house, with the little infinity pools overlooking the nice, beautiful sea. It's beautiful. It's beautiful what they buy off this fraudulent money. But off the backs of the American people is what makes it ugly and hideous. Oh, man.
Minnesota mayors are sounding the alarm over alleged fraud in their state, writing in a letter to Governor Tim Walz, quote, fraud, unchecked spending, and inconsistent fiscal management in St. Paul have trickled down to our cities, reducing our capacity to plan responsibly, maintain infrastructure, hire and retain employees, and sustain core services without overburdening local taxpayers.
Jesus. So basically, through this fraud, you've pretty much been sucking your own citizens dry. I mean, to the point where there are cities who actually say, yo, we kind of needed some of those state funds and we don't got it because you guys been shelling out money to this, to all these fraudulent agencies, all these fraudulent insurance companies, all these fraudulent daycare centers. And now we're kind of struggling to, retain employees. I mean, that gotta suck. Government employees literally quitting because they're not getting paid enough. And then, of course, what? Infrastructure. So basically, there might be some potholes all around, and you guys don't have enough for infrastructure, aka to cover up the potholes, or maybe to build a new park or anything like that. They don't got the money for it. That's tough. And you know what's even worse? It got to hurt them because this is a highly taxed area. Yeah, blue state taxes are a lot higher. I always do say it's kind of funny how, you know, the Dems like to say, oh, because we're taxed more, that means, you know, blue states are better. No, it just means that your politicians are assholes and they just like taxing the shit out of you. That's it. Don't brag about that. It's not good.
Now, the letter comes as feds say fraud could top $9 billion in the state, funds that were meant to go to a number of causes. Help feed children, help people recovering from addiction to find a place to live, help disabled adults live independently, and one-on-one therapy for autistic children. And yet, they allegedly ended up going to things like this: wire transfers to China and East Africa, luxury homes, vacations and vehicles, stacks of cash, and jewelry. Joining me now, two of the mayors who signed that letter raising concerns over this alleged fraud. Stuart.
That is wild. But, you know, it reminds me of this clip right here, guys. Check this clip out because it reminds me of this.
How do you feel about the debt of the state of Michigan? $6.925 billion.
We've paid off a lot of debt, and I'm proud of that. But, you know, my job is I'm the governor of Michigan. I got to show up and fight for the people of Michigan.
We got $950 million in pork spending, like $5 million Special Olympics. $5 million. Do they not have their own money? Special Olympics?
I mean, are you against Special Olympics?
No, not the biggest fan of taxes sometimes.
I get it. We are making changes to have more transparency, to make sure that people who are promoting whatever project they want to get done have to do it so many days in advance so that the whole world can scrutinize it, so that they can make their case that it's the right thing to do.
And trust me, I qualify for the Special Olympics. I'm $1.6 million Grand Rapids Ballet from the States? Why can't Grand Rapids do that?
It's a good question, Caleb. I'll have to tell you what legislator asked for that, and you can ask them that question.
That's just, you know, I love my home state.
I know. Well, this doesn't make sense when you're looking at it from 40,000 feet. I get it.
But don't we? Before we
I understand. But at the same token, legislators come with their special projects and they negotiate them in. And I introduced a budget. It doesn't have any pork in it.
Yeah.
So these are not things that I ever
I can appreciate
was advocating for.
$2.5 million for the Lansing lug nuts. Who goes to the lug nuts? I don't know what a lug nut is.
It's lug nut. It's a part in your car, and the lug nuts are the baseball team in Lansing.
Interesting. You know, this is the part of the show where I go through the spending, and we got some bull spending in there. Some Special Olympics bull. Now, we love the Special Olympics. We love the Special Olympics.
I don't
just didn't know
endorse
the state
anything
paid
you
for
said.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of funny where she just sat there and said, well, what, do you have a problem with the Special Olympics? Like, no, I just don't think we should be funding it. Like, don't they got their own little fund? Why we got to throw millions into it?
Bill Mayer.
But, you know, you kind of said, look, every time you have a problem with unnecessary spending, they'll sit there and try to make an emotional argument about it. Like, what, are you really against child care? Are you really against health care? What, do you hate the Special Olympics? Like, no, I just think that we can, you know, use our money in a better way. We can allocate spending elsewhere, or we can use it in a more efficient way, but they're not trying to hear that argument.
Jimmy John King and Lexington Mayor Mike Murphy, thank you for being here, gentlemen. Mayor King, let me just start with you. Why did you feel the need to sign on to this letter, and what do you hope it will accomplish?
Well, the need to sign on to this letter is finally coming to light. This has been going on since 2018, 2019. And our budgets have been growing down here like anywhere else, but our state health seems to be shrinking. Now we find out why it's all disappearing. Now we're hoping it'll bring some light, help bring more light to this massive fraud that is going on in our state that affects all of us just by increased real estate property taxes.
Damn.
You know, Mayor Murphy, I guess you probably feel the same as to why you signed.
Hey, you know, so crazy. Like, when I say that the Dems caused their own affordability crisis, like, they're the ones causing the unaffordability crisis into their own people when they were heavy taxes, the allowing of immigrants that want to take jobs away from their own citizens, and also raise housing costs. Like I said, I mean, look, if you're living in a blue state, you're most likely living in one of the most unaffordable places in America. Not all the time, but most of the time.
This letter. What has been the reaction to this letter? Have you heard from Governor Walz? Has he invited you to participate in dialogue, to perhaps have a face-to-face visit?
No, unfortunately, Tim Walz hasn't reached out to us at all, and I don't anticipate him doing so, because that just means it's just another level of accountability for Tim Walz. And, there's a little nickname for him going around Minnesota. He's the fraud father, and that's exactly what it is. And I'm not.
The fraud father is crazy.
Bruh.
I know, it's like, bro, really? The fraud father. It's like, that's how notorious it is. It got to a point where it's like, I'm sorry, but we don't even believe that you don't know anything about this. Like,
just put it to you this way for all the Dems that are in there. Don't you like the Special Olympics? Every time the government spends money, inflation goes up. Any government, whether it be a government that's buying products, in your hometown, i.e. a city or a state, whether it be the federal government that's buying products, competing on the global marketplace with us. Anytime government spending gets out of control, and in this sense, it's not even spending, because you could make the argument that if I spent millions and millions of dollars, I could at least spell learning correctly. So what you have going on is fraud. There's a difference between wasteful spending and fraud. The difference is wasteful spending is, we really need to do this thing and we're trillions of dollars in debt. Fraud is, we really need to do this thing. Don't you like the Special Olympics? And the money doesn't even go to the Special Olympics.
No, here's the wild part. Like,
the Special Olympics works on volunteers. So what are they paying for?
Literally. And
volunteers and donations.
Here's the wild part. Here's the wild part about what's going on in Minnesota with the whole autism part thing. It's like, one, that's effed up to be taking advantage of autistic kids like that. And two, if you try to speak on it, I could only imagine the gaslighting. Like, how dare you be against autistic kids? They need counselors too. You sick bastard. Like, bro, what? I'm just calling out, like, I'm just looking at the financial report and things are just looking weird. You're against autistic kids.
It's a clever way of masking their fraud. It's not waste. It's not, it is fraud. And the definition of fraud has a very specific definition: obtaining property by false pretenses. You are saying one thing and guilt tripping and gaslighting an entire people that argue against it. Meanwhile, it's not even going to what you're gaslighting. That is fraud. That is fraud.
Man.
Fraud is a crime. It's not, we need to vote them out. No, you need to go to jail. S.E.T, if you commit fraud, if you say, hey, to anybody that buys my channel, it's a $1 million channel. You can have my channel for $1 million. And someone goes and wires you $1 million for that channel. And you say, nah, it ain't like that. I'm going to keep it. That's fraud. That's theft.
Yep, you're right. It's like, and I'm keeping your money too, by the way. Like, whoa.
Exactly. And then it's like, don't you want me to make good videos? Are you against YouTube?
Yeah, so like, bro, I got a report. Like, come on, bro. Like, what? Did you hate black people? Did you hate black businesses?
That's what's going on here. That's exactly what's going on here.
Not you gonna try to hold me emotional. Not trying to use emotional blackmail.
Good God. Oh my goodness.
Let's hear
the Leering Center.
At the end of the day, if you look at Democrat-ran cities, this is exactly the policies that they support, and this is the reason why cities like mine and Jimmy's here are suffering because of these unfunded mandates. And at the end of the day, Griff, we're the ones fixing the roads, and we're the ones picking up the phone when you call 911, and we're offering essential services to our communities. And these unfunded mandates, this fraud, and the shrinking government assistance to the cities, it's killing us. It's killing our taxpayers.
Mayor Murphy, it's also killing the economic reputation and standing of your state. We did a little research here. We want to show you how much Minnesota is slipping in national economic rankings. You see GDP growth 18th, 2007 to 2019 to 33rd, 2019 to 2024. Job growth 20th to 39th. Labor force growth 22nd to 40th per capita income growth, 25th to 33rd. And the list goes on.
Like,
They're smart about what they're doing, because think about this. If you go to all these blue states, if you notice, prices haven't really come down that a whole lot. They have not come down relative to and your red counterpart states. Like you live in Ohio, you live in a red state. I bet you've seen prices come down, right?
Yep.
What was just I'm gonna pick something random. What was the price of gas when Trump got elected on on January 25th or 21st, whatever inauguration day was? What was the price of gas?
350 to 370.
Yeah. Guess what my price of gas was? It was about $4.25. And guess what? Before you say yours, I'm gonna say mine. Mine was $4. Mine is now still $4.25. What's yours?
I damn near feel bad saying it. Like,
go ahead. I don't buy gas.
Like
270.
Oh, yeah, 270.
Exactly. So all of the liberals in the chat that are like, prices aren't going down. Try living somewhere where they don't waste the money and inflation doesn't go wild and taxes don't go wild. All of this is government engineered, by your left-leaning mayors and your left-leaning governors.
Oh yeah, where they don't raise taxes, by the way, either. That'd be nice too.
Right. Yeah, our gas tax is like 65, 70 cents a gallon.
I guess I can bring this point home for a little bit. Let me see here. Shout out to this website right here. So we're going to go ahead and compare cost of living in Ohio to Minnesota. And yeah, Minnesota is 10% more expensive than Ohio. You're going to pay about 10% more when you're going out to eat in Minnesota. You're paying 15% more in groceries. But I mean, hey, you pay less in transportation. But when it comes to housing, you're paying 7.3% more, childcare 14% more.
Now, mind you, this is on average. This is on average.
Average across the board. I mean, you can even go down here, they'll even break it down for you even more. Like in Ohio, basic meal with drinks at an inexpensive restaurant, 16, Minnesota, 18. Like, yeah, every single time. Even a bottle of Coca-Cola, like what? Y'all shiesty. Y'all could have just at least paid the same as us, but.
And they'll do sketchy things. You think when they say, "Oh, we're comparing cost to cost," you think they're comparing like a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,800 square foot single family home. No, they're comparing an apartment to your 1,800 square foot 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom single family home.
Now, actually, it's crazy. When I'm looking at bread, this is actually kind of off. It's actually at like around $2.50. So I would say we could probably say they're paying like $3. Jesus. And God forbid this is right. Y'all paying 20% more in just bread alone. Actually, the only thing that's actually cheap over there is the cheese, and that's not by much.
It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. And it goes to show when you have Democrats running things, because what's going on right now, the country is prospering on a larger scale, but somehow all of these places have not recovered from the inflation that Biden created. It's just, but what it is they have recovered. Things are cheaper, but you're just doused in regulation. So all that's happening is the government in these areas are getting more money. So now what is the government doing with this extra money that they're getting? Because it's all funneling through their regulation, through their taxes. Washington State's thinking about creating an income tax. There's no income tax in Washington right now. They're pondering the idea of creating an income tax. Where's that going to go? I don't know. Our roads are all washed out because they can't engineer them. They can't repair them after a mudslide. Our schools, good God, like everything sucks here, but yet the cost of living is still the same as what it was 8 months ago.
I'm not gonna lie. As you've been talking, I've just been lining up many different blue states, and all of them are more expensive to live in. Even Vermont, like all of you guys. Like, come on! I'm actually trying to find a place where it's actually more expensive for me to live than a blue state.
About 10, 15 years ago, it used to be known that you could go to California and get a car, like a used car, for cheaper than anywhere else in the country. California, of all places, used to be where you get your cheap cars. Go ahead and try to just go ahead and look that up real quick. How much a used car? Just take any car you want, and I guarantee you it'll be on the $20,000 to $30,000 range. It'll be $2,000 to $3,000 more expensive than anywhere else in the country. And what is driving that? What causes that problem? Well, it's government spending. It is always government. You can always trace it back, and I can always make the argument back to government spending and waste and fraud. And this is what you're getting. It's not like, the taxes are already gone. It's not a big deal. I can't do anything about it. No, they're actively making shit more expensive for you while stealing your money.
And man, here these guys are trying to say, oh, blue states pay for y'all. No, y'all don't.
No,
y'all
you
just
don't.
Get
You can't even
taxed.
pay for yourself.
Bro, barely can pay for yourselves right now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, but
how are you paying for everybody else, but you have billions of dollars in debt? Huh?
Yeah, that's true. They are running.
What a concept.
Literally. But a lot of them don't understand that. But here's the facts. I mean, this is kind of crazy though. Minnesota's slipping in national economic ranking. So y'all went from 18 to 33. That's a drop.
You went from the top 50th percentile to the bottom 50th percentile.
Bro, top 20 to
top
in job growth.
40th percentile? Yeah.
Bro, it's even worse when it comes to job growth. They dropped significantly. Labor force growth, 22 to 40th. That's disgusting. I mean, I don't know. Per capita income growth went from 25th to 33. I mean,
but you asked Governor Tim Walz, oh man, we're doing a great job. We're doing a great job. Don't mind all the money that's going to China.
But this is literally what the definition of a failing state. Everything is heading downwards.
But keep believing when your favorite streamer comes on and says, "Oh, Trump's bad for the economy. Look at all this. Look at all these prices going up." Yeah, you're looking in the wrong areas.
Mm-hmm. Hey, bro, it's so funny when people start trying to name red country. I mean, hey, yo, what's so funny about Louisiana? What's the worst place to live in Louisiana? Oh, yeah, it's blue cities.
New Orleans.
Yep. Who's that ran by?
A Democrat.
Yep. Worst by probably a black Democrat at that. Worst part
and
of that.
It sucks. It sucks so bad because all of these places used to be, all of these liberal places that have elected liberals used to be the cornerstones of our country. Used to be, Minneapolis, St. Paul used to be known for something. Freaking California. Oh my gosh. They used to call California the greatest state in the union. No one would utter those words now.
What?
That Washington went from the evergreen state to the evergreed state. Like,
okay, and so funny as we're talking about Louisiana. I mean, bro, a Mexican-born America. Her name is Helena Nancy Moreno. Bro, Mexican. Y'all don't even got a natural-born American as the mayor. They even got a natural-born American, and of course, was formerly what? Democrat member of the Louisiana House of Representatives. And this is who run in New Orleans. So the worst place to be in Louisiana, highest crime, is ran by a Democrat every single time.
Every time. I would encourage you to get down to the state and local level because that's who's responsible for crime is your mayors and your city commissioners and all your police chiefs. Go look at those. Stop saying, "Oh, Tennessee's run by a Republican and Memphis has really high crime." Go look at the police commissioner. Go look at the mayor who runs these states. Who on a local level, because Democrats love to say, "Oh, I'm going to run for local office because that's where it really matters," and then you fuck it all up.
Yep, and then try to blame the Republican governor or try to blame Trump.
It's real. As I say, it's real easy to pull your lens back and say, "Oh, yep, a Republican's running it, so everything that's going to shit is the Republican's fault." But when everything went to shit under Biden, oh no, it's Trump's old policies.
Man,
like, god damn. Same thing under Obama. We're recovering from Judge Bush.
Yeah, that's true, bro. They have an excuse for everything. Sadly, they have an excuse for everything. But here's the thing, though. You know what? I'll even give them that to a certain point, and I'll be like, because think about it. we're basically still dealing with Biden's unaffordability problem when he made us lose about $3,000 in buying power due to his crazy spending that caused inflation.
Think about that. And that's $3,000 per American. The country as itself, there's what, 300 million Americans, 340 million Americans? 340 million times $3,000 a year is how much GDP we've lost, because you can't spend the money, or you can spend the money, but it's not going to, you got your shrinkflation. Twinkies have gotten smaller. Big Macs have gotten smaller. Or, you know, you used to get, you know, perks and deals and, you know, sales would run more frequently, and it wouldn't just be prices went up so they can go down for a sale. Like, you used to get good deals on shit. Black Friday used to be worth going to.
Yeah, they cooked that.
They cooked all of it, because you cannot afford to be profitable in this economy that's run by Democrats. And when everything Trump does gets scrutinized by a Democrat or overthrown by a fucking rogue district court judge, you can't do anything with that. So what exactly is supposed to be done? We're just all supposed to say, yep, Democrats have the way.
All right, hold on. Let's get ahead and get right back into the video.
Acceptable? And do you lay this at the feet of Governor Walz?
Of course, this has got to be laid at the feet of the people that are in charge of this state. It's like they got together with Illinois and see who could race to the bottom fastest. Illinois was heading there quicker than us, but it's like Minnesota said, hold our beer and watch what we can do. That's the feeling I get out of this. Like it's a race to the bottom.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
But bro,
you know,
and people buy this shit too. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. People actually buy this shit.
Oh yeah, bro.
You're smoking Trump's wet diapers. You're fucking dumb. You're just dumb.
I'm like, bro, that's like a third grader thing to say, but it is what it is.
But that's where their thinking stopped, because they can't afford education because they're sending it to China. They have Leering centers.
Bruh. I mean, they try to doubt our education. I'm like, bro, y'all suffering education and giving it to foreigners. I'm sorry, but who y'all calling dumb at this point? And y'all too stupid to stop it.
But it's funny. It's funny how good they are at projecting, because all of these things were said about Biden, and now suddenly, because they have no creativity and no intellectual thought, now everything we said about Biden is suddenly true about Trump, because, you know, neener, you did it first. Like, come on.
It does get a bit childish at a certain point. But all right, let's keep it going.
For either of you, and I'll start with you, Mayor Murphy, if you know, but we're, you know, nationwide, we are astonished to hear that the fraud could top $9 billion. But you are close to the numbers. You see this in your state up close and personal. Do you suspect that the number could actually be larger once that there is an actual auditing or a pulling back of the curtain on what actually happened?
Well, yeah, I do. I think that number is going to grow as the feds and the special task force President Trump sent to Minnesota is going to start uncovering the fraud that has been going on in the state for years. Back in 2022, I ran for governor in Minnesota for the Republican endorsement, because during the COVID lockdowns, we were sick and tired. I personally was sick and tired of Tim Walz's tyrannical government mandates, and I wanted to go do something about it. And fraud was a big issue back then, but now it's 10 times worse. And the problem is, us as small cities, the things that we face is, like, my city, for example, needs water infrastructure. The city my size is around 4,000 people, but it's nearly impossible to try to fund a $10 million water plant with a 4,000 person city. So we're forced to buy it from our neighboring communities. But if there wasn't so much fraud, waste, and abuse, Minnesota Griff, there would be money available for us to build that water treatment facility for our residents.
So now you're giving now watch this. Watch how the Democrats will spin this. He can't even get water for his own citizens.
Yeah, and it's gonna be wild because they're gonna leave out the part, because of these blue cities' reckless spending and their fraudulent spending is taken away from these red cities, actually. And I'm thinking he sounds like he's in a red city.
It sounds like Ottawa and Saskatchewan, fucking in Canada. All the money gets pulled out of them to go to the blue cities in Canada, and now they're ready to leave Canada to join the U.S. for it. There's like five different, I don't know if they're provinces. I forgot what they call states in Canada.
Yeah,
But
provinces.
yeah, they have 5 provinces that are like, yep, maybe we should just, leave and just become our own thing, or maybe just join the US where we're actually valued. And it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Every time a Democrat gets in power, or a liberal gets in power, shit goes for the worse. And it's like you can run it. It's almost binary. Democrat, things are worse. Republican, things are better. Like, come on.
I mean, making a good point.
Don't you like not paying for tires because you don't have potholes on the road? Like,
literally, like, isn't that a blessing? Like, don't you like when your city's able to afford infrastructure, and make no?
Don't you like clean water? Flint, Michigan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, I'm pretty sure the Dems are doing their own fraudulent spending to stop those efforts as well. Because they still haven't fixed that, haven't they? No,
they haven't fixed that. And
But
who's the mayor? Who's been the mayor of Flint, Michigan for the past 30, 40 years?
that is a good point. It is most likely a Democrat. Actually, maybe I do need to look that up. Like,
Who's been running the state of Michigan? What party's been running the state of Michigan for the past, I don't know, 15, 20 years? But it's a lot easier to have a problem to solve, because that means money, than it is to actually solve the problem. Because once you solve the problem, the money that you weren't actually using to solve the problem goes away.
Well, I found him. Let's see. Let's see. Is he considered a Democrat?
No party affiliation just means Democrat.
Literally, it's let's see what's his name here. His name is Sheldon Neely, serving since 2019, reelected for a second term through 2026, focus on growth, economic development, and addressing city challenges like blight and water safety. I mean, while there is also Mayor of Flint, Walls. Wait, they got multiple? No, they don't. No, Sheldon leads the U.S. No, all right, yeah. He doesn't want to give anything about his political allegiance, if anything like that. But hey, maybe he'll show me something.
It's a Democrat.
Actually, they do got a list of the Democrats here. Let me see if I go all the way down the list and find him. Here it is. He is considered a really. All right. I mean, it's actually not giving it. Huh.
He's a Democrat. He'll claim to be an independent, but he's a Democrat.
Let's see here. Ain't giving it to me. Even the Karen Weaver girl versus him, he won. Yeah, I guess we can assume he's a Democrat, a black Democrat at that. Let me see here.
You know what?
I can even get it, but see, I'm literally looking up this guy and I'm trying to find his political affiliation.
You can't find it?
Oh, here it is. Neely is a registered Democrat and a former state representative in Michigan's third. And this is the guy who's the mayor of Flint, Michigan, and is this guy right here. This guy. Every single time, it's the black liberals that failed their own community the most. Still ain't fixed that water problem. Oh, should I even see my man Gaming? Yo, Gaming, how's it going?
What up, man? What up?
Oh, it's all good, man. But yeah, I was pretty much just proving the point how Dems don't fix none of the problems in their city, especially my man Sheldon over here.
Yeah, you just not figured that out? I mean, look at the mayor of Chicago.
Oh, come on, man. Brandon Johnson. Oh, man, we already know.
I will give $100 to anybody in the chat that can find a Republican where arguable metrics have gotten worse under their leadership.
Good point. Yeah,
any city in America.
But all right. Let's go ahead and get into this Nick Shirley thing. Let's go ahead and get into it, because when he was dropping clips and they've been going viral, but he finally dropped the entire video of his little trip through Minnesota's fraudulent actions or fraudulent corporations. Like, bro, from medical to
the leaning center,
all that.
The
Oh,
leader in the Senate.
it goes deeper than that, man.
Oh
They
yeah.
figured out that a lot of people that were creating these businesses, they weren't actually businesses. They were just shell companies to move the
Yep.
money through. So they don't even know just how much financial damage is happened in Minnesota.
Man, shoot, well, they somewhat do. It's like, according to the last video we were watching, they're like, man, look, so much fraud doesn't happen. We barely got enough for the other cities. I'm like, well, dang, like that. And you really got to think, well, how much fraud was going on to where other cities got to cut back on infrastructure and all that? Because, like, how bad was it to the point where it actually hurt other cities?
Oh, it's
That
to
must
the
have been an
tune of
extreme amount of fraud.
it's to the tune of 10 plus. We're talking about above 15 plus $billion with a B, billion.
But that's great. That's the Build Back Better plan right there. That's Bidenomics right there.
Oh yeah, bro, gotta love it. I love getting raped on my taxes and having nothing to show for it.
But all right, guys, so get ready to get more outraged by this video. Let's get right into it.
What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? Ask about there aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building. Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses.
Now, hold up.
So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government.
You know, so crazy. Hey, guys, you know, Somaliland has now been recognized as a state, as its own sovereign state and country now.
Where?
Oh, and they're actually holding elections now. Yeah, like Somali Bangladesh holds first direct elections in nearly 60 years. So guess what? Hey, bro, at least if we send them all back, they're going to be going back to, you know, a place that's able to hold an election. So, you know, I don't even feel that bad anymore.
We fixed it.
Here's the crazy part. Everybody's talking about how Trump should be impeached for this, that, and the other. He should be impeached for this because this happened under his watch and he's seen all of it happening. And he said nothing. As a matter of fact, he was actively trying to run for president while his state people in his states, his constituents were getting like robbed blind.
Oh, bro, like during his governance, like, bro, everything has went down. Like their ranking in economic output, their ranking in job growth, all of it's just going down to shitter for them. So it's literally a failing state right now.
It's failing because they are allowing these people to get away with absolute murder. And it seems like everybody's defending it. No, bro, political gallows. I don't mean like actual like killing them, because Lord knows that'll start something I'm not advocating for. But
hold on 1 second. I just realized something. So all the Somalis that have left Somalia have started draining on Minnesota, and Minnesota's going down to the shitter, and now Somalia is better.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is get rid of all the shitheads.
Yeah.
It's clearly a money laundering scheme. I mean, at this point, it should be obvious.
Yeah, I mean, bro. Now there was a Tucker Carlson did a great special on it as well, and there was literally a Somalian politician who was honestly being outright with it. Just kind of being outright with the political influence and saying that, oh yeah, we need to send money back to the homeland. Bro was pretty much like, bro, we have a politician in America of Somalian descent who was literally running to be warlord in Somalia, and have also been known to getting funds of sending funds back to Somalia so he can fund his warlord campaign.
And here's the crazy part, man. Is like I like that Donald Trump is deporting some people, but this again is like, this is not enough. You need to get all of these people out of here. So whenever I say like, I don't care if they're here legally or not, this is kind of why people say they're fed up with immigrants. Minnesota is a prime example. So the quote unquote racism isn't coming from an unknown source. Dude, that's billions.
No, that's true. I mean, the American people have a right to be extremely upset, especially, I'm be real with you, dog. if you hear how these Somalis talk about Minnesota and how, oh, there's so much success over there, I feel so inspired every time I go to Minnesota. I see all the money and all that. And now I'm just thinking, bro, don't tell me that's just all built on lies and on the backs of the American taxpayer. I don't like that's how it's looking. Because here's the thing, like, bro, when I talk to these Somalis and they brag about it, they're talking about all the fraudulent thing that this kid was talking about. Oh, all the daycares they have there, all the medical practices they have there. And I'm just going like, damn, that's exactly what old girl was bragging about. And these are all the fraudulent things that are being brought up. Like,
right. And the Democrats' response is, how dare you talk about what's going on behind the scenes? You need to focus on getting into another war. It's like, no, bro.
But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and listen to this for a good 5-10 minutes, and I'm gonna bring you guys back in. All right, let's get right into it.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia, like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the U.S. taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked.
Hi, David.
How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these childcare centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies.
Hold on. So this is so prevalent that anybody that fucking opens their eyes can see it.
Yes.
Yeah, literally. Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of prevalent sometimes, bro. It's prevalent sometimes here in Columbus, like, bro, Somali security companies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, the shady practices that happen there is crazy. Somalian trucking companies, shady activities. And I'd say, I'm gonna be real with you, it's across the board though. So I wish, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, oh, this is only Somalians. No, the Mexicans do it, the Asians do it, the Africans do it. They do it across the board.
And so this is what I was saying. And when I was saying that, yeah, we should get rid of everybody, it's like, bro, look at this. And then you got these stupid white women that want to, I'm sorry, bro, about my white females in the chat. But it's like, bro, y'all need to get y'all people, because this suicidal empathy BS is not working, and it's actually causing problems.
Man, agreed. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and now stop it around, like I said, the 10-minute mark, and there we go.
Going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota,
running drugs,
they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back.
Hold on. Wait.
More than 800 of
Monty, 10 minutes.
No. Now he's talking about a field that I'm actually very familiar with.
All right, go ahead.
So non-emergency medical transportation, otherwise known as like, a cabulance or a wheelchair van. In my neck of the woods, it may be different in Minnesota. However, it is understandable, if not, to be expected, that they'd always be riding around with no passenger, or you'd see them more times than not without a passenger, because what that is used for, that's instead of getting an ambulance and an ambulance taking you from point A to point B, like your senior citizens and whatnot, you'll have a cabulance. You get it? Cab, ambulance, kind of. It's a play on words. And that's what's going to go and pick up Meemaw. She doesn't exactly qualify for an ambulance because there's very specific considerations that have to be made. Like you have to be considered bed confined by Medicare, and that means you're unable to stand up, you're unable to ambulate, and you're unable to maintain your core for a transport. So people that are able to do all that stuff, but maybe need some help getting into their home or don't have a ride, instead of sending them an Uber or whatever, you need a little bit more help, or they're just in a wheelchair, and it'll go to the hospital, pick them up, and take them home. Now it's not what he's talking about. It can be used for that. Like you can use it to take someone to dialysis or stuff like that. But it is usually one person in the back of that thing in a wheelchair that's strapped down to the back of it. That's what a non-emergency medical transport is.
Okay.
So it's not like, a bus full of people. That you can do that with the city bus. This is more one-on-one specific care.
So you're providing clarification.
Yeah, exactly. And so he was wrong about what he was saying. Not totally wrong about what he was saying, but the vast majority of what it's used for, he was wrong about what he was saying.
Okay. All right, then. Shout out Monty for clearing that up.
Them are Somali owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here, we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
Now, can I make a comment here?
What are we looking
at? Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
So those rides, everything I just said about those rides are not covered by Medicare. They're not covered by Medicaid. It is 100% out of pocket between the facility that's requesting the ride or the patient itself.
Now, hold on. Could there be like a state program that could possibly cover it? Or that's
not that I have seen. It's actually really, really hard. Funny enough, it's really, really hard not to waste money in that regard, because the state would rather you go in an ambulance than go in one of these rides. And it's actually a really, really big point of contention. Anybody that does interfacility transports will tell you half the patients that they take could have gone by a cabulance. And it would actually be fraud in the other direction, as in like, oh, we're going to request an ambulance for someone that doesn't need an ambulance. And lie on the forms. And he's right. There is no accountability because it's not it's not taking out of this. It's not directly taking out of any state agency's fund. So there needs to be no accountability. There needs to be accountability for Medicaid and ambulance rides because those are all Medicaid covered. But you see,
not in my state.
An ambulance ride has to be. So we're talking about interfacility transports, not pick you up on the side of the road and take you to the hospital. The interfacility transports, like you go from a nursing home to the hospital, or from the hospital to a nursing home, or to a
personalized service.
Basically. Yes, and that's actually my specialty. That's what I did for most of my career, is interfacility transports. If you talk to anybody that's been in the EMS for long enough, that's usually where you start out. That's your stepping stone.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get right back into it. All right, let's try to make it to the 10-minute mark.
All right, I'll leave it alone now.
Fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever. And I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations. And even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money. So it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people at the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare. So you have adult daycare and then you have child care and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation. And a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses.
Yes, because
There's
it's a
one building
totally usually when you run a business like that caters to that, it's like different items on your menu, like McDonald's. Like that's like saying McDonald's has a quarter pounder, a double quarter pounder, a Big Mac, and healthcare, adult daycare, because it kind of all encompasses the same thing. You need transportation for your medical needs. You need and it's cheaper to do it that way, or you make more money that way. It depends. It depends on how they're running it. There's a lot of Somalis out here that own what are called they're like group homes for adults. It's called what are they fucking called? But it's like a group home for adult with special needs. And
adult care. Well, or adult care. Let's call it that. But the argument right here is that adult care, child care. Well, I mean, not really.
Now, if they don't have any patients, if they're not actually transporting people and they don't have any patients, then yes, this is 100% fraud, and it's a very easy way to commit fraud.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. And how are they even getting fraud out of the transportation companies? Because I could see the adult care, child care, health care. These are all the things that he's linking to their fraudulent operation.
The only way to verify this would be to follow one of those vans to where it ends up and walk in and say, it's called an adult family home. That's what they call it in Washington, an adult family home. It's like a group home for adults that, don't exactly want to be in a nursing home. And it's something like $5,000 for a dual bed room.
So it's basically a group home, but more expensive.
It's a group home for adults that have special needs. Whatever those, you could be paralyzed, you could be, just unable to take care of yourself, and you have no one that can take care of you.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and keep it going.
Same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this.
Damn, 22.
The government knows they're writing the checks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Democrats.
Roll that back. I need to hear that number again.
Yeah, bro, I mean, we kind of got the same thing here in Columbus.
Now,
it's shady. We just sit there and ignore it in a way.
What it is, and I hate to out Somalis like this, but it is something, a pattern that I've noticed. You'll have one family, right? And one person will be the CEO per se of the adult family home. They'll be licensed to do all of it, and then you'll have someone that owns the transportation side of it, and then you'll have another person that owns another one, and then so on and so forth. That's how you get 22 of them at one location. They have 22 people in their family that are running all of this shit. And it's really what needs to be done is it needs to be collapsed into one business so that there can be oversight over the whole business. Because what they'll do is if they get caught, they'll just shut down that aspect of it, that one business, and replace it with another person in their family that's also certified.
There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this.
The government
Absolutely,
knows
they
they're
know
writing
about
the
it.
checks.
They gave them the
Yeah,
licenses.
the Democrats over there just writing the checks. What has happened is that the Somali community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community.
Yep.
They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, let's be real. Yeah, they do get afraid of being called a racist and Islamophobe for calling them out. And you know what? I'll be quite honest with you. Like, there are people who are, I'm be real with you, they do take an Islamophobic take to it. But that's not everybody. And most of the time, we're just calling out the fraudulent that's happening in the fraudulent.
And that's not the point. Exactly. That's not the point. It's
not even the point. Like, we're not even talking about their religion. This is not. But here's the problem, though. There is some people on our side that make it about their religion, and they defeat and they low-key make it hard for the people who need to speak out against the fraudulent.
I'm gonna say this one thing. I'm on the sect of people where I'm sick of being called whatever. You can call me whatever. If you call me an Islamophobe or whatever phobe, I'm gonna just say, yeah, okay. But at the end of the day, what I said still stands, and you haven't dealt with that. And as far as the people in Minnesota, they need to grow a backbone and start being like, I guess I am, but this needs to change.
It's crazy.
Honestly, I just say don't. Yeah, you're right.
It's crazy that they're talking about all of these things, because the reason I know so much about this is not just because I've done the transports and done the work and seen all of this. It's I have considered getting into that business. So I know some of the ins and outs of how you have to run it and what you have to do. And I also understand some of the ways in which you can commit fraud within the business. And you can upcharge people. You can lie and say that they're bed confined and they really need more services. And there's no one that's gonna check you on it. Like it's if you really look at it, it's really easy to check and say, oh, look at the hospital records of this person. Oh, they weren't bed confined and suddenly they're bed confined and need an ambulance ride. It's real easy. It's real easy to track down the fraud in this instance, but they don't want to do it because it gives them money.
You want to know what's so bad about it? The Somali community has gotten too comfortable within this fraudulency because they're not being caught on it. Nobody's gotten arrested at all for it. And it's been going on for years. So, and here's
the same group of people that used to rip off American ships.
And here's the thing: if we start cracking down on them, I can predict that, bro, we're gonna see like hundreds and thousands of Somalians possibly get deported for this fraudulency, and it's gonna be rightfully so. But we all know that they're gonna lose their shit over it.
They've gotten so comfortable. A lot of, and not just Somalians, like you said, but a lot of illegal, and hell, I'm gonna say it at this point, a lot of legal immigrants, because it'd be them doing that stuff too. Not all of them, but a good portion of them, where they have gotten so comfortable with just doing whatever that they get offended that you say something like. The audacity of those people. Hold up. The audacity of those people at the beginning of the video where they were talking about some, you need to leave, and they're screaming in their own language. Like, you realize that this is our country, right? Who the hell are you to be screaming at me to leave when you're doing stuff you're not supposed to do in a country you don't belong in?
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and try to get back into it. We have yet to get to the 10-minute mark. So let's try to, so no interruptions until we get to the 10-minute mark. So about 4 minutes.
All this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud.
Yep.
It's Minnesota statute 3.971 subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walz is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history, anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence, we headed out to the streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon.
Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received 1.3 million. In 2021, they got 987,000. In 2022, they got 714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, 1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about 800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually two daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility as you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
And you know what's so unfair? I've seen, and this is what killed me. Like, I've literally seen like families struggle to keep their daycares open and all that stuff here in Ohio. So to see that this was going on, it outright offended me because I'm like, bro, there's people really struggling to keep kids in there, doing it the straight and narrow way, and they're taking it to the chin. And you guys are just here cheating the system. And we're talking about natural born Americans who can't even get this type of assistance for their child care services that they're getting into. So how are they getting off like this?
Like I said, bro, deport all of them, legal or illegal at this point, because I'm sick of all of them. I don't care about any legal immigrants or illegal immigrants when my natural born brothers and sisters are going hungry.
Exactly. You know what's really fucking sad is, like you said, people that go and they try to do this the straight and narrow way. They can't get business funding. They can't get the Small Business Administration to give them money. They can't get pieces of this $1 trillion spending on healthcare and childcare and all this fun shit. But somehow these fucking ragdoll fucking Captain Phillips, I am the captain now looking motherfuckers are out here defrauding the fucking system.
You know what's
and
crazy?
then bragging about it. They literally, bro. I know Somalians that low-key visit Somalia like every now and then, not Somalia, but Minnesota every now and then. Actually, they love going there because it's Somali Central. It's a hub there for them.
Yeah.
And they literally come back, oh, I'm so inspired by all the doctors, all the medical service, daycares, everybody's making money there. And I'm just like, all right, damn. Well, I guess y'all doing y'all thing out there, just to find out that it's all fraudulent.
It might not all be fraudulent, but
not all of it. But here's the thing.
Here's how it's here's how
I had a girl
guess.
literally explain this to me, and when she explained to me, it exactly sounded like what he was saying. When she explained to me, I was just like, that don't sound right. Like, are you allowed to have them all jumped up in a building? Everybody's making money and all that good stuff.
Let me explain to you something, because I actually own. I was not able to fully operate my own business that I still own to this day, because in order for me to operate all facets of my business under one roof means that I have to have established tax records. I have to have established funding. I have to have established buildings. The buildings have to be, I have to have a building that is bigger than so many square feet or acres. Well, for me, be acres because of what I intend on doing. And they all have to have their own unique address and identifier. So the fact that this is happening and I can't even get away with something like that pisses me off to a different level.
I mean, bro, you've been locked up like a half a year in. These guys been going for years.
Because when I needed a PPP loan just to keep my business going, just to keep my vehicle fueled, just to buy the tools that I needed to keep my business, I couldn't get it.
But people were signing fraudulent PPP loans and they was
buying Hellcats.
Yep,
Right.
buying Hellcats, big ass houses. Bro, what was it? I think it was like some TV reality star. It was like Love and Hip Hop. Bro was getting like millions of dollars in loans. But you know, the people who are doing it the right way can't get shit. Like guys are getting millions, but people who need it can't get 50,000.
Dude, I needed so all I needed was the like the minimum. I think it was like $15,000, and that was to buy me another work vehicle, so the guy that I was working with could have a vehicle to get back and forth. We needed to upgrade our tools, buy more materials, and rent out a small space. Couldn't even get that. So what they should do, if they really, because I don't really think they're serious about this. I'm gonna just call it what it is. I don't think they're serious about this, because if they was serious about it, they would call in the IRS and the FBI to do a forensic audit analysis.
Yep, on everybody. Anybody
All
who's
the money would
committed a
just be going in
crime-
circles. It would
Bro,
just
I'm being real with you.
No, it
And
wouldn't.
anybody who committed a crime, you're going back to Somalia. And guess what?
No,
It ain't that
so
bad.
hold up. So I'm gonna respond to I'm gonna respond to Monty. So the money wouldn't go in a circle. When they do a forensic audit analysis, what they do is they follow the money from its point of origin all the way to each individual company. And then they look at their books, they look at their records, they look at all the leasing dates.
That's what
They
I'm
look
saying. The
at-
money would just be going in circles. They're enriching themselves.
Right. And then they would look at their social security numbers, their licensing, who gave the dude. If they called in the FBI and the IRS, particularly the IRS, to do a forensic analysis, I'm talking Tim Walz is going to jail. Almost every single senator in Minnesota is going to jail. All of the Somalis are getting deported after serving at least a 50-year sentence.
All right. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in. And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Yeah. Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open.
Like literally generating millions of dollars. You think you see kids jumping around doing backflips in there.
But right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or
There's no play area for the kids. So where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here. In 9 years, I've never seen a single child. at
9
this
years?
building, right there.
Oh, then now it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No, can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children?
But she's about to go into the daycare.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location. Now we're going to the next
Oh, wow.
daycare center. How much money has this one generated?
This one in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023,
So what are we at, 5 million?
$727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any
There's $9 million.
Yep, we got our fraud counter. $8 million so far.
buildings are
No,
open.
we're at 9. We're at 6 until he said 3 more.
Oh, all right, got you.
$1 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go.
You know what that is? That's
All right,
almost a
we've
water
arrived
treatment
to
plant.
ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare.
What?
Can I speak to a manager?
Bro, nigga, what? Why? You're a child care center. What else? What are you here for then?
Because it's a fucking front.
Like what? Bro, that'd piss me off right there and then. I'm not even gonna lie. I'd probably broke character. Like,
why?
Are you not a child care center? What do you mean? Why? Why would I want to check a child into a child care center? Like, do you hear yourself?
Again, the more I watched it, and here I want people in the chat and even y'all to know something. The more I watch this type of stuff, the more I sit back, I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Went to war, not really to war, but went to conflict, came back. My people are struggling. And then we got entitled POSs like this, who, when you question them on what about using the services they provided, they claim to provide, their answer is why.
And government subsidies to provide, mind you.
Right. And then you got these idiots. No, they're not idiots. They're willfully acknowledging this. They know it's happening, and they're being quiet about it because they don't want to be offensive. I ain't gonna lie. I see why some people are becoming racist.
Yep, I get it too. Sometimes
Why?
I don't like it.
Why do you want to? Why would you possibly want to check a child into a child care center?
Right.
Why? What's wrong?
I'm not
What's wrong with you,
saying
bro?
on live. I'm not saying that I support racism, even though I joke about it. I don't really support it. That'd just be my military. That'd be my military humor. But what I will say is, I understand why a lot of Americans now feel that being racist is the only option. Because when you get basically kicked in the nuts and laughed at, it becomes really hard to not see red.
Very radicalizing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I do say, and I try to get people. I try to always say, try to watch this and not get radicalized and not try to, have a hatred for these people because
it's not
all of them.
I was getting ready to say,
it's not all of them.
Yeah.
I've met some pretty cool. Cool Somalis who, they come here. They open up a fish and chip shop. They got the gas station going. They doing their thing. They actually participate in the community. This isn't to those Somalis.
No. That's what makes it not racist. The fact that racism is taking a race or a classism would be taking a class of people and saying all of those people do this. No. If you can make that distinction, no, there. I know people that do it, and I do as well. I know people that run adult family homes that are Somali, that are Caribbean, from other places around the world, and they do work that Americans won't do.
Right. It's like today I went into a beauty supply shop, and there was just to get some stuff that I needed to do my hair, and these Chinese women in there listening to gospel music, being hospitable. That store been there since I've been in middle school down in the city, and it's okay, them the immigrants I love to see. They're doing what they got to do. They keeping their head up. They staying out of trouble. They keeping their religious beliefs. And they, in general, are just trying to make an honest day's worth of work. And I can respect that. I cannot respect, and I will not respect this BS.
But we're at what, $9 million and what should be 500 kids?
At this point, bro, apparently when you ask them to turn in when you want to register a kid, they're going to hit you with, hold on, why do you want to do that? Like really?
We need someone that's willing to go break into these places and do some not okay things with the law. I'm not encouraging this, but that'd be interesting to see what they're actually doing in these buildings, because there's someone in the building, which means they're doing something.
Something getting done. But like I said, though, you try to pull up and register a kid.
Why?
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million.
And now we have a water treatment
and there are no kids,
facility.
and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I tried to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son
Actually,
Joey in
you have
daycare.
more than a water treatment
Because
facility.
I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
I was.
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You looking mighty fresh right now. I mean, you got the nice little jacket, the cut, the earbuds, looking like you got a brand new iPhone. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're looking like money right now, and you're looking a bit suspicious. I'm just saying. Like, am I wrong?
Bruh. How about we deport you to Somalia, see if you have that same drip.
I'm telling you, see if you keep that same
Bro,
hairline.
that shit'll get ripped off of him, including the haircut.
Because bro out here looking a little too clean. He said, yeah, I work here. Well, I used to. I'm like, okay, bro, what is it?
I used to when we first opened up and wanted to take pictures with Governor Tim Walz.
All right.
When? Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there. What's
How
up?
many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
Why not?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
I'm gonna do my son. No! He's a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain you everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
What's up? You're curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
No.
you said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now,
This is my
they're all
tax
getting
money.
mad because he's shown the
I
paperwork
don't
of this
know that.
business being registered as a business. 74 children,
I've
no
lived my
children.
whole life
We
here.
saw one child when the lady opened up the door.
I'm scared of your color.
But now
where did
they're
this
all
money
getting mad.
go? What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was
Hey,
that?
Set.
Ask the doctor.
Yo.
Set, you're right. I think I finally agree with liberals that they don't get Medicaid, Medicare, and food stamps. No, they just get millions of dollars from the government to take care of children they don't have.
Hey, man, it's working out for them. I mean, it's kind of funny though, because and this is the scary part about it. And this was going to make the Somali community look terrible because it looks like they're all defending it. It looks like y'all all pulled up here to defend this because is all y'all profiting all of it? What is like is like
No,
the
they
husband like what is your
Set,
husband
let's
working
be-
there and
set,
both the wives
set.
pulled up?
All right, bro. Let's keep it a stack. We all know they're defending it. Come on, you know they can't make
It's
no
their
money
golden goose.
trying- Right, and you'd be ashamed and stupid not to defend your freaking meal ticket.
Wait,
This is why I said no. I'm saying they would be stupid to defend, not to defend
not
their
to
meal
defend.
ticket. So, like I said, Trump should sick the IRS, freeze every bank account of any Somali whatsoever. Do a
All right,
forensic
that's going too
audit.
far.
No,
If they have
So
connections to
hey,
this,
Seth, no,
then
no, 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 no.
yes.
That's not going too far. If they're not American, natural born American citizens, and they're here on a green card, here on a visa, they can absolutely do that. You don't need a warrant to do any of that.
And it's
Without
actually
hold on, without probable cause,
You
without
don't need
reasonable
probable cause.
suspicion.
They're not citizens.
Without
Wait,
reasonable
this,
suspicion, you can
stop,
just freeze their
stop.
bank account.
Wait.
All right.
Because there's more to it. Again, I don't like yelling over people. I'm trying to state my facts.
All right, go
So, in the event of an ongoing investigation,
yep,
probable cause. A lot of people get this mixed up, and this is how people end up in jail because they don't really know the law and they don't know the different contexts that the law can operate in. Probable cause also expands to certain contextual things. Because this is a white collar crime, yes, they can freeze the bank accounts of every Somali there if there is a just and linked or established cause giving them the right to do so. In this case, there are significant amounts of money missing from the federal government being funneled into the Somalian community without children being present to justify or verify the need for money being sent there. And then on top of that, there's money leaving the US and going to Somalia. That's a white collar crime. It's actually money laundering. So, as a result, the IRS in its power and the FBI in its power can freeze an entire group of people's bank accounts if they have the probable cause to link them to an ongoing or previously ongoing crime. It is the number one way that the FBI catches people. Yeah, it's the RICO.
Now, here's the thing. No, I agree with you on that. The problem, I'm sorry, but the way I may have misunderstood you the way you stated it before. But yeah, I agree. If they have a connection to the fraud, then of course. But the way you framed it was like this: this freeze all Somali, this freeze everybody in that area bank account. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, no. They would end up doing that anyway, and the media would call it racist, but they would end up doing it anyway because you don't want people to be spending any more money pending an ongoing investigation.
Yeah,
that's procedure.
No, bro.
No,
no. You just said though they would have to do it according to who's connected to the investigation. They just can't broad spend it across an entire community who are not involved.
This is how you do it, right? You find the bank account because they have to produce a bank account to get this money.
You're right.
You freeze that bank account, and then it's like a spider web. Every deposit and withdrawal now draws you into that bank account. If you made a deposit into that bank account or you signed a check, now you're wrapped up in it. They look at yours and they keep going. They go step by step by step. And sometimes it's if I deposit in your bank account and you deposit into gaming's and gaming deposited into their bank account, now we're all wrapped up in it. That's how it works.
So
I know
what
that.
he's
I
talking
agree
about,
to that.
hold
I
up.
get that.
So what I was describing in a shorter sense is called dragnetting. What you do is you start by auditing the state's finances in a particular community. They do the same thing with money laundering and racketeering and RICO charges for businesses that are all clumped together. They dragnet certain types of funding, and then every single penny that is sent through that system is then linked to certain people.
All right, now I get what you're talking about. No, trust me. I agree with any account that would be connected to it, paid, and even if it's just a penny out of that fraudulent account, I would agree to that being frozen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what would
not
happen.
the entire community, though.
It would end up being the entire community.
You think so? You think it would just be the entire everybody in that community got a little bit out of that pot?
Think about it. He just went across 10 different people that are getting multi-million dollars. They're not doing it alone.
Of course, I know that, but you really think? And I'm just asking, guys. I don't think you're wrong on this, but you actually, I'm be real with you. You actually think that we would need to freeze majority of their bank accounts because most of their bank accounts are probably being paid through this fraud.
If money brushed across, like here's how easy it is to do it. I am fraudster. I am original fraudster, right?
Okay.
And I get the $3 million and it's fucking dispersed. I go to Taco Bell and spend money at Taco Bell. Taco Bell's now getting looked at. That specific franchise is getting looked at.
Yep.
And it'll drag. It's like a contagion. It's like a virus. Everybody that I touched is now implicated until they can find. And they don't need a warrant to do this, mind you. This is all the federal banking system does not need a warrant to look at your things.
Hold up. Let me back you up on that. The specific rule, if you look at the FDIC and the SDIC, it's written in those terms and conditions. They have the right to identify you based off your race, your ethnic group, your geolocation, and your country of origin if you're a foreigner, and
your spending habits.
Your spending habits. And if Somalis as a whole in this particular region of Minnesota are all possibly linked to a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme, then all banks, as per the FDI and the FDIC and the ACID, that's the other one I was talking about. The ACID, they would have to freeze those because they match the description and the dollar amount, and they're in the epicenter of a huge white collar crime, and they unfreeze those bank accounts as the records get verified.
Yep. And what they'll do is they'll go forward first, right? They might already be doing this, for example. They're looking. They're just looking. They're not interfering with anything. They're just looking and monitoring things because things have been flagged as fraud. And then
FBI has a 98.8% conviction rate because they already have the paper trail. They're just putting the final pieces in place.
Yep. And so once they fucking establish that spider web, no one knows they're doing this until they fucking snap their fingers and do it. Once they've established all of it and dragnet it and built their investigation up, then they're like, all right, boom, these are our people. They all simultaneously get warrants served on them. They all simultaneously get indicted. They all simultaneously get their shit frozen. And now it's the FBI's job to prove in a court of law what their shit is. And no one is going to get unfairly swept up into this because they already know. And they're watching you. They'll get warrants to watch you. They'll get warrants to fucking wiretap your shit. But they're not like pulling you in for questioning and tipping their hand. Like, think about, have you seen the documentary McMillions about the Monopoly scam?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing the FBI did there. They'll just go around and, under a guise of something, collect evidence, and then boom, it all comes down at the same time.
No, I got a better example. Wolf of Wall Street. If you
yes, that one too.
How he said he got caught up. The FBI had already been on his trail. By the time you see the FBI, they already have at least 2 or 3 years of crap on you.
And a couple informants. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to the video.
I'm the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose?
Nobody have a job, but y'all all out here defending like y'all have a job here. Like what?
Did you lose?
Because they're all complicit in it. They're all complicit in it.
Man, look, man, we look, guys. We need one of these.
It's coming. It's coming. I promise you, this much attention hasn't been brought on it, and the FBI is not at least looking at it.
No, shoot. Hopefully, Cash Patel's digging into
it. I'll tell you this. Here's how I want to give you something. If the news organizations have picked up on it, if the president has already made mention of it, the FBI 100% knows.
Agreed.
But it's going to be 5 years down the road when it's not a hot story anymore. And all the fucking people that called us racist and Islamophobics fucking have all died down. That boom, it's all going to get fucking swept up. There's going to be fucking 19, 20 fucking people that are going to be the ringleaders. And then fucking other people are going to get massive fucking fines for accepting, stolen money. Because that's what it is. This is stolen money.
All right.
There's going to probably be quite a few impeachments of some politicians after this.
Yeah, because they track the money pretty fucking well.
All right, let's get back to it.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing? It's not my business that children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
I guess you can't read it.
I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day. As we continue to show the blatant fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city. And now we're being followed by the Somalis. This is another daycare center, absolutely no signage, and there's no footprints in the snow of children playing outside. $5 million within the past
5.9 million in 2 years. 5.9
We're now at
million
$15 million.
in 2 years. That facility right there.
And now we have a group of Somalis telling us in our vehicle right now. From this daycare center, we headed over to the infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here at this daycare. So this is Quality Leering Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up.
said they spelled learning wrong.
Don't open up.
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up.
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up. We have.
That's when they have nothing to say. They just have outrage.
Oh yeah, don't.
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up.
and getting $4 million over the...
Sounds like ICE needs to pay them a visit.
Like liberals, like white liberals. No offense, but Karens. But this is why nobody likes y'all. Because y'all will sit here and defend the dumbest things with no real argument. This guy's literally trying to show fraud to this lady, and she's like, "Don't open up." So, and here's the thing: she probably don't even know what the F is going on. She just assumes they're being racist. This is what
Nah, she said ICE is out here.
Yeah, Nick Shirley is ICE now.
Don't open up. Like, are you serious? Do you even know what's going on here, lady?
Set. Now, guess what? She now knows that there's a reason for them to be worried about ICE. So that means she knows that they're not here legally, which means she's now aiding and abetting fugitives.
Bro, just implicated herself.
Yeah.
By getting in business that wasn't hers to get in.
All she had to do was stay home and watch CNN and just
don't open up. Why would you be telling them that ICE is here? Are they illegals?
Nope.
Right.
Huh?
There shouldn't be.
Hey, hit us with an FBI open up.
FBI open up. Don't open up.
I'll tell you one thing, bro. I've done seen the FBI and NCIS do some raids.
Oh,
you ain't gotta open up. They gonna open up.
They'll open it for you. Yeah.
You gonna hear it.
$1 million in the last 2 years.
Go away.
What do you think about that? Are you in favor? Are you in favor of that?
Go away.
You know
You're not welcome here.
Are you-
Shame on you.
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has Quality Learning Center but can't even spell learning right on the door?
Don't open up.
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are. You don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up. It's ICE.
Don't open up. That is hilarious. It's
ICE.
It's ICE. He's too white. Okay.
Bro,
So, you know what's kind of crazy? I mean, can we kind of call the Somali community over there racist since they're not allowing a white man to let his white kid in their daycare center?
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
I thought
That Title
segregation
IX
ended, guys. Like,
was
what
that
the
title?
fuck?
Is that Title IX or what title is that?
I believe it's Title 10.
Title 10. Yeah. Title 10 violations just because she's. Oh my goodness.
Now here's the thing. So what, bro? Come on now. Where's the liberal party?
I need you to
discrimination against white people.
Say, I need you to realize something. That lady doing that one thing is breaking 6 federal laws.
Yes.
6 felonies.
You know what's crazy is the fact that she thinks that they're ICE and is saying don't open up, it's ICE, even though they're not ICE, she has implicated herself as being guilty of obstructing federal process, even though they're not ICE.
So let me go down. Obstructing federal process. Falsely accusing somebody of impersonating a federal agent.
Yep.
Aiding and abetting a wanted fugitive. Aiding and embedding crime. Implications in crimes. Accessories to white collar.
Yeah.
Overt acts and accessories to white collar crime. Concealment. Deliberate and malicious concealment of potential evidence leading to justice or in law enforcement. Then we have misdemeanors.
Dang, even well.
Oh yeah,
look at her.
Oh yeah. I mean, let's keep it a stack. We have what is it when you're being too loud outside?
Disturbing the peace.
Disturbing the peace, that's a misdemeanor. Technically, you're trespassing because they haven't opened up to you. You're also harassing people.
Yep.
In addition, what else is she doing that's wrong besides being an idiot?
We'll give that that's a crime. We'll make that a crime too.
Protesting without a permit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you need a permit. You do need a permit.
Really? Oh yeah, you do that. Well, for big protest. Well, actually, for really any demonstration. So true.
And we also have to go down the attempting charges because
hold on.
Conspiracy. Those are attempting.
Still gotta get back to the video,
bro. She's already got 300 years in prison.
Hold on. Let's get back to.
You realize that
liberal white women, y'all better do something about y'all
here
people
at this building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? They run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota. Right here.
And
you don't care about children?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States.
Intimidation.
Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah, it's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody here.
We're going to educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelled learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million.
I'm not gonna lie. For women like that, I suggest you guys get like a butch female security guard. So for tough situations like that.
This year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
99 children.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know where are the kids?
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that.
Never seen
here.
a child here.
No, not at all.
And so you've never seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
Damn.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
Disgusting. I mean, what the hell? They stealing the money. That's a federal grant too. That's if they get caught for that's a federal offense. I know. I studied law.
Even this guy knows.
Do you think Tim Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this? Heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable for this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there. It's a parking lot.
And look, they even spelled learning wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy.
All you can do is laugh.
Who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my god.
Bro, they graduated from robbing cargo ships.
I've never seen
to
nobody here
robbing
at all.
us on a homeland.
Bro,
They're just taking America hostage.
Hey man, I remember that joke I used to say during the election. Man, looking at us like, look at me.
I am the captain now.
No, I'm a citizen now. Even worse.
You know, I'm surprised the Somalis managed to use soap.
Oh,
so how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years. and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either.
No.
And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose more of the fraud taking place.
This
Oh my
place is
God.
called Future Leaders Early Learning Center,
Huh.
and it's licensed for 90 children. And in fiscal year 2025, they received $3.6 million. In fiscal year 2024,
Bruh.
they received
So remember,
$3 million.
people,
So in 2 years,
remember,
they got
audience, chat.
$6.67 million, claiming they have 90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week. So let's
These
find
people
out.
are making just about more money than NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but we don't know where this money is
No,
going.
it's grants.
Is it
If they're
going-
grants, they're not paying taxes on them. Grants are tax free.
And just remember, everybody, while the Democrats shut down the government and held everybody hostage, quite literally saying this is the only leverage we have, which is making the American people suffer. Remember that they chose to give illegal, nasty, disgusting, deplorable, vile, freaking wannabe immigrants money just to abuse, but you had to skip out on feeding your family for however long. Keep that in mind. You probably won't because you're too retarded, but hopefully you'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, if you're if you're conservative or Republican, you will. But if you're a liberal, I mean, they think you're lying.
Terrorism is where is it going? But it's theft, it's fraud, and
We're at
the reason
23.6
I'm
million
involved
for
is
everybody
I want it
counting.
to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime off all this time I've spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined to see this through and to correct what is wrong, what is evil.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million.
Damn.
Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I could bring little Joey, my son, little Joey here.
I'm sorry. Just when she opened the door, you could already tell he wasn't welcome. Just off the door.
How are you?
Hold on one
Smile.
second, Set.
Hey, bro, if you look at it, bro, she
Over
went from
$3
a
million.
fake smile to a
Hello.
Who is this
How
guy?
are you? I would like to see if I could bring little Joey, my son, little Joey here. Is there paperwork to kind of check out the daycare?
No. Discrimination.
No? Why can't I check out?
So you don't. So what? I'd have been like, so what? You don't accept white kids? But go ahead, Monty.
So just based off of what he's uncovered already and the fact that Gamer said he needed $15,000 to get his business running. If you divide $15,000 or 23 million by $15,000, you get 1,573 different businesses this could have helped.
Damn. Yeah.
0.3. So another 5,000 left over.
Out the daycare. Okay, but
think
if
I
I
might
can't
be
get
racist
paperwork or
by the
anything
end of
to
this video.
submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare,
Little Joey.
we'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
No, you haven't. We're not real.
No, I would like your business card, actually.
What?
Can't even speak English. Should
No,
have
it's
seen
like
it
kind
coming.
of crazy. Like, hold on, I'm trying to admit my kid into your little daycare, and you're
You got a
asking
business
for
card?
my business card? You're the business. I'm the customer. What are you saying? It's like, oh Lord, okay, oh yeah, this lady's
It's like
lost.
me going to It's like me going to Family Dollar and they'd be like, "You need a business card to buy those pretzels." What? What are we talking about?
It's like, this is crazy, bro. No, it's like somebody trying to sell you a product and they're asking for your business card. It's like, wait,
Actually,
what?
you got a business card? I want to connect.
Like, wait, what?
Dude,
no, it's
I'm paying
because
right
he
now
has
with the
it's
money.
because he has a camera and a camera crew or a camera with him. So she automatically is like, "Oh no, this is the press."
Probably that's for that business card. Okay,
Yeah, he needs to do like a hidden camera series.
Yeah,
She can't even speak English, bro.
You talk to your manager.
Okay, can I speak with somebody?
No.
Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children.
Yes.
Why are there no children?
There are two of Mexico.
Mm.
What
Would
did
my
she
son,
say?
little Joey, have friends to play with here?
She said the next round of kids coming around at 2:00. So if I was him, I'd have waited. I'd be like, all right, cool. And those kids don't come at 2, I'd knock on the door, and I said, well, what's up with the kids? I thought you said they're coming at 2.
The bus crashed.
Shoot, I'd have waited a couple hours longer. I'd have came up at 4 and been like, so where's these kids?
Dang, bro,
No.
bus crash right when you were supposed to get the kids. That's crazy. I'm gonna call 911. I got you on camera saying it.
Dude, no, I'd have been on there. Like, bro, if y'all don't start showing me some kids, I'm gonna start thinking y'all trafficking them, and then we're really gonna take this somewhere y'all don't wanted to take it.
I wonder where people like Sid are right now.
He trying to summon Sid, bro.
But don't you like field trips?
Oh my god.
And if you say
when you speak of Sid, Sid go pop up out of nowhere. That's a funny thing about Sid.
He's like Beetlejuice.
He's like,
but here's the thing. If you were to do this with the governor of Minnesota, i.e., Tim Walz, and ask him the same question, what do you not support childcare?
Like,
isn't this one of your talking points?
Mm.
What about women? They need childcare. You don't care about women? Are you a sexist?
I think we're at like 600 or 700 kids, almost a whole elementary school,
unaccounted for.
Unaccounted for.
Little Joey have friends to play with here?
No.
No friends for little Joey.
Yes. Sorry.
Dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day. So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism.
So help me God, if they're doing this.
Because of the government funds that they're receiving, I tried to check my son.
Ooh, yep, autism Medicaid payments. Yeah.
So help me fucking God. Now this is a fucking this is a big deal to me. Like, that's
praying on people, man.
Going to an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably.
Probably, so you don't really know.
Yeah.
What probably?
What do you guys think about like, the fraud that's been labeled on?
Like probably, bro. You know how much you got reported on paper? And you talking about probably 5? I don't know.
Here's the thing. Just the fact that the way he's presenting himself. This is a special needs center. What qualifications for special needs does this fucking jackwagon have?
I mean, hey man, member of the family.
On the autism centers here. What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers.
I should have known. You can't see your face.
The fraud? Yeah.
I mean, lady, you getting triggered about being asked about fraud is probably the most telling thing ever. You didn't come to that door until you heard the word fraud. All of a sudden, are you a news reporter? It's like, come on now.
Hold on, let's try to read his contact list and call one of these people.
We want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
They're all foreign numbers. Hold on, Sid.
That's her number on you. But this is we can't let you
go back a couple frames.
We can't let you guys in. That's our number over there, but we can't let you guys in though.
The numbers, like the first couple of contacts are all outgoing out of foreign numbers. Like, you know how America is +1 and then your phone number, it's like +87. Like they're out of they're country codes.
Zoom in, Sid. I mean, not Sid.
I keep calling Sid now. I'm sorry.
You're good. But all right, hold on.
The fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot.
But this is not a Joey spot?
Yeah, this is not a Joey spot. I'm like,
bro,
first off,
the
bro,
racism.
you can't
the
tell me how many kids
racism.
are in here. You're denying a white man access or denying a white man service, so you're discriminating by race at this point. And I can now say, I'm like, bro, what the minister? You know what? I'm just gonna be a dickhead and say this. The Somalis in Minnesota are a bunch of racists. Like, damn, guys, what's going on over there?
I wouldn't want to take my freaking kids to their little filthy dookie booty daycare anyway.
Sure,
Poor Joey.
Yeah, I put my kids where the white people and the Asians are.
Joey can't even get a 1 in 1,000 chance of going to daycare.
They're busy teaching. They're busy teaching their kids how to steal ships and blow stuff up.
Captain Phillips has entered the chat.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually being an autism center in a place where a child could go, they shut the door and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just
because they all called each other and they're like, yeah,
to the
there's
next
this guy
location.
coming
We're
around.
still trying to find little Joey a place to go to get some daycare.
So where we're going now is
You know what I like about this, bro? There's gonna be a lot of personal reports sent in on these guys now. Like, bro, I'm pretty sure there's people watching this video just reporting them just because. Well, oh no, I saw it on a YouTube video and I want to put in an investigation. I want to put a word in. This is what these Somalian people are afraid of, because him just being around there, all we got to do is see it. People in Minnesota, all they got to do is see it, and they'll just put in a personal report to have it investigated. And as soon as there are enough reports on it, they have no choice.
But and that pairs with what I was saying about the FBI.
FBI, open up! Don't open up!
You're gonna be bent over in that shower. It's gonna be tragic.
They don't take showers. What are you talking about?
I gave them too much credit.
All right, come on, guys. Let's not go too.
Hey, bro. When we start getting on the Mexicans, I'm part Mexican, part Cuban, part Brazilian. Oh, I got tons of stuff to say about them dog eating, drug pushing, wetback having, spick boy being. Don't even let me start.
a place called Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year 2025.
Now we're at
They had to
$26
shut
million.
down because there were so many violations, and they went
28.
and they just reopened under a new license, and they renamed the center Super Kids Daycare Center.
What did I tell you,
LLC.
Seth?
So they got
What
shut
did I
down,
tell
they started
you?
another one.
Literally
Yes.
the next day.
Wait, what were you saying?
Somebody said in the comments that fluorescent lighting isn't. Let me pull up his comment. Yo, check out the fluorescent lighting, not regulation in special needs facility. Didn't even know that. Learned
Yeah,
it.
because it's for sensory issues. Like fluorescent lighting is really bothersome for sensory overload.
I learned something new.
Huh.
I got a puzzle piece on my car.
Wow, these guys are out of code too. Not even abiding by the code.
Creative Minds Daycare, $2.45 million got sent to this daycare center. We have empty parking lot. We do have a bus here. This is different. We'll see if we see anybody.
I knocked on the door. Absolutely nobody was inside. And once again, no children could be heard anywhere.
So David, once again, another child daycare center. We have a bus out here. No one's inside. Licensed for over 50 kids. No children anywhere. But yet, millions of dollars every single year.
So the sign says Creative Minds Daycare. They got in so much trouble. They had so many violations that they had to shut down, and they reopened the next day under Super Kids Daycare Center. You see 3801 Portland, 3801 Portland, which is where we are.
So that's fraud right
That's
there.
kind of
alone.
messed up. They called them
Millions
messed up
and
they
millions of
called them
dollars. And
super
again,
kids.
the kids are missing. Where are the kids?
You know, so
So
while No,
Wait a
here's the
sec-
wildest part. This
sec.
was so lazy. They didn't even change the effing sign. They didn't even change the effing
So
sign,
that's
bro.
set. So what that tells me is at some point there were kids in here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten violations.
Good point.
Where are the kids?
Exactly.
I guess when they shut it down to reopen, they said, "Bro, F the kids. We just here for the money, the grants." All right.
You'd think if
That's how
they
you
have
don't
the
get
same
violations. You
address,
just don't have
that
kids.
whoever's inside or working at the Capitol here inside
I'm
of
weak.
Minnesota would just say, "Oh, maybe that's a red flag."
They just write the check. Human Services, they got to clean out the whole bunch. They're the ones who enabled this fraud. How can you not look and say, wait a minute, these two are registered at the same address?
On top of all of the childcare centers, that's just only a small piece of the fraud. What other fraud are they committing here in Minnesota?
So another major piece of the fraud is the home health care industry. Where we're going now is a building that has 14 Somali-owned home health care companies in the same building.
14 of the same healthcare companies in the one building.
14 home health care companies with different names in the same building.
How bad has Tim Walz managed the budget here inside of Minnesota?
So the last biennium, we had an $18 billion surplus. This biennium, we have a $6 billion deficit. That's a $24 billion swing in one biennium. How in the world can you burn through $24 billion in 2 years? This is how, right here. This is a huge part of it.
And so would you say a lot of that is fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Absolutely. I would say better than 90% of it is absolute outright fraud.
And a large percentage of this fraud is from these healthcare companies that are charging the state millions of dollars while they actually aren't providing anything. In fact, the FBI just did a raid a few days ago on a building similar to the one we are about to enter. Inside of this building, there were 14 of nearly the exact same businesses offering the exact same services.
Right here, you have a list of all of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. We want healthcare. Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here. Why can't I get healthcare here? Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security armed. This is the strangest place I've ever been to get healthcare.
And notice they being followed.
Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right. We will not get any healthcare here. David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been. Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate.
Bro,
How
you
much
notice
money do you
people
think's
been
funneled through this
following
building?
them the whole time, right?
Yeah, bro, trust me, bro. They descended from the shadows since they came in there. It's like as soon as they came in, they just crawled about the shadows and start following their ass. It's kind of weird how they do it. Like, actually, I feel bad for them.
It's almost like they're hiding something.
Or literally, it's almost like they're trying to keep them out. I don't know, away from something. But hey, man, you know what's so crazy about it though? Like I say, you walked up to that lady and asked for rates, and I mean, you're the secretary. So how do you not know anything about rates or what's going on here? Actually, who the hell are you even on the phone with then?
I ain't gonna lie. I hate to say this, but Americans just do fraud better.
Good point.
Like I'm sorry, but like white people,
It's sloppy.
black people,
You're right.
Look at what P. Diddy did. The baby oil got him caught up, but look at what P. Diddy did. Look at what who was the biggest fraud? White
Michael
fraudster.
Cox. Like that was the guy that was running the fraud scam during before the bubble pop, for the housing bubble popped in 08.
Yeah, no, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Who was running those?
Like that guy.
But see, look, bro. These are white collar crimes that were so good and well executed that we didn't even know it was happening until it was too late.
Literally.
I'm not
I mean,
condoning.
that's not a good thing. That's not a good
That's
thing.
not a good thing at all.
But
That's
it's,
what I'm saying.
it's
I'm not
impressive
condoning.
though. I'll give it to them.
Right, it's creativity, and they was able to bury their trash.
They just leased one building, put a whole bunch of offices in it, don't do shit.
But yeah,
They just
here's the thing, it's just so lazy. I'm like, come on, now y'all couldn't have found at least like 10 kids and just say, oh, the other 80s coming in later. Like, no, none at all. This is lazy.
That's why I feel kind of disrespected on a level, because it's like, bro, you think you think that we're as stupid as you idiots coming from that piece of shit war-torn country, that you think you can just throw whatever it is together and like.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. They're getting away with it, so we must be.
That one idiot governor doesn't speak for the rest of us. We do money better than the Jews.
But they're getting away with it. They're getting the money. It doesn't matter what Nick Shirley says.
At some point, though, and that's why I said, that's why I feel like the Dems are really working with these guys.
Yeah, being enabled and aided is a far cry from doing it yourself.
That's true. Well, they are doing it themselves. They're paying off the governors. They're paying off the senators. They're paying off the people they need to pay off.
Are they though?
Yeah, man. Yeah, well, think about they're using, like, I'm gonna be real with you, like voter blackmail. Yeah, if you stop this, the whole Somali community won't vote for you, and that's like 80K to 100 votes that you may need. Especially think about how much they can hold the hostage just politically, especially when it comes to districts. The way district elections are and the small turnout voting, all they got to do is tell you that, yo, we'll vote against you in districts, and and there you go. They could threaten power just off their population, and I think that's why they did it.
You know how you get around this? Quit being so quick to get a vote from corruption. Oh my God, I think I just solved the problem, guys.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. That's the problem. It's like you're right. The reason they're getting their vote is because they're like, I'll be real with you. They're getting the Somalian vote because, well, the Somalis are pretty much going like, well, look, if you let's keep doing what we're doing, you get our vote.
You'll stay in power.
80K to 100, and this controls council seats, districts, like all the way out. And I would say mayor, of course. And that's probably the highest it can affect, because once you get to the governor,
this is Obama's 16-year plan to fundamentally destroy the United States. This is how he did it.
Yeah, because we can literally say the Somali community, just off their sheer numbers, have political control in that area.
So I will say one thing. Everybody from the bottom to the top, in my personal opinion, line them up, shoot them.
But I mean,
like it has to be back in blood, because there have been so many people that have died because they weren't able to get the stuff they need because Somalians were prioritized over American citizens. It has to be back in blood.
Nah, I don't think we need to do it back in blood. I just think we just need to lock their ass up.
No set. You don't get to
bro. Then we're worse than them if that's how you're thinking.
No. Stop it. Because you said you said Christians and Americans don't ride for ours like the rest of these nations ride for theirs. This is what America riding for ours is. We need it don't,
bro. Just lock their ass. It don't mean we gotta kill them. It's our executing them.
They don't.
I mean, it would get rid of the problem.
They don't care. You think locking them up is going to do anything? Why? So the taxpayer can pay for them.
Lock them up and then deport their ass, or you could just deport them. But come on, kill them is a stretch, bro. I think you're taking it a bit too far.
We can deport them all to Antarctica.
I mean,
send them to North Korea.
I wouldn't even mind that.
You know what? No. Where's the most piece of crap country I can think of?
Somalia.
Nah, not even the Yemenis one. Send them to Afghanistan. No, drop them in Israel. Yeah, drop them in Israel.
Oh shit! I ain't know. Like,
drop them in Gaza.
It's like I'm about to say, because you drop them in a Muslim country, they're gonna be welcome. You drop them in Israel, I ain't gonna lie, Israel gonna be mad at us.
No. Muslims actually, I actually learned this from another Muslim. Muslims actually don't like Somalians. Like that's their least favorite country.
So Iran?
I mean,
that's not bad enough. I need them to feel this. Drop them in Israel.
I thought we were
Obviously-
bringing Israel to California.
I don't think we need to make them suffer. We just need to get it. We just need to stop the fraud, realize it, and just take it from there.
No. I want this to hurt.
Yeah, think about this. Think about this, Set. Think about how many single moms can't get daycare because they're taking up all the daycare. Think about how many old ladies that can't get care and die alone without the services they need because they're money laundering. Think about all of the people that need rides that can't get them and sit there and die in their house.
And this is my solution to that. This would be my solution. All right.
I don't want another.
Our single mothers couldn't get anything. Well, guess what? We're about to lock up all your fathers and all your mothers, and your kids are going to be left without parents.
You're just going to turn it into the black community 2.0.
I mean, hey, bro. Hey. They are the ones that decide to commit fraud, not me.
No.
We got to put that on them. I mean, hold on. Gaming wants public executions, and I just want them to go to jail. Come on, bro.
Here's the reason.
We can produce a TV show that'll gross $24 million, and we'll call it Death Race.
I think I've seen this movie before.
I
think I've seen that before. I didn't like how it ended.
And then, boom, we've punished them, we've gotten our money back, and Americans have been entertained.
Y'all are savages, bro.
I'm a good promoter.
So here's the thing. The reason why I'm saying that, yeah, it's a bit extreme.
It'll be on HBO and Showtime.
Go ahead.
They'll
Okay,
co-produce
he's
it.
tripping. I'm not co-producing nothing. So, but the reason why I say this is because all the time, whenever American, I said this to you for like.
We can put it on BET too. They're black.
Yeah. Oh wow. Anyway, we've been saying this like, oh, we got to ride harder for our nation. We got to put up for our nation. Well, here's the thing. This is another prime example of what I'm saying. Is like, no, it's systematic. Not just on the Christian front, but from the American front, it's systematic. This is systematic and deliberate negligence. They do not care about us. And we also get robbed from other countries. Other countries want to send their people here to basically take money and food out of our mouth. No, if other country, I'm sick of America always being the bigger guy, especially when our people are suffering. Everybody makes that sorry BS excuse you made where it's like, well, we need to be the bigger person. We need to be the bigger person. Bro, we've been being the bigger person since I was swimming around in my daddy's nutsack.
Yeah, but come on now. You're not really taking come on now. You kind of straw man my argument there.
I'm not.
Come on now. Death Race would be awesome.
Damn. Can we mute him? He's gonna get both of us in trouble. No, but
the winner gets to keep their daycare center.
Just play the video. Just play the video.
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers, and they actually took down our information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
I received a complaint that someone mentioning your description were in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so.
Okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay. So
he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
I'd press her. I would press her. I'd be like, okay, then prove it. Hold on. If you're okay, then prove it. Then prove y'all are not fraudulent. Because I say straight to her face, yeah, I think you guys are all fraudulent. I think this is all one big fraudulent ring. So please prove me wrong. And if you can't prove me wrong, then sis, shut the fuck up and let me do my work. It's like I'm not.
See how she phrased that? You see how she phrased that? She made an emotional argument and then backed it up with mean man is harassing everybody in here and assuming that they're fraudulent because they're Somali.
No. And what's your name? Oh no, it's the white man coming in there assuming that Somalians are committing fraud, and it's because he's white.
Let me guess. It's a white woman, isn't it? I can't see his shadow.
Yes.
Oh, she's black.
No, she's a Somalian. Yeah, all of them are.
Oh,
Set.
Yeah.
So, I was gonna say if that was a liberal white woman, I was gonna be like, yeah, I think for this one we can make a special exception for Monte's death race thing.
She can be a cheerleader.
No, she's got to be in the race.
I'm done.
In the lead car, no weapons.
Like one of the first ones to go.
I'm telling you, we could host it in that building right there. Look how big that thing is.
We just give them a bunch of spears and loincloths. Let them run free like their natural habitat back in Africa.
No, we have to stage it on a big fucking Maersk cargo ship.
Why? Why?
Tom Hanks can be the officiant.
Michael Bay for the special effects.
Y'all are wild right now.
Brought to you in part by the U.S. Navy.
All right, back to
So we're
He's here with some kind of like propaganda.
no, we're just checking.
No, this is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason that you guys are here?
Well, we were checking
Shit.
rates.
Shit.
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue the conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We're checking out the rates,
Protecting the
seeing what was
criminals.
happening inside this building. No one
Literally.
really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem, officer?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespass.
I would actually tell them this though. I'm like, hold on. So if I go in there and they ask me to leave for no reason, and I'm here looking for business, doesn't that mean they're kind of discriminating against people who they want to give business to? And isn't that illegal? And aren't you kind of upholding an illegal act of business?
Actually, no, that argument falls flat. The way you make that argument is I left their specific office because they only have jurisdiction over that office. The entire collective body in that entire building didn't tell me to leave because I had on video that I was actually getting insurance rates from one particular lady in there. And
That's
that
also
one
a good argument.
And that one Somalian lady just made an assumption when that wasn't really the case.
The landlord didn't ask him to leave.
That's true. I mean, yeah, that is
Right.
also true. It's like, let's be real. It's like a bunch of people who are probably from different businesses that he didn't even go to that's asking him to leave. But yeah, you're right. He could have just said, look, I'm not here for your business. I'm here for the other businesses that aren't bitching about me.
Ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
As we got escorted out of this
He's a
building, the
police officer
Somalis
and a
filmed us
paramedic.
as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22
Covering your
of the
faces.
same home health care providers operating from inside
Wait,
this building
what?
that had 20.
African Economic Development Solution. That just sounds
What?
fraudulent. What?
Bro,
Like, why would that?
bro, why you they got Temu fraud going on over here.
Bro, this ain't Africa. What are we doing? African Economic Development Solution. What do y'all do at this? I'm curious.
You know what's crazy? Africans will talk so much smack about black people and Americans. Meanwhile, they'll allow themselves to willingly be butt fucked by France. Tell that to the French who are still making your people, by the way, dig cobalt out of a mine by hand and not feed you anything and beat you from sun up to sundown. Oh, you have nothing? How about you be a little less disrespectful and quit speaking to me in peasantry and can't wash your own ass with fresh water and try to actually earn your keep around here.
AKA, man, hey, don't talk shit if you ain't trying to get you trying to get those African children out the lithium mines. They are basically slaves, by the way.
Not basically, they are.
Yeah.
France and Italy did a joint ownership, and when they were asked, like, hey, how are you going to get the manpower from this? On paper, they said they would hire legally but the company that's mining lithium and cobalt and stuff, they're basically going into these villages and paying these children. We're talking like they'd be lucky if they got $3 a day, maybe even two. So don't tell me how good the Somalian or African continent is when you guys are still bending over willfully and pushing onto the schmeat of the freaking European Union, you pussies. Except for Nigeria.
Hey, Seth, let's
Are
call
they-
that phone number. Let's call the phone number on the it's 651.
We can't dox people. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's actual felony.
9411 or 8411.
Whoa.
Okay.
That might be doxing. But I almost do want to call these guys. I'm not even gonna lie. No, I'm not, but I'm not even gonna lie. I damn near do, because I'm just like, bro, what do y'all do?
What do you offer? What do you offer?
What are you offering as an African economic development solution? Like, what? And here's the thing, they have a whole .org. They have a .org. I mean,
hold on. Let me write that number down. Take a screenshot.
I thought you were talking about the phone number off that one dude's contacts. Nah, if it's a business, it's fair game. It's not doxing.
Yeah. It's 651-646-9411.
all right, I put up their website. Let's see here. African Economic Solution mission is to build African immigrant communities. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, I think. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can look this up. It's at so it's at AEDS. Actually, I'm just gonna pull it up for you. Now I'm gonna go ahead and pull it. This is almost disrespectful.
It's AIDS.
Yep.
That's hilarious. Leave it to an African to make a reference to AIDS.
So this is it right here. Yes.
Look at all them white people. Not a.
I mean, bro, the website is trash. This website is trash. How you put this thing over?
Bro,
Trash.
it's a scam website. It's
so set. Let the IT and cybersecurity guy take a look.
All right. Yep. So African Economic Development Solution is a mission to build African immigrant communities.
Where?
It's fraudulent. They don't even have
an African
correct
Economic
punctuation.
Development Solution. We strive to develop business within African immigrant communities. We serve the Twin City metropolitan area to create wealth, help immigrants get out of poverty, as well as be part and benefit from the booming economy. So wait, what do y'all think?
They're just saying they're fraudsters.
Basically, and they're basically saying you're only here to help our own and not really here to add to the American economy, just kind of have for ourselves.
We're here to funnel more Somalis into Twin Cities.
All right, so we believe that access to key resources, institutional framework, and nourishing environment are elements for achieving financial success within marginalized communities. AIDS confronts economic disparities by providing entrepreneurship promotion, small business development.
Yeah, you can open a daycare center.
Micro lending. Oh, home ownership, education, community development initiatives, incentives to facilitate healthy, vibrant communities. We aim to empower entrepreneurs and small business owners and to foster financial independence among families and individuals across our. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna be real with you. We kind of need something like this.
Bro, that's just the money laundering mule of the entire operation.
Program and services. Like, so wait, I mean, like, what the F y'all do? Let me see here. Deployed loan. Oh, okay. So 2024 impact. Let's see here. Deployed, so 2 million deployed in loans. 75% women-owned businesses.
That's 65%, my boy.
Sorry about that. 65. Sorry, bro. 65% women-owned businesses. About over 1,000 clients served, and 124 graduates in culturally intelligent business programs for aspiring entrepreneurs. None of these which are going to be American. No Americans. I won't let y'all know this.
So this is this is how you know it's a fraudulent website used as a front, because the language isn't symmetrical and it's not actually explaining anything, with the exception of the first two paragraphs.
Yep. It is just their front. They'll go and start up an entrepreneur fucking venture, and all it is a daycare center where they register all of their kids and their families' kids as residents or customers, and then go and fucking rip off the government. That's what this is. I guarantee you that's what this is.
Oh, sure. I'm just a little curious. Oh wow, Michigan and Oregon. Okay, 2 locations, Michigan and Oregon.
Oh, they got one in Oregon? I'll go visit them.
Hey, upcoming events. There's no skip. Wow, upcoming. There are no really
because
there are
there's no
events added.
The budget hasn't been released yet. Come back September of next year.
All right. Oh, okay. Here it is. Small business marketing that works, led by this young lady right here.
Look her up. Look her up.
Reverse image search that image.
Home stretch workshop. For most of us, home is the largest purchase we'll ever make. We understand. All right. So disadvantaged families. Review steps involving when home. Okay. So
that's a nice house for a disadvantaged family.
Sure is.
Looks like a white neighborhood. That's crazy.
And let's see here. The next would be on the 4th, an art sale.
Oh my God, more money laundering.
So they're just using it for anything and everything at this point.
Art sale. Art is the biggest vehicle for money laundering in the world.
Get first generation home buyer. Want to buy a home on to break free of poverty programs and serve first generation home buyer. What?
Take this stolen.
Forgivable. Hold on. Forgivable first generation home buyer community down payment association fund.
What?
Ain't no goddamn.
So giving out money.
Yeah.
Basically.
Where the fuck is this for our fucking veterans? Where the fuck is this for our teachers? Where the fuck is this for fucking union workers? Where the fuck is this for any other fucking group other than some fucking I am the captain now looking motherfuckers?
Bro, and here's the thing though. It's wild because initial funding for the first generation home buyer community down payment assistance fund has been exhausted. The application portal is closed for the remainder of the year. Sign up here to stay informed about future funding.
Yeah, when you give out free money, that kind of happens.
Oh my God, I'm curious. Nah, all right, I don't need all that. Like,
so they get a down payment on a home. They start a adult family care center that doesn't take any patients, and then they register fucking fictitious people that don't exist. They get funding $5,000 to $10,000 per bedroom. Say they have a 4-bedroom house, that's $20,000 to $50,000 that they get a month, and then they pay for all their cars by creating fake free trips from to and from that doesn't get fucking monitored. Then you get another $25 million from daycare that doesn't exist. And this poor guy in Michigan is just trying to, get clean water for his people.
Bro, this basically only work out for immigrants. Because, like, all right, so if you or any of your parents, like legal guardians, owned a home at any time, you are not a first generation home buyer. AKA, this only works for people whose parents didn't come from this country or you didn't come from this country.
So, in other words,
Like,
there's actually a federal.
Any Americans that can fit that.
Hold up, there's actually a federal law that can get that entire network or community shut down right off rip. I forgot what it's called. It's not a RICO Act, but
fair housing
Act.
Yeah,
I know because I fit into the category. They're not allowed to discriminate based off of country of origin, race, or anything of the sort. And actually, me being a veteran, I'm a protected class. I should sign up for that and then tell them that I'm being discriminated against.
Yep.
This is crazy. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Watch this end up on the news.
And that is what guys, this is what we did an investigation into. African Economic Development Solution. This is their building, and we just took you through the entire website.
Set.
Yeah.
Watch how this particular live ends up on the news, and then we get slandered. Oh, why? Because we're saying the quiet part out loud. A freaking veteran who went to the Middle East came back, has to live with his mom because everything is so freaking expensive. Can't get can't get a
Meanwhile, the
freaking
fuckers
house.
from the Middle East are coming over here and getting fucking forgivable loans.
First generation. That's crazy. And it's
You
like,
won't even do me the service of giving people like my homeboy, my Mexican homeboys who are like second and third and they've been over here for a while and they did things by the book. You won't even give them a forgivable loan. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
craziness. It's just like if you or any of your parents, like legal guardians, owned a home at any time, you are not a first generation home buyer, regardless of whether your parents legal guardian are living or not.
Now think about this.
Well, hold on, no,
Think-
this gets wild. If you and any of your parents or legal guardian married someone who owned a home, you are not a first generation home buyer.
That is housing discrimination. That's illegal. The first generation home buyer is defined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, not by some ditty hoe with access to the internet.
But go ahead, Monty. What you about to say?
I was gonna say, think about what the median home price is, and then look at a 3 to 20% down payment on that. That is between $15,000 and $100,000 that they're just giving out.
And there's 80,000 Somalians there. Yeah, no wonder why they're out of money.
They're exhausted.
How many of them?
Honestly,
how
they said
many
like
of them have?
100,000. Honestly,
they opened up a daycare.
Yeah, makes sense. Can't wash their butt though.
All right, let's get
African
back to
booty,
Home health
African
care
booty
providers
scratchers were a
operating
thing for a
from inside
reason.
of the building.
Right here you have multicultural home care. And right here it says it's open, but can't even get in. Another Reliance Recovery Center. Mercy and Grace Care, Inc. Right here you have Den Eritrean Youth Development Association of Minnesota. Another child care center. Welcome to Bright Beginnings. But what do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry. No comments. Can I please?
Right here, you have Serenity Quality Care. All of these businesses are literally the same type of business, providing the same service in the same building. Another Convenience Home Healthcare, Aid, Inc., and Child Friendly Space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company essentially inside
Right next to each other? They're not competitors. They're co-conspirators.
Home Healthcare. It just does
There's
not
actually
make
a
sense
rule
if you're
against
trying to
that.
operate a business.
There's actually a rule against that. You're not supposed to. It's called it's a price fixing rule and market manipulation. Conspiracy for co-conspiracy for market manipulation. You're not supposed to be conspiring with your direct competitor.
They're not
because that's
competitors.
how-
They're co-conspirators.
No, I'm laying it out. You're not supposed to be conspiring with your competitor because that leads to monopolies.
Yep.
All right.
You'd want to have less competition, but here they have all of their competition right next door. We're wondering, because we hear there's lots of fraud taking place here in Minnesota, and we're wondering, why is there so many of the same companies inside of this same building?
No, I don't know that.
What do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't have any idea about that fraud. Okay?
Mhm.
That's it.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
I'm just asking you.
No, you
about
don't
the
have
fraud.
to ask me. Okay. Don't
Oh.
ask me that question again.
Huh?
Okay.
Who can I speak to?
Don't ask me that question again. Wow, it's like what you're doing is wrong. I'm like, hold on. So it's only,
Exposing-
bro, I'm sorry, but it's only wrong if you've defended yourself multiple times, proved the allegation wrong, and I'm still pushing it. That's when I'm doing something wrong. When I'm pushing you and you have no answer, no reply, but just try to shame me. Yeah, all y'all do is making yourselves look more and more guilty. Each and every
But
one.
hey, Set, don't you care about elder care?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
guess not. I guess not, apparently, if I just want the fraud to stop.
Set. You know what's crazy? We can't take in any of the Nigerian Christians or any of the Christians from anywhere in Africa that are being slaughtered and are trying to apply for apply for green card citizenship to the U.S. so they can be protected, but we take in this trash. Give me a break.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Who can I speak to? Okay, as soon as you confront about the fraud, they get angry. When these people have these home healthcare companies, you're seeing them everywhere inside this building. What kind of fraud are they committing?
So There's false documentation being submitted to the state of Minnesota for services never provided.
Yep.
They're having forms signed in advance for services that were then never rendered. As far as a year or 2 years in advance, they'll have someone sign these forms at one sitting, and then they just file those with the state of Minnesota, and nobody from the state of Minnesota bothers to check that those services were ever provided.
Yep.
So they're essentially just using people saying that they have these services provided months or even years ago, then filing the paperwork and then receiving money.
And that is
Right. And the
set.
Somali community is a very closed.
Remember when I said I looked into this industry and looked into getting into it, and I said I knew how they committed fraud? He's describing exactly how you do it. You just fucking write out fake receipts, and it doesn't get checked because there's millions of them that come in at once. So a couple thousand don't look like anything. And when you have no one to investigate all of this, because you don't want it to be found, you want that those are your people, you can kind of put two and two together.
Yeah, you can. All right.
Community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
And for this building, I'm going to give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate. However, still a lot of money in fraud.
What are we at? $56 million now?
Do you have any idea what any of these businesses are doing?
I never ask.
And now, with upwards of $100 million in fraud, we headed to one more daycare. And this one gets a little spicy as we get chased out at the very end. And after this, we'll be heading to the state capitol to confront the incompetent government leaders who have enabled this fraud to happen.
And I knew this video was going to be super dangerous to film because of obviously how hostile it is, and as we are exposing legit fraud happening. I did get security for this video, and I was able to do it through the Black Line Guardian. And if you guys want to help fund my security in the future, you can go down to the link down below. They're not paying me to say any of this. They came in and decided to help me out for this video. So you can go to Black Line Guardian, the link's down below, and click Guardian for Nick, and those funds will directly go to my security and future videos. We are exposing lots of things happening, especially with this fraud. Like I said,
yeah, security is expensive, and that's the problem. They try to make this as expensive for these guys as possible so they won't do it. That's the goal. It's like, yeah, well, we'll just make it dangerous for you.
You got
guys
shadowy
and make it
figures
expensive.
following you through, calling the police on you.
Yeah, like, hey, like you remember what Tim Pool was like complaining about when he said, "Oh, the security I gotta hire is draining on me and all that." Yeah, it's a strategy to drain people by making it more dangerous for you to operate.
Because if you don't
add to your expensing,
if you don't get fucking Secret Service level security, you get Charlie Kirk.
Yep, or you get assaulted by some Somalian dude. Now you out here pretty much fighting 10 Somalian guys, which my ass have probably been doing. Because to be honest, like I'll be real with you, I can take the the condescending language and all that good stuff, but if one of them was to try to, I don't know, push me or anything like that, yeah,
that's fighting.
Yeah, that's fighting. Like we're going there, brother. We're going there.
I'm shooting. I ain't fighting.
Yeah, it is.
They're not sponsoring this video. I'm just giving them a shout out because of how they helped me. So go down to the link down below, click Guardian for Nick, and let's keep going. And now we're going to the next location. Now, this child daycare center, this one's different than all the other ones we've been to. Tell us about this one.
This one is different because, according to the state of Minnesota, this 312 West Lake Street houses not one, not two, but 3 child care centers and is licensed to hold 102 children. And in fiscal year 2025 was paid $2.66 million by the state of Minnesota.
And this is the building right here. So this building alone made $2.6 million. Let's see if anybody's inside. Now we're inside of the building.
$111 million.
4 child care centers.
We met this lady and we followed her to the back of the building where the daycare was supposedly at.
So right here we have 2 child daycare centers. We have the Minnesota Child Care Center, and then we also have Nuna. Between the two, $2.66 million. Hello. Hi. We would like to know.
Well, it says we're trying to figure out 102 children. Is that for this facility? It's from the state of Minnesota website. It says you have 102 children.
The disrespect about it is that the name is actually right on the door.
Children here in your child care?
Which child care name is
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just
That's a disrespectful part. Like, so wait, what's the name?
What are you talking about? What
Right
business?
here. It's from the
Minnesota
This is-
Child Care.
This is a coffee shop.
You know
It's
what's
like, are
crazy?
you
They're
serious?
covering they're covering their faces, trying to be hidden. One, your faces are already on the camera, and number two, you idiots, you realize that your ID, your face ID, is tied to your bank account, and so they can find you anyway.
Now here's a problem though. It's like the blatant lie. I'd be like, ma'am, like, do you really have to lie this hard? Like, isn't it against your religion to lie this hard? Like, think about it, ma'am. It's right there. And let's like, actually, I would tell her to come out. Can you read this? Because if you can't read this, then we got a real problem. Because you're supposed to be a child care center. You're supposed to be nurturing minds, but you can't read the word Minnesota in child care.
They can't spell learning.
Yeah, Lord. So I mean, like, what the hell y'all even doing running child care facilities when you aren't properly educated yourselves? Just saying.
They know how to
state of
steal.
Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where are you? Which department? That is harassment.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
That is harassment.
Hello, we'd like to ask where's the
How's
money
that
going?
harassment? Wow.
Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center.
That is harassment. It's harassment for calling you guys out on your BS. Crazy.
I bet it's
And look,
not going to be harassment. I bet it's not going to be harassment when the FBI kick down the door. What you going to tell them? You can't do this to me. This is harassment.
This is
They don't give a
racism.
damn.
Don't open up.
Oh,
It's ice.
I hope that one of the Somalis tries to hit a FBI officer so I can get a juicy video of them getting their teeth smashed out on the ground. That
Jeez.
is my hope.
Damn. Well, I just
You
hope they
still-
get peacefully removed.
I don't. I hope they fight it. I want to see some blood. You're stealing from my American people? Nah, I don't. I want you to fight back. Make it gory.
Oh, damn, I just need justice. But all right.
Daycare center right here. No children inside of this daycare center. But between those buildings, over $2.6 million. We are just curious, where are the children at?
Hold on.
Do you know where the children are at?
So I just Googled Somali fraud in child care in Minnesota, and the AI overview says federal and state investigators in Minnesota have uncovered significant fraud in public assistance program, including child care, where many of these charged are Somali descent. The issue has been ongoing for over a decade and gained national attention. The CCAP, which is what they're investigating, Child Care Assistance Program, investigating into CCAP. In 2015, police raided 3 Minneapolis daycare centers accused of overbilling the state. The fraud typically involved billing for services that were never provided, such as claiming hundreds of children were in attendance on days when centers were closed or nearly empty. And they estimated the fraud at between 5 and 6 million, but noted that oversight was insufficient.
Right.
Government cover up.
Man.
We are just curious, where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at? Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
You don't
How come these
care.
child care centers have no children?
I'm gonna be real with you.
All right, here's another one.
No, bro. No, I gotta say this though. I don't want to hear any Somalian ever criticize Trump about the Epstein files or children because you don't even care that there's missing children in y'all daycares. You don't.
I'm
care
gonna
that
send you a
there's
link.
unaccounted children in y'all daycares. I don't even want to hear no Somalian ever talk about Trump on the Epstein files. I'm be like, bro, you don't even care about the missing children in y'all daycare. Who y'all to talk?
I'm going to send you a link on this issue about a child care center, an autism child care center that just got rained up in September this year. It's a press release from the DOJ.
Oh, no, I see it right here. Let's see. First defendant charged in autism fraud scam. Oh, damn. Hassan defrauded autism program of 14 million, carried out feeding our future fraud, bought real estate in Kenya with taxpayer money. Oh, wow. Son. Okay.
So when we say when we're talking, when you hear us talking about this, everybody in the chat, and we're saying, "Hey, this is happening," and you're like, "Oh, you're just speculating because blah blah blah." What can we say? There are people being charged with it actively as we speak and being prosecuted for it. So it's a real fucking thing. And when you see one scam and you see the same layout for the same scam across 20 different agencies, 20 different daycares, 30 different healthcare facilities, and they all don't want to talk about anything and can't give you a quote for any of their services, if it looks like a
Except for
duck and it
one.
walks like a duck.
Except for one.
Yeah. And then they called the police up after that.
No, that was the other people. Because the one lady, she was getting them signed up and everything, took down their information, gave them quotes. And what's sad is you got that one person who's trying to do stuff by the book, and everybody else around her is messing that stuff up.
Yep.
And that's what gets under my skin. Genuinely gets under my skin. I'm trying to be comedic by saying some outlandish shock value stuff, but I'm really at my core.
Oh, when I talk about death rates, I'm serious.
You can't do that. It's a human rights violation.
All right, so from November 2019 through December 2024, Asha Hassan and others devised and carried out a scheme to defraud the EIDBI Autism Service Program. Jesus. Huh.
That's one example. I just found the first example from a reputable source, and it was not hard to find. And Google lists out several other different examples of it.
Whoa, hold on, look, bro. Here it is. Wow, look, these behavioral technicians were often 18 or 19 years old, 19-year-old relatives with no formal education beyond high school and no training or certifications related to the treatment of autism. Behavioral technicians were often 18 and 19 years old, unqualified.
It's all their family
relatives getting paid. How much do behavioral technicians make?
Probably, I mean, a behavioral technician will probably make between $30 and $35 an hour. However, they're not a real. They're not really that. So they're getting paid whatever the hell their family members want to give them. Really.
Keep in mind, license fraud is an actual high.
That too, yeah.
And that can land you in prison for at least.
Okay, yeah, well, in Ohio, registered behavioral technician is $23 to $27 an hour.
I told you. I overestimated a little bit, but it's also Minnesota, so it might be a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, that's it.
But
you're right.
They're just listing them as that. It's not like they're getting competitive pay with everybody. They're just getting a cut of the profits.
Wild. All right.
There's $2.6 million inside these businesses that were given by the government, but there's no children to be seen anywhere.
No comment. Oh, and there you hold on. Pause. Roll it back 5 frames. Play.
$2.6 million inside these businesses
and
but there's no children to be seen anywhere.
Pause. What is that? That's Mickey and Minnie Mouse right there. We need to call Disney.
I'm weak.
They're using their images with a daycare center in Florida got sued over that.
Really?
Yes, that exact same thing. A mural of Mickey Mouse and fucking. But I mean, let's.
Did it look better than this?
I mean, that looks pretty good, but it was.
So basically, what Monte is saying is Disney editors in chief. If you ever watch this video, they're using your image and likeness and your content without legal permission, and they're in an ongoing investigation while using your content. If you don't want to be associated with that, you should probably take them to court yesterday.
Yep. Just saying.
Crazy. I didn't know
you can't do that. That's illegal. That is counterfeiting.
Man, we got a lot of counterfeit shirts people need to grab out of here.
Where their taxes are going, if these companies and these daycare centers are making upwards of $2.6 million and there's no children to be seen anywhere, something fraudulent is happening. And that is not make you racist, Islamophobic. This is just the truth of what's happening here in Minnesota. If there's a bunch of white people doing the same thing, we'd be talking about the same issue. This is just fraud at unprecedented levels here inside Minnesota. It's actually very concerning. Where are the children at inside of these buildings? They're nowhere to be seen. Millions of dollars are being sent into these daycare centers all across Minnesota, and there's not a child to be seen.
Now, what I
anywhere.
would like to know
Here's
is what
another
time of day
daycare
is he
center
doing
inside
all
the
this?
same building.
Middle of the day.
want you to be videotaping anything.
Where is all the money going for if there's no children at these daycare centers?
Sir,
Yes.
I told you, please leave.
Yes, we have a question though. Where is the children at these daycare centers if there's millions of dollars?
Ask with the local government.
Oh, we've asked. We have the paper here. So we're wondering where the money and where the children are at. We have the paper right here. Come here.
Who are you, first of all?
My name's Nick Shirley.
You don't have any permission to record me, period.
Can we talk
You
outside?
don't have permission to record.
She doesn't either have.
You
She
do
doesn't have
not-
permission to record me.
You cannot stop people.
No, that is hilarious though. When they say you don't have permission to record me, but the person behind you is recording you as well. Like, you know that, right?
Just as a
But-
side note, there is no expectation of privacy in a surveilled public space.
Nope.
True.
Even on private property, even on private property, if they
I
have
think people confuse that law a lot. Just when they're angry and they don't feel like getting recorded, they like to throw that law out there, but they don't know what it, the guidelines for it.
So if you say you don't want to be recorded, and even if you're on private property, if that private property, that business has surveillance cameras, it doesn't matter. Even if you're the one that put up the surveillance cameras, there's no rules for me and not for you. If you're being recorded by anything, anybody can record.
Yep, because you have to maintain the expectation of privacy. So
Yep.
by him saying you do not have my permission to record me, but then somebody else is recording him, that is now no expectation of privacy situation.
Unless it is a government building with a restricted access.
Yep,
Okay.
been in plenty of those.
They can. The government can tell you you can't record.
No, you cannot stop people on the street and question them.
We can ask.
Yes,
you
you
can.
can. He's a
Yes, you
journalist.
can. Bro, I'm sorry. Maybe you can't do that in Somalia, but you can do that in America. You must got your countries fucked up because we can do that here.
Set's getting heated.
So that's irritated me. I'm like, bro, if he'd have told me that, I'd have been like, yeah, you got the wrong country, bro. I think you do need to go back to Somalia because you must not know how we run things in America.
So I find it funny that these illegal immigrants and foreigners, because they're all illegal in my eyes. Yeah, you may have the paperwork, but when you start committing crimes, yeah, get the hell out. You're illegal. I find it funny how they have the laws memorized. Like if you watch what he says, he like struggles to find the exact wording.
He's trying to quote law. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, nah, buddy, it only works if certain conditions are met. You know that if you actually went through the right process, you fraud.
Trust me, Nick Shirley knows where he can and can't record because when he can't record somewhere, he doesn't record.
Yeah. I mean, he's been doing this for a while. And I'm it is, but shout out Nick Shirley. Though.
You cannot stop people on the street and question them.
We're not on the street.
You don't have any permission.
Where are the children?
I will sue you. You don't have any permission.
Our street.
You
Our
have nothing
street.
to do with this. You
Okay.
understand?
Our
Are there
street.
So leave. Please leave.
Are there children here?
Please leave.
Where are the children? $2.6 million for a daycare.
I'm sorry, but you're gonna sue me for what? Because shoot, hey,
I always hate.
Hey, if you sue me, can we take your financial records to discovery then?
Oh, oh shit! You're learning from Milo.
I hate when people, the first thing they throw out is, I'll sue you, bro. You have to have a legal basis. And if you are already under investigation, ain't no lawyer going to take you on.
Man, I'd be like, first you sue me for what? Please let it be defamation. Please sue me for defamation so we can take it to discovery. Because please, I'm walking there with a chip on my shoulder.
Oh my god! And you know what? Here's the thing, right? If we were just built like that and we had money to throw around like that, if we were like the UAE and everybody's a fucking billionaire and we had money, this wouldn't bother me. This wouldn't bother me at all. But the fact that I have known people that have suffered you know, in the medical field have suffered because of a lack of coverage or a lack of care that they couldn't receive because no one could pay for it. And I know those people. I've seen them, and I've seen them in their suffering. And I see this motherfucker and the other guy that fucking had a fucking Patagonia fucking shirt, some AirPods, a nice fucking clean fade, a nice fucking gold chain. And I see that. You are taking, this is how I see it. You are taking food out of the mouths of somebody else. You are taking care out of the hands of somebody else. You are making the system more corrupt. You are making the system less accessible for people that actually need it. Because what do I've lost track of how many kids are supposed to be in these daycares that aren't in these daycares. And we're at what, $120 million now in fraud. You know what I could do for
I have it.
$120 million?
2,000.
2,000 kids.
Let me get a
2,000.
little
I could
bit
build
of
a school for $114 million, and I could make it a fucking nice fucking school.
man. And shoot, Monty, you nicer than me, because even if we was all rich, I'll still be like, man, fuck them. I could have bought another Lamborghini instead of giving these guys fraudulent money.
I get, like, I understand, like, the need to steal. I trust me, it's a crime of opportunity, and they don't do it if they don't need to do it. I get that. I understand that. So if we were in a position where we just, this was pocket change to us, no big deal. Wouldn't bother me in the least. But the fact that there are people going without and there are people taking from those people that are going without, that is where I see the human element. Like, it's like people say fraud is a victimless crime. It's not, because that money could have went to other places. We could have built 10 water treatment facilities for the great people, the 4,000 people at a very minimum. That's 4,000 people we could have helped.
The amount of money that they stole is the equivalent
of the GDP of a whole country.
No, the amount of money that they stole is the amount of money that it costs to buy. In St. Louis, we have the most expensive county in the nation, top 10. It's Weldon Springs, Missouri. And in order to buy a house with some land, in order to buy a high quality house in Weldon Springs with some land, that's like 10% of the money that they took. You could buy 50 almost of those houses with the money they took and still have a cattle ranch. That's how much money they stole.
God damn, Steve.
And I see that's the kind of things, if someone, like I said, if we were fucking the UAE, fucking what is it? Not Abu Dhabi.
Dubai.
What is it? Dubai. Yeah, if we were Dubai and we just had fucking Lamborghini police cars, it wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't bother me to this degree, because it would just be a rounding error. But the fact that this is a lot of fucking money. A lot of fucking money. In comparison and in numbers.
Hey guys, you gotta remember the Democratic argument. Oh, guys, it's just like a 0.001% of the actual budget. You guys are overreacting.
No, I don't fucking care. 100 million is 1/10 of a billion. It's a tenth of a billion.
200 million can set you straight for life. You and your family.
100 million. You realize, Set, that some people in the freaking country will never see even 10% of 10% of 100 million.
That would be 1%.
That'd be sad.
10% of 10% is 1%.
Goddamn.
I'm sorry, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that's money that
that's 100 people's lifetime earnings.
Dude, that's almost as much money that LeBron James and Steph Curry make with all of their merch sales on top of their NBA career.
Good point. After taxes. But all right.
But we need to tax Elon Musk more.
You don't know what you're talking about. So
there might be actually a little bit of truth to that, though. I mean, bro, about to be a trillionaire.
He's the single biggest taxpayer in American history.
That is true. That is actually true. If you think about, is this the amount of wealth this man got?
No, the loans that he borrowed from the U.S. government, I looked it up. He is the only
one to pay him back
with interest.
Interest.
I mean,
with
but here's the
interest.
thing: the reason I like Elon keeping his money, I mean, like, bro, look, man, he's trying to get us.
Look what
into
he's
space,
doing.
okay?
Look what he's doing. He's not doing
Trying to
what
get
these
us into
fuckers are doing.
space. He's building robots, making the Tesla better. He's being productive with it. I can't be mad at that. And then here's the thing: bro's not really taking large sum payments. Everything he's doing, he's reinvesting and growing the business with.
Yeah.
So
And you know what's crazy? I tell people this all the time. Elon Musk is in the STEM field. STEM has a reason it's expensive. The materials, the cost, the overhead, the personnel,
the
skilled
intelligence.
labor. Right. It's expensive because you're gathering a lot of high quality individuals and parts together to make something. So anything science, technology, engineering, mathematics related, it's gonna be pricey. And that's understandable. And he still is making it work. He's
making profits.
Right. And he still paid off his stuff. Jeff Bezos is in the STEM field and he's a trillionaire. You mean to tell me you can't pay off your debts?
Jeff Bezos is not a trillionaire.
Well,
close to it. He real close to it if he ain't.
Closer than Elon.
No, Elon is richer than Jeff Bezos, guys.
Yeah, for sure. I know. That's why I said not closer than Elon.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said closer than Elon.
Oh no,
I was like,
that's all. Nah. I think Jeff Bezos is like what 300 billion.
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter. That's the thing. $100 million. I think that's what we spend on one rocket. We could launch a fucking rocket into space for $100 million.
Facts.
$100 million, we could equip 4 Arleigh Burke class guided cruise missile destroyers with the latest Block 4 Tomahawk cruise missile upgrade. For $100
million, we could bomb Iran again.
God damn it, bro.
No, for $100 million, what we could do is we could revamp the entire fleet of A-10 Warthogs and just give them bigger gas tanks. For $100 million, that's how much we could buy. I think it's 2.7 million rounds worth of ammunition for every weapon, tank, and freaking rocket in the U.S. inventory that isn't overpriced.
Bro, it's like when you you buy gold in World of Tanks. You can just buy everything.
But all right, guys,
right.
Let's not get too far. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to the video.
Think about how many Somali villages we could bomb with that.
Bro, come on, damn it.
For $100 million, dude, for $100 million, we could restore every Christian village that was destroyed by the senseless killing. For $100 million, we could get the Chinese and Mexicans to stop eating cats and dogs.
Maybe.
But no, we're giving it to
Tell us what's
daycares
happening
with
here
no
then.
I
kids.
said leave.
We're wondering what's
We
happening.
are not a childcare. We are nothing to do with it. We're common people walking. And
Yes.
you are.
We're not accusing you.
You can't even speak English, my dude.
Don't ask me anything.
We're not
Don't
accusing
ask me
you.
anything.
We're asking the daycare centers.
I am not going to answer. You have.
Where are the children at?
Leave. Leave.
We just want to know where
You
are
don't
the
even work
children.
here.
Who you work for?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Who do you work for?
I work for myself, Nick Shirley.
Okay, what are you recording?
We're wondering where are the children? $2.66 million for
You're not talking to
the
the
Minnesota
right person.
Child Care Center.
You're not talking to the right person.
Okay, then it's not you.
Then get the fuck out of here, dickhead.
Literally, it's like skedaddle. Then it's
Bye.
like, what
It's
are
none of
you
your
bitching about?
business. It's just like the lady that said, "Don't come out."
It's like, bruh, ain't no way, bro. Just standing there going, you're talking to the wrong person.
Then why are you talking to me? Bro, look at him. He's dressed up pretty fresh too.
Retard alert.
Are there
Dressed up
children
fresh
that come
for a
here?
bum.
Answer
You're
the
not
question.
talking
Are
to
there
the right
children?
person. Leave.
There's no children inside this building.
Leave.
Disrespect, though.
That's just a.
The disrespect is like, leave. Is like, you think I'm just gonna leave just because you pointed and walked? Like the fact that you walked away and said it. Man, meet me outside, bro. Just meet me outside with the boxing gloves at this point.
Bro, I'm gonna hit him
Simple
with the 1-2, 1-2, 1-3.
Like literally, like, bro, fight for your honor. Fight for the honor of your country at this point.
Ain't got much honor left.
1-2, 1-3, 6. 1-2, 1-3, 6.
Well,
Oh yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Where are the children at? David, they won't even answer. We asked him, plain and simple, where are the children? Do children come here?
This is why I've had my life. I've been attacked twice. Once with a knife, and the other time I was jumped last Saturday by 3 Somali men simply for asking questions about what was going on. And They're very, very violent people. They do not like this fraud to be exposed.
After giving this man plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, because looking like it's a lifeline. And
yeah,
I'm gonna be real. Bro, I couldn't do it. Yeah, I couldn't do it, Nick Shirley. Or be like that old man. I'd have probably been scrapping with the whole Somalian community.
To answer the simple question, where are the children? He called the cops on us and we headed to the state capitol where they're having a meeting about the fraud to confront the state representatives and people in the government who have enabled and let this fraud happen. Inside of this committee, a Republican representative showed charts showing exactly how this fraud has been committed and who is profiting and connecting all of the dots. And while the Democrat representatives looked into the abyss, one of them spoke about how none of this is building trust and how this is a nonpartisan issue. So I went and confronted her after that.
Wow.
He has some very valid questions to ask about what's going on here in Minnesota. And do you think this fraud
I don't know who
crosses?
you are.
My name is Nick Shirley. Do you think this fraud is Republican or Democrat, or just facts that fraud is happening?
Yeah, and that's the problem with a lot of Democrat politicians is, oh, I don't know who you are, so I don't got to talk to you. I mean, aren't you supposed to be a person of the people? And the people are trying to address you, and you're acting like higher than the people that, you know, put you in this position.
Think about this.
The audacity.
Think about any other situation in human existence and human interaction and social skills. If I come up to you and I say, "Hey, Set, guess what? Your AC company is ripping you off. You know, you've been charged for a 5-ton unit, and you got a fucking goddamn Dyson mini split." And and you're like,
God,
I don't know
hate
who
mini
you are.
splits.
Like, but you see what I mean? You got charged for all of this stuff, and you paid for it, and your response is, I don't know who you are. Why are you talking to me, bitch? I'm trying to help you.
Like, literally, I'm trying to bring something to your attention.
Because not only did you spend the money, you didn't spend. It didn't come out of your wallet. It came out of my wallet.
Right. And that's the worst part about it, is like, you understand that, you know, this is taxpayer money we're talking about. This just didn't come out of like one person's pocket. This came out of everybody's pocket.
It's $111 million according to the fraud counter so far.
Bruh. Out of everybody in this room, well, all the residents in this room's pocket.
There's probably not $100 million between all of the people watching the stream right now.
Facts.
Little do you guys know.
Not little do you guys know, Saudi King is watching right now.
He's like, oh man, I solved this problem right now.
Ha ha ha! Silly Americans.
Little do they know.
Israel.
Wait. Oh wait, Israel?
Israel. Hold on. Stop talking.
I said, little do you know, you shouldn't have sided with Israel.
Too late. Juice music is playing.
Oh, no. I promise you, I don't get excited about pennies on the ground.
I know.
Is Mr. Krabs Jewish?
No,
yes.
He is Jewish, isn't he?
He's got to be.
He got to be, bro. Bro, come on, the money. It's all about the money.
What I said is that
Because
what we're talking
we want
about
to build trust, but fraud is fraud. So why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
Okay, sir.
No.
Sir.
When are you going to hold?
So it's another guy.
He's a representative for the state of Minnesota. Yes or no?
Excuse me.
Yes. Are you?
If you're going to talk to me like
are
that,
you going to say to her, "I'm a disability advocate"?
I heard you, and we've got a chance
overstimulated.
to testify.
I'm weak. Hey, you see how smooth she did that though? She just slid her hand right into there. Yeah. So thank you for bro wasn't even looking for a handshake. She's smooth for that.
Advocate.
I heard you, and we've got a chance to
testify.
No,
ma'am. The facts are the facts that fraud is happening here, and it's not a nonpartisan issue. How come you think fraud has been able to happen so much underneath?
I think if
the
you've
government
been
here?
listening to our hearings, we've had now 10 hearings on this. And so there's really good data from the people who both work within the administration,
Fat white liberal,
as well as who
White
Democrat
woman.
and Republicans. I
Yes.
think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader.
I mean, let's be real. Y'all trying to call it a non-issue. Like
$100 million. They could
And here's
rebuild the
thing, this
Mall
is
of
what
America
they
for
do.
that.
But this is what they do. They always deflect to, well, you know, the Republicans. That's the problem. Y'all will
You guys-
sit there and destroy y'all cities and then sit there and try to blame it on the Republicans somehow, some way. If there's a Republican anywhere to blame in the region, y'all will find a way to blame them. Or if not, just blame Trump.
Here's the thing. Set. You know, this conversation would have went a lot differently if she actually even gave a fuck about the fraud. She would sit down with him and be like, "Yeah," and then she could even still blame Republicans. Be like, "Hey, look, this is what we've tried to do, and they just don't budge on it," and then
I'd
put the
respect
ball
that.
in their court. But no, there's no one's trying to cover up fraud. What are you talking about? The preceding video, the 45-minute long video, is nothing but uncovering fraud. So if Nick Shirley can do it in a matter of 45 minutes, why you had a whole hearing on it and couldn't fucking come up with anything?
Man, I mean,
They
no
know it's
real
there.
investigation.
They know
They know it's
exactly, gaming. That's my point. They know
Here's
it's
the
there.
thing, though, because he's talking to the local government. These are the very same people that's controlled by the Somalian community because they need to satisfy them in order for her to keep her position, especially as a Democrat. And that's why they're deflecting to the Republicans, because they know damn well that they're the ones who actually need that vote. The Republicans, they don't need the Somalian community's vote, but the Democrats, they do.
I'm gonna say one thing that it's gonna surprise both of you. The Democrats might lose the primaries because of how much fraud, waste, abuse, and cover-up is going on. I think that even if the Republicans didn't run on affordability, the amount of BS that the Democrats have been covering up is gonna do it for the American people and cause them to vote the opposite way just in spite.
It would have to be. I mean, here's the problem with Dems. It'd have to be enough. We'd have to be able to stack it. Like, well, there's this one, there's feeding the children, there's autism, there's adult health. We need to stack it on top of a Medicaid fraud, all of it, in order for them to sit there and be like, yo, you got to understand, you guys are the party who allows fraud. Look at all of this. And you're telling me you're about to vote these fraudulent guys in as your representatives, your congressmen, district men. These are the guys you guys want to depend on. And they'll probably sit there and stare us in our face and say, but Donald Trump.
Yep.
So,
you know,
that's the only problem with that.
You know, it's the playbook. Come on now.
I know, right? I wish they'd be a little bit more reasonable, but sadly they're gonna hit you with the but Donald Trump. I mean, like, bro, you can't even like the fraud is on the Dems. There is no but Donald Trump, but I see where they're gonna go with it. But all right,
you know it's big. You know it's Big Don. Come on now.
Every time.
Tim Waltz.
There has been Medicaid fraud across the country under Democrats and Republicans. There's fraud within the Trump administration. We have is fraud. Private providers have made government a mark, and so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are
for $111 million of the 2.2 billion gallons of gas that's bought every year in Minnesota, they could decrease the price of gas by 20 cents per gallon for everybody in Minnesota.
Well, can't do that now because you got the freaking Durkers who don't wash their butt running the show.
But we're going to point to the Trump administration for something that the Obama administration brought in, and the Trump administration is being raked over the coals to pay for.
Man, I mean, here's the worst. It's just kind of crazy how they love to try to pass off all of their problems onto the Republicans. She literally said, well, you know, there's fraud inside the Trump administration.
Are we talking about the Trump administration, or are we talking about the state of Minnesota, specifically Minneapolis and St. Paul?
I was getting ready to say, I don't care about the Trump administration. I care about what's going on right here.
And I would tell
20 cents a gallon. 20 cents a gallon for every gallon of gas bought. You could have just had a rebate. Every gallon.
Like, and what fraud in the Trump administration? Like, please. Like, what? Like, what fraud? Because the only fraud that you could really say is the fraud that Elon Musk was cracking down on. They was catching fraud, not doing fraud.
Yeah, they were going after fraud, and that was when Trump first got in office. So all of those policies were from the Biden administration. What are you talking about?
Grasping at straws, like us.
And this is one city in one state out of 50. Now let's push this out to California. Let's push this out to Washington, to Oregon, to Illinois, to fucking all of these New York. Let's see how much money we could save if we just get rid of these fucking fat, slimy, fucking liberal bitches.
Damn. All right. Let's go ahead and finish this
Dealing
one
with
out.
the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that.
$100 million could buy you 110
Who is being
houses.
charged with defrauding Medicare?
Don't
You know
use
who runs
veterans,
Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid.
President Trump, President Trump, President Trump, President Trump.
You know who
I have no power.
Oh, that killed me. Oh, and shout out Seth for sending the party hat. Appreciate you, sis. Oh, and Merry Christmas. Hey, and shout out Misfit. Hey, y'all, Merry Christmas. Hey, appreciate you guys.
So she doesn't want to solve the problem. She just wants to blame President Trump on a policy that was funded by her.
Bro.
President Trump made me do it.
You know, President Trump controls Medicare. Bro, that's what does President Trump's cut to?
What does that have to do with your
Medicaid?
your child care credit authorizations that the state is putting through?
And here's the thing. Trump didn't cut Medicare. You guys are bitching about the cuts to Medicaid. And here's the thing. What's the cuts got to do? You shouldn't be worrying about it because guess what? You shouldn't be spending that much money in the first place.
That's $100 million you could put towards Medicaid.
Yeah.
What did he cut?
You know what's
What did he
crazy?
cut?
All the cuts that Trump put into place are at the federal level. None of them affect the state.
Yep. And what was the main purpose for those cuts? They even said it for fraudulent reasons. And them sitting here trying to lie about it. And now here comes all this fraud cases that are happening on where? Medicaid.
Their ground. And you know what's even funnier about this? Instead of going after the fraudsters, they will go and cut fucking little Susie's fucking child lunch program. They will go and cut fucking Barbara's fucking, transportation to and from the hospital. They will go cut Johnny, the fucking Iraq war veteran's fucking assisted living. They will go cut all that shit. But they won't take the $111 million in one city, in one state, out of 50. They won't go after that. But they'll go after your fucking VA money and threaten you with that. They'll go after your fucking college education and threaten you with that. They'll go after all of these fucking things and say it's because Trump wants to get rid of fraud and he's really just hurting everyday Americans. These aren't everyday Americans. $110 million that I know of right now, they're not fucking Americans. They're fucking scamming us. Just like they do from fucking India, just like they fucking did on the fucking open ocean. Like, it's just being brought to our country.
You know what's crazy is that the first thing she said was veterans. You ain't did nothing to help no veteran. All 50 states are slacking on their veterans. We are the most forgotten and last thought about, and we're always the first one to be used as some freaking ploy to justify, why one position is better than the other. Keep veterans' name out your mouths, because if y'all really cared, y'all would at least give us a decent rate on a first-time home buying house, up our VA disabilities, because we kind of fought for you guys, or at least guarantee us one house for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, that's fair.
111 million is one. The VA budget is $446 billion. So out of that $111 million, the VA could get $111 million more dollars, and probably what the average price of a home is, what, 500,000? That's 222 veterans that could get a house completely free. 222.
Let's do one better.
And their families.
If you were to take that number and divide it up amongst the homeless veterans, you could place about 4,000 homeless veterans in an assisted or a paid-for rental facility through HUD Bash. You know how many veterans are sleeping on the street right now or having to stay with family members because the cost of housing is so unaffordable? I know, because I'm a veteran in that situation. It's about 450,000 plus. But yes, let's give all our money away to Somalians.
Okay, So the state of Minnesota has around 174 homeless veterans as of April 2025.
174. They
100.
could easily cover
You
them.
could put them all in houses for that. All
Or
of them. They would have zero.
Bruh. I mean, only 174. That they could easily cover them.
They don't want to.
Literally, they don't. They rather cover illegals. And that's what's going to build hatred towards illegals is this blatant disrespect for our own while propping up, well, the foreigners. And you know what? At a certain point, that's why I try to tell people, look, let's not try to hate these people because you got to understand, these guys are just a tool being used for a divisive purpose.
Each
and
veteran,
for a scandalous purpose as well.
Each of the 174 registered homeless veterans could get $637,931,000.
And he said registered.
Registered.
That means that number is triple.
The number's higher, but just for the ones we know about, they could all get $638,000 a piece. A piece. Not to mention
socialists.
Yeah, but no, let's give them to the fucking pirates of the world. That makes
Literal
perfect
pirates.
sense.
All right.
Fraud is
In the
a
whole
50
state,
state issue.
the whole state of Minnesota, there's 174 registered fucking homeless veterans. This is one city. Let's go out and fucking check out the fraud in all the other fucking cities in the state of Minnesota. And I bet you that number would get even higher. This is just what Nick Shirley has found in one afternoon. One afternoon. And all these fucking people are getting
with limited resources.
With no resources. He has a camera and a guy that did some research over the past 2 years.
Probably like 1 or 2 security guards.
But yeah. But it's Trump's fault, right?
Yep, Trump or Republicans. But all right, back to it.
And so again, it is not a partisan issue. There are Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it. But what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment. And I hope you print that.
Thank you for coming.
I hope you print that.
She thought she cooked.
You saw what happened there?
The state of Minnesota that we live in, and these politicians are just walking off, thinking it's okay Tuesday, and they want to go visit the Trump. They want to blame the Trump administration. We have Democrats blaming ICE. I'm tired. My people are suffering. I'm scared for my little brother. My people are suffering, and these people just walk off.
Yep.
We have a governor who fucking doesn't care.
So
how many more people are gonna freaking die? How many more people are gonna go homeless? And how many more people are gonna be trafficked in our freaking system?
You know what? And that's
is day
the
one.
Thing, that's the one thing that that really gets at my heartstrings is you got people like that in government who actually care, and dudes crying, trying to hold it together on camera. Imagine how many of those people go to sleep stressed the hell out or cry themselves to sleep trying to do the right thing.
I know, just to see a bunch of guys just get off doing the wrong thing. And then the politician that you voted in, that you thought was supposed to be on your side, let them do it. And then if you complain about it, well, guess what? You're a racist. You're an Islamophobic or Islamophobic. Like, at this point, they are creating. I'm gonna be real with you with this. They're creating Islamophobes at this point. They're creating them. And because let's be real, if these Dems would have hold these guys like feet to the fire, like they'd have held, I'm gonna be real with you, a group of Republicans. Yeah, like let's be real. If this was somebody in the Trump administration doing this, yeah, they held them to that same level of accountability.
They'd be executing them.
Nobody would be honestly calling out the Somalian community like we are right now because, well, they're being treated like everybody else. But right now, they're getting special treatment. They're getting, I'm gonna be real with you, the way they're getting away with this fraud, they're getting treated better than the American citizen. Because
$111 million. Think about that. Think about that.
That's just in one day.
In one day, in one city.
Yeah.
The entire state of Minnesota, all of the homeless veterans could be put in nice fucking houses. $638,000 is nice. You can get a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house on an acre of land for $638,000.
Think of how many homeless people you could feed with that money.
Yeah.
How many homeless people that go to these different shelters, and the shelters basically are funded through donations, and everything is out of pocket, and they don't have any government subsidies because the government's busy pissing it away to home illegal immigrants.
$111 million. I could create a business to employ every single one of those homeless veterans for $111 million and provide fucking more tax revenue to the state than these fucking people are.
Literally. Bro, they're getting grants. It's like, bro, we're like, that's
yeah, we're
our
just
tax.
giving them the money. It's not like it's a loan. It's not like it's being paid back. It's just a grant. And they get the money and they fucking, you see how they dress? You see what they drive? They're living the fucking good life on our dime.
Oh, hold on. Shout out to Teresa Southern Home Cooking. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent the New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 joules. Appreciate the support. I just seen it, so appreciate that. But all right, guys, time to get over to geopolitical hour. All right, let's go ahead and start with the Pentagon Wars. China's preparing for a major conflict. So looks like China might be on the prowl, guys.
We could buy an F-22 Raptor for $111 million to defeat China.
I'm weak.
I ain't gonna lie, China is not a threat. I don't know why these news outlets keep pushing this. I
don't know. I mean, an economic threat for sure, but not a military.
No.
I would agree with you on that.
There's so much of a not threat. There's so much of a not threat that instead of spending that money on Raptors, we could do this.
I'm weak. All right. Well, let's
the White House is accusing China of unfair trade practices regarding semiconductor chips. A filing.
See, economic threat, trade threat, because we can't trust these guys to ever, ever play fairly when it comes to trade.
Never trust the raindrop eyes.
Oh my God.
From the U.S. Trade Representative says this, quote, for decades, China has targeted the semiconductor industry for dominance and has employed increasingly aggressive and sweeping non-market policies and practices in pursuing dominance of the sector. China's pursuit of its dominance goals has severely disadvantaged U.S. companies, workers, and the U.S. economy. But Trump administration is delaying new tariffs on Chinese chips until June of 2027. Now, China responded to the filing and the accusation, slamming the U.S. for abusing tariffs and surpassing China's industries, adding that China will, quote, safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. I want to bring in former World Bank and IFC outside counsel in Beijing,
pause this? I want to
Katie
respond
Zachariah. Katie, good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So to Josh Schrader, 8462, my boy, 65% of people of them want to be homeless for drugs or mental issues. Here's the thing. Most homeless people, no, because I was homeless, I know this for a fact. Most homeless people end up turning to drugs because it's that bad on the streets.
They want to stay warm. It could be as simple as that.
Yeah, majority of homeless people end up turning to drugs. It's only about 5% that actually start off as a drug addict.
But he trust me, the experts in the internet, fucking, you got to listen to them because they know everything.
He got his degree from YouTube University.
I swear to God. And it doesn't negate the fact of what we just said. 174 homeless vets. We're not talking about fucking meth heads. We're talking about people with PTSD that fucking lost their job because they freaked out because they thought a fucking door closing was an IED blowing up. Like, shut the fuck up unless you know what you're fucking talking about, for one. And for two, the sheer numbers of what I just laid out are irrelevant on whether or not they want to be homeless. I guarantee you, if you hand one of those 174 veterans the keys to a $638,000 house, they're not going to be homeless anymore. You stupid fucking swine. God.
They rage baited you. I just
Come
put
on.
that out there.
Like, chill. But all right, guys, let's go to get back into it. Well, China. Well, I guess this is pretty much what they're complaining about. We're pretty much doing this whole little trade back and forth with China because, well, I thought we were actually keeping our cheap chips away from them, but I guess we're letting them have them. I'm not really sure where that's going to go further down the line, but hey, we'll see how that plays out. But let's get on to more pressing matters. Like, is Japan done with pacifism?
Japan's gonna go fucking annihilate China,
bro. Hey, now you see how they even got this lady looking though.
She looked like she ready to call some war crimes. Raping
Like,
Man King
literally,
2.0.
bro.
Here we go.
Got her looking sinister.
She's like, give me that $111 million
right now.
For our next story, let's turn to Japan. It has approved a record budget for the new year. The budget is worth 122 trillion yen. That's around 785 billion US dollars. 785 billion US dollars. It is the biggest in Japan's history, and it is important for the country's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. After all, this is the first budget, and there's a lot riding on it. Japan's economy is slowing down. The yen is weak. That's their currency. The yen is weak. There are higher bond yields, and Tokyo had to balance all of it.
We are continuing to increase the budget for important policies, such as strengthening defense capabilities, for which we have secured financial resources and are working on plans over multiple years. In particular, green transformation and semiconductors, we have increased the initial budget by 1 trillion yen within the special account.
So Takaichi has some big plans, but not everybody is convinced. There are fears that the budget could add to Japan's public debt. You see, Japan owes a lot of money compared to the size of its economy.
Yeah, I mean, they owe a lot of money, but they also own a lot of debt. I mean, Japan is the biggest holder of our debt.
No, actually, Japan is the biggest holder of Japan's debt.
No, they're our debt. They own about
our debt as well. They own our debt as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know they own that much.
Oh yeah, bro, more than China does. It's like wild. I was surprised when I learned that.
China can't even afford to buy our debt.
Like, bro, here's the
after
thing.
The housing collapse of 2022.
I believe in that trade deal. They kind of sold a bit of our debt back to us when they said, "Oh, here's 150 billion in loan guarantees," and I'm just like, that kind of just sounds like they're taking that out of our debt. Like the 800 billion that y'all
someone said Texas Instruments will never catch up with China.
Texas Instruments. Oh man, I haven't used those calculators in a minute. Bangers.
TI-85.
It has one of the highest debt to GDP ratios among major economies.
Tough.
The IMF estimates that Japan's debt will hit 232% of its GDP this year. 232% of the GDP. What does that mean? For every 100 yen that Japan makes in a year, it owes about 232 yen in debt. In short, Japan owes more than twice of what it produces in a year.
Damn.
And that is not good for a slowing economy. There are fears that the budget could add to the problem. Of course, Takaichi says she will keep the debt in check.
Regarding the budget for the fiscal year of 2026, I believe that we have been able to compile a budget that achieves both a strong economy and fiscal sustainability by prioritizing budget for key policies while considering fiscal discipline.
Apart from this, the big highlight of the budget is defense spending. Japan has just approved its largest ever defense budget. It's worth 9 trillion yen. That's around $58 billion. It is 9.4% higher compared to the last year. This comes amid growing tensions with China. Also, this is not a one-time splurge. Japan has a 5-year plan to double its defense spending. It wants to raise it up to 2% of the GDP. And that would make Japan the third largest defense spender in the world.
Wow.
The third largest, right after the United States and China. But what does this mean for the country? And is China alone driving this trend?
No, Japan. I don't think you want to join that race. I don't think you want to join that race with us. And I mean, come on now. Like, who weapons will you be buying? Y'all making y'all own or y'all buying our weapons?
Japan's not allowed to have an offensive military, so
I mean, I don't know. It looks like they're going for it.
I'm gonna give y'all some insight to that.
Hold on, Damien, speak into the mic.
I'm gonna give y'all some insight to that.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So in 2023, they signed a deal with the Biden administration to relax some of the restrictions on them developing offensive capabilities, which is
What?
exactly why, yes, which is exactly why they bought all those F-35 Lightning IIs, and they begged Congress to allow us to sell them the F-22 Raptor, which of course didn't happen. They also bought F-15EX. They bought a bunch of FA-18, FA-18 E2G Growlers and Prowlers, a couple of C2 E2C Hawkeyes, a few C-130 and Globe Masters and Galaxies, and then they also bought a bunch of artillery. They're restarting their shipbuilding process. Now they say all of this is for defensive posturing, but it's because the United States relaxed its enforcement of the non-offensive capabilities portion of their constitution, and they're trying to put pressure on the United States to relax it more.
It makes sense, because why else would they be upping their military spending if you're not even allowed to have one?
I mean, they're allowed to have a defensive military. They are allowed to do that. But since World War II, because they did that whole bomb Pearl Harbor thing, when we fucking stomped them into the dust, we said, all right, you can't have an offensive. The fucking F-35 is an offensive weapon. I don't care fucking who you are. You use that to fucking run missions.
Okay, well, that's why that's been confusing me, because like everybody, like word on the global streets is that China has been posturing to be posturing to make a more offensive army.
So the reason being for this, and this all happened under the Biden, and it's quietly happening under the Trump administration. Now, obviously, because I'm recently out of the military, I still be hearing stuff through the grapevine. Of course, I wouldn't tell any of you guys anything you're not supposed to know. But what I can tell you is what's being quietly done. You have to look for it, but it's being quietly done where the U.S. is kind of like pulling back and letting Japan.
They're looking the other way while Japan is fucking being Japan.
Yes. That's why they're bolstering their military presence on the Ryukyu Islands. That's why in Hokkaido they're planning on doing some. They're planning on building up more defenses there. That's why you see all of this money coming in. They're spending more money because they need to build more ships. They already have all the materials, and they've been stockpiling materials for years.
Yeah. But the good thing is they're on our side now, and we don't have to fight the Emperor of Japan if this stuff ever gets used against us.
Man, so pretty much Japan out here stocking up like Rambo, and we just whistling by watching him do it.
Don't fuck with my man Japan over here. He knows what the sun looks like.
I mean, Japan over there just loading up in the armor, and we're just walking past like, damn, when did you start doing this?
Yeah, that's also why Italy signed a defense pact with Japan, is basically to supply them with Euro Typhoon fighters to masquerade as their primary defensive warplane, when they secretly at the same time bought, and I'm not joking, 2,000 F-22 Raptors on order.
Japan ain't fucking around.
Yeah, and so that's why you see China trying to flex its muscle. It's flexing its muscle. It's flexing its muscle because the minute that the United, and I meant what I said on the very first live I got on, we are really the only thing that's keeping Japan from
fucking up China.
We're really the only stabilizing force in that region of the world.
This is how great American fucking might is. We don't even need to be the country that goes to war with you. Our excess supply can fuck you up.
Basically. And so Japan is just kind of waiting for the all clear.
Japan's ready to fight for democracy.
What on God's green earth is happening?
You ever play Helldivers?
All right, guys, hold on. Back to the video before we get off topic.
First, look at what the budget includes. And we'll divide this into three layers. The first layer is deterrence. Japan is pouring $6.2 billion into long-range missile capability. It will use $1.3 billion to buy and upgrade TP-12 surface-to-ship missiles. These can strike targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. Let me put that in context. 1,000 kilometers away, several parts of the Chinese mainland will be in that range. But Japan is...
That was a fucked up way of putting it. Hey, look, let me put it in context for you. China.
Half of China.
Let me put it in context for you. So yeah, China, that's most of you guys.
You know, here's my opinion, right? Instead of Japan buying stuff for their military, I think it should be Japan is basically buying us as a security force so we can expand our military and expand our fucking capabilities and rent it out to Japan. I think that's how it should be.
Yeah, unless we're,
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like American fighter
that,
pilots
but...
are going to sit in these F-22s. American fighter pilots are going to sit in these F-35s. But Japan has control over them. It's like, hey, go fuck China up for me.
I don't know about that. Let's say China choose down one of those jets, then that's damn near like asking to drag us in.
No, because it would be an American, yes, but it's a Japanese fucking operation. It'd fly the Japanese flag, but it's an American asset. It'd be like the police department renting a police officer to Walmart for the weekend.
I got to hear that one again. That was actually kind of funny.
Targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. Let me put that in context. 1,000 kilometers away, several parts of the Chinese mainland will be in that range.
7 parts of the Chinese mainland. I mean, way to fear monger.
Set, you're muted.
No.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Set.
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, cool. Just Monty. Then.
Set. You're muted.
Yo, Monty. Monty. I think you might be the one muted.
Set.
Monty. I can hear.
Set. You're muted.
Wait.
It's just you, bud.
Yeah, I think it's just you. I think you might have lost.
Come back.
I think you might have lost connection there. But
yeah. So
what was up? Yeah, go ahead.
So the fun fact: the United States has a program called Rapid Dragon, and so what it's basically is they're gonna load up. Basically, what it is you take 12 or 14 pallets of the LRASM and the JSM missiles, stick them on the back of a C-130 cargo plane, and then fly just outside of China's ballistic missile defense, and then just drop a bunch of payloads of missiles into the airspace of China, and those can hit every coastal city on China's coast.
Okay. Oh, damn. That's tough. But the way she presented that, all right, I like what you said right there, but yeah, the way she just presented that kind of let us know that, yeah, I can see why China's kind of side-eyeing Japan right now, because I would too. It's like, hold on, you're building missiles that could hit my mainland? And
I mean,
you're an ally of America, really, so let's not play stupid here.
I mean, China did kind of, I don't know, threaten them on multiple occasions.
I mean, true. Them and Taiwan. True. Well,
maritime interdiction missions. I mean, we're just gonna.
But Japan insists this is only for deterrence. The second layer is coastal defense. Japan has a long coastline. It stretches more than 29,000 kilometers. It has thousands of islands. It also has an aging population, which means it is hard to maintain high troop levels. The solution? Unmanned systems. Tokyo is investing $640 million into unmanned aerial drones, sea surface drone ships, and underwater.
Wow, way to solve a man problem. Say, yep, we're just gonna get into AI, and we're just gonna start having AI flown ships, AI driven boats, guided missiles, everything just gonna be AI. I mean,
Patriot missile system, anyone? Japanese dome?
Japanese dome, bro, the rice dome.
Oh wow, that's racist.
or the Sun Dome. You know, land of the rising sun.
It rose
Surveillance
twice,
drones. All
3 times that day.
Yep.
of them will be integrated into a defense network called the Shield. It is set to.
Yo, Monty, can you hear us?
Now I can. I couldn't hear you at first. I saw you talking. I didn't hear anything. But
Oh,
Tell
yeah.
me why I feel like the FBI tapped all of our phone lines. Was like they're talking about Somali.
we're just doing the investigative research for them. They're just gonna watch this video and be like, "Oh, I know that address. Hold on."
It's like,
wait, wasn't these the idiots that were talking about Israel a few days ago? Oh, yeah. Pay them a visit.
Why do they have more intelligence than us?
Like, well, how do they know? Like, what? But all right, guys.
But no, I was saying, yeah, Japan's just going to create an Iron Dome. I said that before she said that, and I was like, wait a second, yeah, it's just going to create a fucking a missile system over Iraq, or sorry, Japan, and they don't need a population. They just have War Machine.
Oh, and shout out to my man Maine Harbor. Shout out Maine. He says Japan's samurai, right? Samurai were boss to Pearl Harbor. Wait, were they even still around that time?
Yes. So the Ishimaru or whatever, the mercy
Ishimaru.
killings. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a part of the. That was a
part. You were talking
of,
about seppuku.
Bro, man, what are they doing? Cutting bullets?
No. Like it was very, very close. Like the samurai had ended, but the warrior mentality of the samurai lived.
The warrior class
lived within the Japanese army, and that's why they didn't surrender. Because they were still dealing with an emperor.
Good point. And let's be real, like it is like a whole warrior class thing, especially when it comes to samurais.
Dying was an honor. That's why you had kamikaze drones.
Yeah, it was like complete dedication to your, what was it? I mean, what was it at the time?
In order to get
Japan to go to the grassroots.
In order for Hitler to match Japan's aggression, he had to give his fighter pilots meth.
Man, bro, Japan crashed out for everything.
Like Japan, they're a better ally than enemy.
Yeah, that.
That is exactly why we had to put restriction on them, because they do entirely too much.
But Japan loves America now.
Yeah, I mean, I would love the guy that unleashed the sun on me twice too.
I mean, let's be real.
The sun rose 3 days
people
that
love
day.
Japan for like what? Sushi,
anime.
Yeah, anime. I was about to say that, like anime.
Women with anime titties.
I'm done.
Hey, but hey, to
and
all
Nintendo.
Yeah,
Nintendo's going down the drain.
Well, come on, I still love Nintendo.
They made their money. They're retiring.
Literally.
No, Nintendo's gonna sit up here and talk about we can deactivate your Switch now. We are gonna sue this gaming company for making a game that's like our game, but actually better without all the BS patents, and it makes it work with our system. Oh yeah, by the way, that if you try to pirate any of our games, even though we deactivated our console and interconnectability for said game, we're just gonna sue you.
Well, damn.
Yeah. So you don't own a Switch. You own a license to play with the Switch. The hardware is not what you're buying. You're buying the license to play the Switch, and the hardware comes for free.
Yep.
All right.
To go live by March 2028. And the third layer we're talking about, is eyes in the sky. We're talking everything from GPS to cargo spacecraft and intelligence gathering satellites.
Wait a second.
So why
Hold on.
unveil this?
You ever watch Pacific Rim?
I see where this is going.
You know what I'm talking about, right? They're like, oh yeah, we used weather satellites to and ocean buoys to see where people were at.
Gotta watch the movies, man. They be telling it.
Mm-hmm.
Record defense budget now. It's because of China, of course. Japan's national security strategy labels China as its most serious strategic challenge. And recent incidents have proved that. Chinese aircraft have locked radar on Japanese jets. Chinese aircraft carriers were spotted near Japanese waters. China has been conducting naval drills near Japanese islands.
Bold.
All because of one
What I
statement
tell you.
by Prime Minister Senator Kaichi. She said, if China attacks Taiwan, Japan could get militarily involved.
Oh.
And that statement has sparked.
Oh, yeah, I did the same thing if I was G. I was like, wait, well, what this lady say? All right, bet. All right, cool. Well, we'll just
Nah,
do the
but
same
see,
thing we're
okay,
doing to
so
Taiwan. We're going to do the same thing that we're doing to Taiwan. Military intimidation.
I can understand why Japan is doing it because this isn't the first time that they've been doing this. This is like, the 14th, 15th time they've been doing this to Japan. And Japan has been asking the US to step in. So finally, we take our hands off and it's like, yo, now China's trying to flex its military, which I think is stupid. They have widespread corruption. They haven't been in a fight since the 1970s. And
Yeah,
when
China's
they did
never
get into,
fought.
And when they did get into a fight in the 1970s, you know who they lost to? Take a guess. Don't Google it. Take a guess at who they lost to.
Afghanistan?
No. They
Wait,
lost to China on the books, lost to a reserve force, a part-time warrior class force from the Viet Cong. And we were fighting the Northern Vietnam's A team. They got the Z team.
Well, fuck.
They lost to the weakest class of people.
They lost to the National Guard.
Basically, not even the weekend warriors. Every single piece of military hardware they have sent Pakistan, they have sent Afghanistan, they have sent Iran, has failed spectacularly.
That's true. That is true.
They don't want the smoke with Japan, let alone the US.
Because they haven't used their actual people to battle test anything. They've just sent it off to faraway countries, and we've just blown it up in 2 weeks.
So you know what else is crazy? That Chinese soldiers, when compared to American military in terms of training, most of them couldn't even get through the first week. Like how we train our military personnel,
They can't get through Air Force basic training.
They can't
they're
get
not
through
the
any
biggest
of them.
guys.
They can't get through any of the training because
It's all calisthenics. So if they're not the biggest guys, they should be fine. It's all hybrid athleticism.
No, it's not even that. It's the mental drain that it puts on you.
That's
so
true.
Like how when you go through boot camp, it mentally drains you because they gotta break you back, they gotta break you down, break that mentality to make you a service member. Well, a lot of Chinese soldiers, for their version of like Air Force, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and whatever they call the Space Force, a lot of them have to have mid-training morale boosting events where they bring in girls or whatever to like sing and dance and stuff like that. They have to like let them off base to participate and all that. I'm like, bro, I just get shouted at if
and we make fun of our Air Force because they fucking that's fucking hilarious. I did not know that.
Yes, it's a real thing. Majority of Chinese soldiers and most Chinese people that defect away from China, they will tell you, no, they cannot handle U.S. military training.
So just on a mental aspect of it, we're stronger than China.
For the most part, yeah.
Then let's not even talk about our hardware capabilities.
I will give them credit. They do have a killer special warfare and clandestine apparatus to their government. I'll give them that. It's pretty up there, but not Navy SEAL level, not MI6 or SAS or Spetsnaz level.
We have an entire special warfare division.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's get back to the video.
That can set up and land fucking planes anywhere in the world. It's called TACP.
All right.
Outrage in Beijing. It was followed by diplomatic and economic retaliation. Japan did not walk back the statement because Tokyo insists
combat controllers, my bad, not
quote
TACP.
unquote no policy change. Although this budget clearly tells a different story. So has Japan given up pacifism? Japan's post-war constitution forbids war to resolve disputes. But in 2015, a reinterpretation of it was added. It allowed collective defense. That means Japan can deploy force if an ally is attacked, even if Japan itself is not struck first.
Huh?
And that
So they got like
was
an Article
championed by
5 in their
former Prime
constitution.
Minister Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, that was done under
He was
the first
Senator
Trump
Takaichi's political
administration.
mentor. And this budget is the continuation of that ideological arc. Also, public opinion in Japan has shifted. Polls show strong domestic support for a stronger defense posture. In fact, Takaichi's ratings have soared after her Taiwan comments. We still don't know how China will react to the budget, but it makes one thing amply clear. Japan is not choosing war. Japan is choosing not to be surprised by it.
I mean, that's quite the way to frame it. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into this.
I love the way she said it. That has a range of 1,000 kilometers. For reference, here's China.
It's not that far off.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next video, because the real story behind Trump's attack on Nigeria. Of course, they have to have an alternative. Let's hear him out.
I'm not going to start wars. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace.
We are learning new details about the deadly strike operation that President Trump says he ordered on Islamic State terrorists in Nigeria. Listen to this.
Yeah, we'll get into all of the claims that they've made. But Donald Trump, the peace president, has once again delivered peace, or at least pieces of people and buildings blown apart by our weapons in yet another country around the world, because the peace president seemingly can't go more than 2 or 3 weeks without starting another foreign conflict.
Okay,
In this particular case, as you
get
saw,
in
it is in Nigeria over what he is calling a genocide against Christians in that country.
All right.
You see, bro, you remember what I said the other night? Literally what I was saying the other night. This proves my point. S.E.T, come on. What did I say the other night?
Please
Anytime
yes.
anytime anything happens against Christians and we ask for intervention from the government or a governing body, if it does come, it is met with major criticism or pushback. Trump asked the Nigerian government if they wanted to get involved because it was becoming a problem that popped up on his radar that multiple Christians brought to him. And because we finally got something for ourselves, you know what this first response is? Quote unquote Christian genocide. What are you supposed to call people that are being killed for their religion?
Now, this is what's been coming out so far. Now, and they are actually, because it would be CNN and the left-wing media to run this, but they're saying there's not really a Christian genocide. There's Christians being killed in large number, but they're saying, oh, but it's not just the Christians. And the way the conservative right is trying to frame this is if it's just Christians out here being slaughtered. And
it's Nigerians themselves are posting videos and sending messages out saying it is exclusively us. So why would I believe CNN? But this is what I was saying the other day. Whenever we say something, it's not taken seriously or it's brushed under the rug.
No, actually, well, what they're bringing up is that, and this is a petty point, but they're bringing up, but they're not wrong in a way, because there are other people being killed. There are Muslims being killed as well. Those who actually speak out against Boko Haram are also get kind of, the execution as they continue to carry out their onslaught on the Christians. And any Muslim who speaks up or even tries to get in the way gets taken out by them. Yeah, and that's like the petty point that they're using, because let's be real, the Christians are getting killed in larger numbers.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting killed by the thousands. It's up to like 100 or so or 200 or so thousand Christians. And, you got things that are happening like moms are having to be forced to watch their entire families get slaughtered. You have them going in, raiding people's villages for absolutely no other reason. And at first people were like, oh, it's just another dispute. And they just tried to work out a peace deal. But no, it kept going. And they started chasing them pretty much everywhere and gunning these people down. in prayer, in their homes, in their businesses, the whole shebang. So when finally the government reached out and said, okay, we want you to intervene, but you do it on our terms with no boots on the ground, we were like, yeah. And they carried out the strikes to kill Boko Haram. Now we got people like this that want to sit up and say, oh, what happened to no foreign wars? But you want us to help Ukraine? You want us to help Gaza? Are you kidding me?
Good point. But hold on now. Shout out to my man Maine. He said Trump said peace through strength. And hey, that's true. But all right, let's get back to it because
We are very strong right now.
this is gonna irritate some of y'all, but hey, try to
Hey, the bottom line is we won the election. Trump won the election. He gets to fucking do what he wants to fucking do.
Nigeria over what he is calling a genocide against Christians in that country, which we're going to dive into the facts, see if we can figure out what's really going on. But Cenk, let's start with your 2 cents.
Yeah, so wait till you see what's actually happening in Nigeria. This idea of Muslim versus Christian is kind of hilarious. There's some of that going on, but there's such a wide variety. I can't wait to tell you about it now that I know all about Nigerian politics and tribalism and bandits and the different kinds of attacks that are happening there. So that's part of this story. I think that unfortunately Israel is another part of this story. Even though it's Nigeria, it's always Israel, and I'll explain how.
Because to be quite honest with you, ISIS is now a lot of people aren't really privy to this, and you guys are gonna have to look this one up. But yeah, Israel and ISIS, they have a relationship, and word on the global streets is that ISIS is just a branch of Israel's Mossad, and they go around setting up false flags in order to create dysfunction in areas or to drag people into wars.
So let me
false flags.
Let me get this straight.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Israel.
Yes.
Has a relationship with a group that wants to kill Israel for the benefit of Israel.
Yep.
So
here's the thing. Because it's funny. Has ISIS ever attacked Israel?
No, they're in a totally different region.
Exactly. But I mean, they've passed over Israel and attacked other places. They never struck Israel. So this is why, and this is where the rumor comes from, really. Now people say they can collaborate. They can corroborate this, and what I've been looking into, it's looking like they're able to do. They're able to cooperate it because they're trying. They're able to trace Mossad agents to ISIS ties.
I mean, we can trace CIA agents to ISIS ties. That doesn't mean that we're fucking in bed with ISIS.
I mean, kind of.
No, it doesn't.
If our intelligence is working with them,
we're working. Just because you have a plant within a terrorist organization, that's how you take down.
Okay, now a plant is different. No, that's infiltrating. But if we're working with them, providing them intelligence, giving them weapons, we've done that with terrorist groups before.
Yes, we have. And it's to take the terrorist groups down. We did the same thing. That's why 9/11 happened, because we tried to infiltrate Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, but you think about it. We use one terrorist group to attack, or I guess one rebel group to beat a terrorist group, and then that rebel group turns into the new terrorist group.
I mean, yeah, we do that too, but like that. I mean, do I think fucking Mossad is trying to use ISIS to create false flags? No, I think Mossad is trying to fucking cripple ISIS. What's the best way to cripple something? Infiltrate it and fucking water it down. Somalis.
All right, I give you that
one. Look, I just feel like the issue. I'm gonna leave my mouth shut till the end of the video.
The hypocrisy of Trump on anti-war is enormous. We have a poll about it in a minute for you. And John's third or fourth cent here is that he knows why this happened. And I'm very curious about that as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you have read up a lot and become an expert on this topic. I've read a little bit, but I'm not an expert. I thought that it would be elitist of me to know more about this country we're going to war with than the president does. So I know next to nothing. So I feel like I'm on Trump's level with this. But anyway, he posted this. This is Christmas Day. He launched this conflict. That's great. Tonight, at my direction as commander-in-chief, we launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorist scum. saying that they're viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even capital C centuries. Blah, blah, blah. I previously warned the terrorists, the Department of War, as he calls it. That's its preferred pronouns. Executed numerous perfect
hate
strikes,
people like
as
this.
only the United States is capable of doing. They're not going to let radical Islamic terrorism prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists. I think he gets the holiday spirit. I do think that he gets that. So, look, we're going to dive into the facts about the supposed genocide. Also, bear in mind, we're going to talk about the facts about this being ISIS terrorists, because that's not necessarily as cut and dried as he would have you believe either. A lot of this feels pretty dishonest. But let's see if we can rewind a little.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anything else this guy has to say.
I swear to God,
he's being disingenuous and he's not actually reporting.
So this guy, the guy he's interviewing, has suddenly, over the past couple of days, become an expert on all of the tribalism and knows everything there is to know about something that's been going on for hundreds of years, and more recently in fucking more recent geopolitics, decades. He read about it, and now he's an expert. Do you hear the self-aggrandizing?
I mean, to read about it and then call yourself, all right, I read up, I'm well
an expert
studied,
now.
Okay, but call yourself an expert is wild. I'll give you that one.
And now
I'm well read.
The fact
I'm well read.
And
Good
I know
God, I watched a YouTube video.
I know that particular freaking that particular guest he has on, dude. That dude is from the Young Turks, a freaking unfactualized, constantly wrong news organization where the female co-host left because they were constantly saying stupid stuff and their ratings started plummeting. His version of I'm an expert is reading a freaking New York Times biased news article.
Yeah, but you gotta let the guy finish, though.
But no. But he knows.
I mean,
better than Trump
wait.
now.
Don't let the man speak for 3 minutes and y'all going off. I mean, y'all
Because
kind of
you
triggered.
can hear it set. If I just sit back and I call you an idiot for fucking 20 minutes, are you gonna listen to me, or are you just gonna fucking mute me and kick me off?
I mean, think about it like this. I listen to guys I disagree with all the time, no matter how vehemently I disagree with them. I kind of let people get hurt out on all sides. So even if I disagree with them, I'll stick it out. And I'll see if they can. Now, maybe I agree with something they say further down the line. Who knows?
I don't.
This is part of looking at both sides.
Just play
of the argument.
first 30 seconds back again. Your biggest, just fucking mocking him. Oh, I don't claim to know more than the president. That would be elitist of me. But I think I know enough. Like, God,
that's how they all come off.
Him saying that he knows he's an expert. First of all, in order to be an expert in why a president,
was it 10,000 hours?
Can we at least hear what he's talking about, though?
Nah, let me get this off. He's sitting up here
ahead.
talking about how he's on the same level as Trump. First of all, you don't have nowhere near the intelligence. You weren't there for the peace deal. You weren't there for any of the deals being made. You don't have the IHS satellite imagery. You don't have any of the firing capabilities. You don't know what their firing solutions or protocols were. You don't know who was doing what or what any of the surveillance they had at the time showed. So you're not an expert. You're just a douchebag on YouTube.
He read it. He read an article in the New York Times. Don't you understand? The New York Times never gets anything wrong.
Totally reliable.
I hear you guys, but
he genuinely believes he's the authority on the matter, and we should all listen to him. That's brain rot. That's brain rot.
No, let's be real. We understand he's being cocky about it, but we also understand. All right, look, we're gonna hear you out because I'm not just gonna assume everything you're gonna say is bullshit. You at least read into the situation, so I'm gonna take the spin out of it, and we'll just take it from there on what he's saying.
Every time someone talks, like a news anchor, particularly, you know how you say you only get like 5 milliseconds to make a first impression? I give every time someone comes on and is talking about something new, I give them the chance to remake a first impression. And in the first 30 seconds, all they did was sit here and act like the fucking elitists they're claiming they're not, and say they know things about things they couldn't possibly know. Oh, I read up on it. Okay. All right.
Well, But her. Well, let's hear this guy out.
I'll hear him out, but I mean that's where our impression, and I think Gamer would agree with me. That's where my impression is right now.
Yep, understandable.
But figure out how we got to the point that the United States is launching what, were it to happen to us, we would label it obviously as a war. For some reason, when the United States bombs a country, it's just like a cool thing you do on Christmas Day. It's not warmongering or anything. But anyway, it seems like a Fox News segment about a month and a half, 2 months ago was what kind of kicked this thing off. And in the segment, we're going to show you a bit. John Roberts had on Ryan Brown, the CEO of Open Doors US, an organization supporting persecuted Christians. And take a look at this.
Yeah, Open Doors keeps track of Christians who are killed around the world in religious violence. Here's your statistics for 2025. 4,476 Christians murdered so far worldwide. 3,100 of them in Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria is a country that the United States has a fairly close relationship with. Does this president need to step up and do more, or does the United States at large need to do more? I mean, what could the U.S. do to try to stem the killings?
Pause. I want to interject my fucking 2 cents. Now, this guy's claiming to be an expert, and now watch as he tries to dismantle someone that has actually done research and actually has numbers.
I love the distinction he makes between the president doing more and the United States doing more. Like Donald Trump's going to fly over there and deal with it single-handedly or something. But anyway, they're obviously they're hoping to get the United States military involved. More conflicts, good for Fox News, good for the defense industry, and all of that. And almost immediately after that segment aired, which Donald Trump was obviously watching because he's never not watching TV. He posted this onto Truth Social, saying that if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, apparently the Christians are the only ones that need to be protected. The other people dying there, doesn't matter. The USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria, and this is going to be a literal verbatim quote in case you're listening, and may very well go into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing, the president of the United States says, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. He's saying basically there's cherished Christians, warning the Nigerian government better move fast. So he waited about 6 weeks. I guess that's something. And they did these strikes, killing at least 5 people, leaving over 30 seriously wounded. And I think at this point, Jake, we should probably get into the conversation around this, because the reason that he seems to be interested in this is the reason that Fox News was interested in it, is that they can spin a very selective interpretation of the conflict to make it seem as if this is people hunting down Christians. And of course, the right is always looking for opportunities to feel that they are an aggrieved minority. That's why they are saying this about Nigeria. It's why they have pretended there's this genocide against white farmers in South Africa. On the damage report this morning, I point out they also think it's convenient.
Now, hold on. There was genocidal language being used against them. Let's not sit here and play dumb.
But no, it's not dumb. It's not playing dumb. It's being disingenuous. Gamer was right. It is disingenuous. He's putting a red herring into the argument and changing it for what it is and spinning it the same exact thing he's accusing Fox News of doing. He is outright, overtly doing, and the people that watch this and eat this shit up are like, yeah, I like funny Trump voice man too.
And the crazy part is they are being systematically hunted. And it's like I told you the other day, you have voices that are loud like this who get millions of followers, and we get gaslit as Christians and told that it's not true, quit complaining, shut up and sit down. And if we were to start acting like how you guys act, then it would be a problem. 15 million Christians, and when we say, hey, we're being killed, no one believes us. But BLM and Islam and Ukraine and Israel and everybody else gets their 15 minutes of fame, but we're forced to sit in the corner and shut up and take it.
And pay for it on top of it.
Right.
We're a single dad with 10 kids, and we're in an abusive relationship with some woman, the Democratic Party, that just fucking takes all of our money and blows it on stupid shit. And then like the whole family is just dysfunctional as fuck.
And it's like you're painting this intentionally visceral picture, saying like, oh, killing a few, and then there are some that were seriously injured. Why are we calling terrorists some?
So wait, are the evil evangelicals? Wait, are the evil evangelicals? Would you consider those Christians?
I don't care. They're being hunted down for their religion against another organization that hunts down fucking and wants to kill America. Like,
well, the only reason I'm asking that to gaming is because gaming only believes that there's only 15 million real Christians
in the United States. That's what I
said.
Yeah,
and like by denomination though, would you consider the evangelicals the evangelical church? They're somewhat what was it? Aren't those the guys that are super believers in Israel? Those guys.
No, even evangelical just means you're like an Orthodox Christian.
Evangelical is basically evangelism. It's just the active component of it. The ones that aren't really Christians that I've been standing against it when they try to associate us is Catholics, because historically Catholics have tried to purge Christians at every turn. Obviously not the Jews. I don't know why people keep associating us with them. They are not Christians. They, in fact, do hate us with a burning passion and want to kill us. What are the other ones? Mormons, they're not Christians at all. They're actually a cult.
Yeah.
And what was the other one? Jehovah's Witnesses.
Latter-day Saints. Or that's Mormons. Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, they're also a cult, by the way.
They're no better than the Church of Scientology.
Yep. So Lutheran, so all these different other ones, like you have Baptists, you have evangelicals, you have what's another one? Lutheran. These are ideologies that are based off of different interpretations and the way you should go about following the Bible. They all keep the same commandments, that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior and God at the same time. They have that same tenet, but the difference is, for some, it's okay. Do we baptize, or when God says baptize, do we baptize or do we sprinkle? For others, it's do we do exactly every single thing, word for word, direct verbatim that the Bible says, without giving any type of context to where we live, or do we take what the Bible says and take it into its proper context for how our society functions today?
But I mean, nonetheless, people dying, period, is a problem, right? So people dying is a problem. Everybody agrees on that. Whether it be Muslims, whether it be Jews, whether it be fucking Christians, whatever flavor of Christianity you want to sprinkle onto it, or whatever flavor of cult, people dying to people who want to kill that specific group of people is a genocide. That's what it is. Like the Holocaust was a genocide. They were specifically sought out for what they were and killed because of it. Now, whatever it takes to get this president to say, "Oh, well, that shouldn't happen," and try to put a stop to it, doesn't fucking matter. And that's the red herring that I'm talking about, that this guy's putting into the argument. He is completely blowing past the fact that people are dying and the United States is doing something about it, just to say that, oh, their cause is not more worthy than Ukraine's cause. Their cause is not more worthy than Gaza's cause. Their cause is not more worthy than X, Y, and Z, because I'm the elitist that did 5 minutes of research on YouTube and learned something about it. That's what's pissing me off about this.
All right, well, let's see if he even gets there. But in the meantime, shout out to my man Maine. If I kill 12 mosquitoes, is it a war?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely, Maine. Yes. I am constantly, when I go to the South, I'm constantly at war with the mosquitoes.
You catch 12 of their homies, man. They on your ass the whole trip, bro.
Bro, they're fucking you up.
Convenient to them to have these narratives at a time when they've probably begun to feel, after a couple of years of what's going on with Gaza, kind of feel like maybe they're on the wrong side of this whole thing. These people sticking up for Palestinian kids who are being killed certainly look like the good guys in this story. Wouldn't it be good if they had a conflict they could pretend puts them on the right side of calling out genocide? So what do you know? What is a fairly complicated civil conflict in Nigeria gets reinterpreted as a genocide against Christians, which is more palatable for their domestic
hold on.
audience.
You see
What do
the
you think?
fucking gymnastics
Yeah,
you just
so
had to
we're
do? Hold on. A fairly complicated civil conflict. You know what a civil conflict is? Me and you disagreeing about something.
Not hosing down your entire
I'm like,
community
bro, like,
because
unless
you
we're
have a
talking about
particular
a
belief.
Chinese conflict, you know, where millions of people die over a conflict, I think you might be using that word wrong.
A fairly complicated civil conflict is what he just labeled that as.
And you know what's crazy? I'm gonna lay out the entire conflict. Boko Haram was actually being propped up by ICE for years and years and years. They would adopt these children, train them in the ways of, and this is from them, train them in the ways of Islam, like the jihadists, and then they would drop these freshly recruited, trained kids off in Nigeria, close to these Christian villages where they knew there were Christians at. And when they became of age, they started smuggling weapons from Yemen through Djibouti into northern Nigeria. And so when the time came and they were given the order, they started killing all of the freaking Christians. I know this because in 2022, there was a lot of weapons smuggling into Djibouti to northern Nigeria when I was deployed. Those are the facts.
It's gaming. It's a fairly complicated civil conflict.
Yeah, my brothers and sisters in Christ are being slaughtered. I ain't trying to hear those words.
Exactly.
If you guys are so rock hard to send money and boots and American soldiers to die for Ukraine, we can spare a couple tomahawks at the bare minimum.
And here's the thing. I think it's pretty unfair for him to say, oh, well, we were sitting silent during Gaza. I mean, bro, I've been pretty vociferous about Gaza for a minute. Like, we all have. We all say what they're doing in Gaza is bullshit. So you just sit there and say that, oh, you guys are just mad about this because you didn't want to talk about Gaza. I'm like, bro, cut the bullshit.
Bro, you know what I've said? Fuck Israel and fuck Gaza. I don't give a fuck about either one of them. They're not America. True. And that's been my fucking stance. I've tried to fucking sit in and get on board with the Palestinians. I've tried to sit back and get on board with the IDF and the Israelis. I see corruption and fucking evil in both of them. So fuck both of them. Not fuck the Jews. I'm not fucking anti-Semitic. I think the Jews should have a fucking peaceful fucking life. I feel like they've dealt with enough during fucking modern history. But I also don't see the fucking Zionist terrorists as some fucking freedom fighters that they want to paint them out to be. So fuck them both. I don't have an allegiance to either one of them. But what I do have an allegiance to is fucking Christianity. And Christians are being killed in a fairly complex civil conflict. You mean a genocide?
Nope, civil conflict apparently. But all right, let's see how they round this out.
Hold up. Imagine if they said the same thing about the Palestinians or the Jews.
The fairly complex civil conflict.
Which would be crazy to say. Like,
or wow. Ukraine. Ukraine is just a special military operation.
According to Russia.
like, do you hear the fucking stupidity in what you're saying? No, because he thinks he's a self-proclaimed fucking expert.
Which is more palatable for their domestic audience. But what do you think?
Yeah, so we're going to play a series of macabre, fun games here about this. Okay,
he said macabre
because
fun
all
games.
This is disastrous,
okay.
But we're going to nevertheless do a poll about it, and I'm going to poll John, and he doesn't know the geography of Nigeria apparently as well as I do, so that'll be fun, and you could play along as well. The first poll is on TYT.com, and we're asking, when Trump said he was anti-war, what did he mean? A, I'm going to bomb Iran. B, I'm going to bomb Nigeria. C, I'm going to bomb Venezuela. D, I'm going to bomb every country I can think of and see if I can still get people to believe I'm anti-war. Okay,
ding,
so
ding.
Does he know what the
that's a tough one. A lot of bombings for the anti-war president. So take your time with that one on TYT.com. All right. Now we move to the interesting little thing that John alluded to there, which was Well, they said on Fox News there 3,100 Christians killed in Nigeria. And they didn't say who killed them. Oh, that's interesting. So we're going to come back to that in the midst of this quiz and give you a sense of what's happening in Nigeria. First of all, quick fun facts about Nigeria. Split nearly evenly between Christians and Muslims, about 53% Muslim, 45% Christians. Anytime there's a split like that, you're going to have trouble no matter what the religions are or the backgrounds or the ethnicities are. And there has been some trouble among those clans. But that is not the only thing dividing Nigeria. In fact, Nigeria is a gigantic country, largest in Africa, 230 million people, 300 different languages spoken. And that's going to play a big role in what we're going to describe here. All right, so John,
So
there are several different areas of Nigeria.
Pause.
I'm
So
so
they
sick of
want.
these people talking already.
I was gonna
Like
say
he's throwing
yeah.
all these useless factors in there. You want to know what's crazy? Nigeria is so close to Arab, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and the Arab-speaking countries, that the primary language there is Arab and French.
Wait.
Anyway, but think about what we did for the 2,800 American citizens that died in 9/11. We're a country of roughly 300 million people. Almost 3,000 of us die in a terrorist attack, and we go and fuck up half the fucking world for 20 years. So sit here and say, "Oh, it's only 3,000 people in a country of 200 million." Blah 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 blah. The amount of grandiose fucking holier than thou fucking thinking that you see on this guy's face. He's literally looking down his nose at the camera in this freeze frame that set fucking when he paused it. He's literally looking down his nose at you. And we're just supposed to be like, "Oh yeah, this is the expert on foreign affairs we've always needed." The
And
guy from the
secondly,
Young Turks that fucking puts fucking red herrings in arguments.
Nigeria is actually a bit more Islamic than it is Christian.
Christian. Yeah, it's like 53 to 47.
And the only Christian part of Nigeria is in the middle. Northern and southern Nigeria are actually Muslim.
So now we have a minority, because that's what they are, is a minority being fucking genocide or whatever the word is, fucking having genocide committed against them.
But all right,
And
now,
we're just supposed to sit back and say, "Oh yeah, no, it's not a big deal."
devil's advocate time then. Well, let's let it play out, because he did say he was going to try to make this make sense, because apparently we're missing who actually killed it, and he killed these Christians. He's pretty much trying to say that Fox News is misleading the public on it. So
Okay.
let's see how he rounds this out. Let's see how
he went to college and got really good grades.
I don't know that, but who knows? Who knows?
No. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, just put Nathan in the chat.
The northeast, where there's Boko Haram, a very dangerous Muslim fundamentalist terrorist group. Okay, so they're a big problem in northeastern Nigeria, often attacking the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government has Muslims and Christians in it, but it's, again, a majority Muslim country. Nevertheless, Boko Haram is attacking within that country, as Muslim fundamentalists tend to do, right? When they go in the jihad violent direction. Okay, so then we've got in the southeast a massive separatist war that occurred that killed nearly 1 million people. And so a lot of Christians died there. Now, it's Christian separatists that have done that war, so take that for what it might be. Now we go to the Northwest. In the Northwest, there's bandits. And so the bandits are of different varieties, tribes, clans, etc. And they do a lot of different kind of crime. It originally started as a vigilante group, but then developed into basically a mob mentality, which is usually what happens once you go towards violence. So they started doing different crimes, including kidnappings. And there they have kidnapped 52 Christians out of a Catholic
How do you feel about the debt of the state of Michigan? $6.925 billion.
We've paid off a lot of debt, and I'm proud of that. But, you know, my job is I'm the governor of Michigan. I got to show up and fight for the people of Michigan.
We got $950 million in pork spending, like $5 million Special Olympics. $5 million. Do they not have their own money? Special Olympics?
I mean, are you against Special Olympics?
No, not the biggest fan of taxes sometimes.
I get it. We are making changes to have more transparency, to make sure that people who are promoting whatever project they want to get done have to do it so many days in advance so that the whole world can scrutinize it, so that they can make their case that it's the right thing to do.
And trust me, I qualify for the Special Olympics. I'm 1.6 million. Grand Rapids Ballet from the States? Why can't Grand Rapids do that?
It's a good question, Caleb. I'll have to tell you what legislator asked for that, and you can ask them that question.
This is, I love my home state.
I know. Well, this doesn't make sense when you're looking at it from 40,000 feet. I get it.
But don't we? Before we
I understand. But at the same token, legislators come with their special projects, and they negotiate them in. And I introduced a budget. It doesn't have any pork in it.
Yeah.
So these are not things that I ever
I can appreciate
was advocating for.
$2.5 million for the Lansing lug nuts? Who goes to the lug nuts? I don't know what a lug nut is.
Lug nut. It's a part in your car, and the lug nuts are the baseball team in Lansing.
Interesting. This is the part of the show where I go through the spending, and we got some bullshit spending in there.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. And if you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working, midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children. And this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelt the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Trump just advises DOJ to break the law. Quit the twisting. He just said the DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. He's talking about the Epstein files. When do they say no more and work on election fraud? Must I remind you that Congress nearly unanimously passed the Epstein Transparency Act that Trump signed into law that requires the release of all files. So sorry, Trump, you can't just randomly say no more. Well, he never explicitly said stop releasing the files, but what? Use your context clues. But as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, I hear his point. The DOJ just found 1 million more Epstein pages to add on to the hundreds of thousands they still have to release. The issue is this requires hundreds of DOJ attorneys to spend countless hours reading and redacting victims' names from each and every page. Is this really the best use of our country's top lawyers? How about they prosecute the cases of current sexual predators whom arrests are up 10% this year? Again, because it's the law, according to a file, there's at least 10 co-conspirators to Epstein's that have never faced charges that have not yet been named. According to Representative Thomas Massey, the victims say this number is closer to 20. So if we're going to be a country serious about going after predators, let's set a precedent that just because you're rich, you can't get away with it. Yeah, I hope that gets released, but the majority of the millions of pages are nothing burgers that just waste the time, focus, and energy of our country and cause division, especially when the pages are unsubstantiated random FBI tips during the 2020 election from clearly crazy people that some in the media run with as factual. Look, it's good that stuff like that gets released so people can look into it, but regardless, it doesn't matter. The release of the files is the law, but now Trump is encouraging his DOJ to break that? Great. I don't think that's what's happening. Use your freaking eyes. He just wants our country's focus on things that will make our country thrive, not this incessant focus on dead pedophiles whom the Biden DOJ agreed there was no other evidence for new indictments. Sure, says the guy all over the files, but if that's true, he should have vetoed the bill. The Epstein Transparency Act has his signature. Great. This is all just really great for the long-term prosperity of our country. Yeah, accountability is. Yeah,